feeling I got a feeling that, man, if Bruce Bochy could come back and help Buster Posey restore order, I mean, just how poetic that would be. And I know I'm Disney, Walt Disney, I'm romanticizing, but it could happen. But Bomel, what was that? And Adames, what was that last night? Because that was the story from the Giants' perspective to me, outside of Roop getting hurt. And hopefully he's not seriously hurt. I think he's thrown his last pitch because it wasn't the ball hitting him. It was the knee, kind of non-contact, whatever happened. So hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, Landon Roop buckled, hopefully just a knee sprain, but it's probably going to miss the remainder of the season. What can go wrong will go wrong, it feels like, for the Giants. But to me, that moment, that interaction between Adames and Melvin, that's the story. And to me, what sparked the incident is kind of irrelevant. Like, if it, I don't know, maybe Bob jumped down Willie's throat for, I don't know, not hustling on a play, walking back in from the dugout, just basically going at him. But that's kind of irrelevant to me. That doesn't matter. It's like getting mad at a spouse over a kitchen appliance.
Oh, boy, who you been talking to?
But there's something else there. You're not mad about, your significant other putting the knives in the spoon drawer. You're mad about something else, and you're taking that out on him because it's been festering. Yeah. Whatever in your relationship has been festering. And it doesn't mean that, Adames hates Melvin or Melvin is not getting along with Willie. But Willie Adames has been a beacon of positivity through the thick and thin this entire season. We talked about it yesterday. I get a ton of respect this year for that player because he's been the same dude through it all. And he's the one who's frustrated, whether it's with himself, whether it's with the team, whether it's with Melvin. I think it's kind of a combination of all of it. That, to me, is important because Willie Adames is one of the few people that I believe, if you lose him, you have lost the clubhouse. And I don't know if that's exactly what happened last night, but to me, that could be the tip of the iceberg. And I was flabbergasted when I saw them go at it.
Yeah, and I was confused, baffled, and again, Bomel can be the manager next year. I know that's on the Giants bingo card, but the bottom line, Evan, was how many times have we all together whispered sweet nothings about Willie's attitude? Even, what's the best sign of character when things aren't going well and a guy doesn't change, and he's been there for his teammates and the team. But, man, he seemed like he had something on his chest. And listening to you talk, Evan, maybe that was whatever happened. If something happened, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. And he had to know it was being caught on tape. Again, here I go. Zucci Man saying Guru with his D game early. Not A game, so I ain't on my A game, so he ain't agreeing with what I'm saying. But I'm just pondering, man. I'm just thinking about, man, if the Giants did make a change, and this thing just gets raggedy because it's lightweight raggedy now, could Bruce Bochy come back and save the day possibly?
Well, I want to explore that on the other side. And I also want to figure out why that's been hitting you today. You just woke up on August 21st.
Well, that picture last night, normally I would just go to Twitter and I didn't. I'm proud of myself on, I know what it was. But and this morning I was driving and I was like, you know what? What if? Because forget that scuffle, if that's what we'll call it. The bottom line is they're playing bad baseball, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. And they go to Milwaukee, reunion for Adames.
Yeah, and maybe he wishes that he didn't take that chicken in San Francisco. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Gettings in for Steinmetz with Guru. That segment was brought to you by Safeway. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing $5 deals for members. $5 for deli specials like Chicken Tenders Original or Nashville Hot, JoJo Potato Wedges, and more. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
When you own a business, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited interline apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Monica from San Francisco. Excellent work by Alejandro and the rest of the guys. They did emergency repairs on our building garage door. They showed us how to manually open the door while we were waiting for parts on order. I highly recommend. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. My
What's up,
man.
Steiny? They'll be back on Monday.
Yep.
No, we're trying to get to the bottom of this conversation, spirited discussion, whoever you want to call it, last night between Willie Adames and Bob Melvin and the Giants 8-1 thrashing at the hands of the Padres. And some people are letting us know that this might have been the answer. This is from the 408 on the Boxer and Gerson Working Injury Attorneys text line. Adames was chirping at the second base umpire, who he didn't feel like had a good strike zone the night before. Melvin was asking what the chatter was.
Oh, okay. Like, that very well may be it. But, Evan, the B-side of my record playing about the Giants and the Gigantes is the bottom line is they're 5 games under and they're still playing in that baseball. But that very well may be it, and that's why Melvin's like, oh, okay.
No, but that's the point. So Willie Adames is mad, if I'm going to take the text line's word. Willie Adames is mad at the second base umpire and is chirping at him. I'm assuming while he's on the field. This was during the bottom of the first inning. And Bob Melvin is asking him why you are talking to the umpire. And then the response that we saw, which was Willie visibly frustrated, whether it's at Melvin, the umpire, both sides. He just goes off, and Melvin turns the cold shoulder to him. Melvin's wondering why you're concerned with the umpire as opposed to the game at hand.
Yeah.
And Willie Adames he's frustrated. Like that's where the Giants are at, to me. They are frustrated as all hell.
They should be.
They have no answers, and they're at a point now where they are powerless to change the outcome of games. And they've realized it.
I love it, and let's just say the texter is right, and I hear what you're saying. I would just say, Bomel, if that's what went down, at least be a shoulder to cry on. Hear your boy out, because there's no doubt Adames knew if Melvin checked out of him chirping or what he was crying about. Just hear him out, but Melvin turned that neck around like, okay, when he found out, what the subject matter was about and what was eating at him, he kind of didn't just say, okay, get it out and we'll move on. You're right, Evan. He kind of like, all right, later with you.
Exactly.
It ran like that. Whatever you was saying, hey, man, I got tickets to the club. Hey, later with what you talking about. And it didn't look good.
Well, and look, Willie Adames is hitting 123 this month. He has had an awful stretch at the plate.
Yikes.
I think his season, for the most part, has been a disappointment, especially in the first season of having big money. And he's at a breaking point. I think the Giants are broken. When
2-8 in their last 10.
Well, when I heard Bob Melvin after the Nationals game during the last homestand talk about the $40K, we gave him nothing. I think a couple of days he followed up by saying we might need some more defensive players in here.
Yeah.
He sounded to me like a broken manager. And last night, whether it was frustration aimed at his skipper or not, Willie Adames looked like a broken player because to my knowledge, he has not been outwardly frustrated publicly towards his teammates or anybody the entire season. So if Willie Adames, who again, I've called him like the beacon of positivity for this Giants team that has been reeling, if he's at a breaking point, that's how bad things have gotten.
No doubt. And you just wonder at the end of the day what the man, because your opinion, it counts, Evan. I love hearing what you got to say. And everybody on this station, everybody covering this team in the Bay Area, writing about it. But the bottom line is, how was Buster Posey? What did that mean to him last night, if anything? And is he so just turned off by what they've done and where they're at? And it doesn't look like it's going to change anytime soon. I know you mentioned they got a day game. Verlander going today. You go to Milwaukee, and the Cubs come to town. But, Evan, I don't know what to say. I thought Melvin, if I were him, okay, forget all the noise. What you guys can do for me, because you've had my back verbally, is go out and play baseball and get some wins, and we can make this thing respectable. And that's why I know I was being a little drastic. But, Evan, if it's 10 or 15 under, that means the bottom has fallen out. And you kind of feel that way right now.
I mean, they've been the worst team in baseball for like 2 months. I mean, it's not like they've just been kind of mediocre. Like, they've been awful. They have been playing terrible baseball.
35 left, E.
And last night, on the face of Willie Adames, I saw a player who knows it, who knows that they've been playing like the worst team in baseball.
And him hitting 143, as you talked about this month.
Well, and that's a really just dark place to be, and this team cannot find its way out of it. And that's why, I guess to bring it back to where you started the show, I am curious as to why you feel it in your bones today. You put it on Twitter.
Yeah.
You put it on your socials.
And I hit you first with it.
Yeah.
Like it's a scoop, but
Evan, I kind of want to bet. I kind of want to bet you.
Yeah. Not yet. Let's see.
What? No. I want to reintroduce people because we were having some issues.
Baby Steiny, go ahead.
No, I want to reintroduce people to what you were feeling
I'm gonna stand on it.
when you woke up this morning, August the 21st. By the way, happy birthday to my mom.
Oh, man. Happy birthday, Moms.
I
and
called her
she's
this
a P1.
morning. Oh, she is. She might be listening right now.
Because remember, I cried almost when you talked to her last time. She just called to check on her baby and told you she loved you. And
yeah,
that's
happy
what
birthday,
it's about.
Mom. I love you.
I text my daughter 2 days back in college. She won't even respond. But you need $200 to get your hair done. You know what I'm saying? Like, Go figure. Evan, I'm going to stand on it that if you play college baseball, so much of this stuff, man, they're grown men, but it's a kid's game. And I just think the mental game, Bob Melvin is lacking. And I do believe a guy like Bruce Bochy, who went to the Lone Star State, got that team a World Series, I think what he excels at is the mental game of baseball and life, and that's what this Giant team and players are missing. I could totally be wrong, but if they make a change, how awesome would it be for a guy that played for Bruce at the catcher position where Bruce played, come back and kind of save the day? Because I'm telling you and anybody listening, you could, I'm not Tim Kirchhoff. I'm telling you, this team is better than 61 and 66. They're better than 30 and 33 at home. Evan, we're watching it. They just look dead, lifeless, and I think that's at the doorstep of a manager. So if they happen to be in the market to get a new one, and it would be the first one under Buster Posey, who better to call than a guy that is loved and revered here and that has 3 rings and did it without Barry Bonds and Jeff Kent and Darrell Evans and Jack Clark and Johnny LeMaster. I'm just like, he can get the most out of Evan Giddings and Darrell Johnson. That's who I want managing my team. So then, if that scenario, reared its head and we didn't win, you go to bed knowing we didn't leave any chicken on the bone in regard to me getting Evan in a mental place to be the best version of himself. I truly believe that, man. And that's why I put that on social and I text you.
So lock it in. Bruce Bochy, 2025, San Francisco Giants manager.
If they make a move. If they make a move, that's your guy. Because there is a scenario, Evan, and I'm leaving the out. Look at you.
I know.
There's an out
You've been
for
learning.
me. Yeah, exactly. Little Calvin's growing up, Risotto. No, but the bottom line is that situation there, it could be just, you know what? Hey, Texas, it's been great from Bruce, and he becomes available. And then it would be, if this thing it doesn't get better, Evan, and they finish 10 or 15 or 12, 13 under, I think Melvin's losing his gig. I really believe that. And that's why that could happen. And I have nothing but Bo Mel talked about my first pitch I ever threw at the A's game. And, I love him for that. But if somehow I'm not rooting for him to lose his job, but he'll be okay. But I think his players and their players are telling us something. And last night was the biggest iceberg for the first time to where there might be some friction. And Adames kind of just, hey, Bob, I need your ear. And Bob turned his head like later for that. And Bob could have been like, I don't even agree you bringing that up to the umpire. Be quiet. We're losing.
Well, it's also the second inning of the game. He was going after him for the day before. It's like, I need your head in the game today.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need you thinking about what happened yesterday and your frustrations at the play, which have been in abundance. But the thing about Bochy is, so he's 70 years old. He is in the last year of his 3-year contract with the Texas Rangers.
Gotcha.
So he's a free agent this summer. Why would he want to come back? I know why the Giants would like him to come back. I don't know why he would want to come back.
And I'll tell you why. This is just me. If he still loves it, I mean, what better place to go and try to go out with a bang in regard to a place, a city that's loved you, that you love, that you've had success. And You're not coming here where there's nothing to see here in regard. You got Devers. I mean, the possibilities there. And I know, Steiny told me he was only top 13 MVP candidate, but dude's the potential all-star. He's a World Series champion. You got Adames. Now, I'm looking at this roster being proactive on a good day. Evan, they got some pieces, and they got some pieces that are better than what their record is telling us. And if this year's not, enough for you, I could say Bo Mill, lightweight, didn't hit it out the park last year where the team didn't make the playoffs. You know what I'm saying, Evan? So I'm romanticizing. I'm a sports romantic, but I just believe when Bonte and Shasky had that show, I'll never forget, Evan, driving in on a summer day saying, hey, would Buster be available? And a lot of people were like, come on, guys. And we hadn't heard from from Buster. And then it happened, and how we just went crazy that, a steward of your franchise, one of the best to ever do it, is now president of baseball ops. That makes me think this is not too far-fetched if his contract runs out and Buster made that call and he was the skipper. Oh, my gosh, Evan, how awesome that would be just on paper and the write-ups about it. But one of your own is coming back to say today, and I think this Giant team is not desolate of talent.
Well, they're not desolate, but they're pretty far away. I mean, to me, Bruce Bochy would be asked to save a ship with a lot of holes.
But you got, Ray, Webb, let's just say Roop is available. You got Rodriguez, and I know he hadn't looked like the guy that stopped people from scoring. His first 43 appearances this season, 40 times teams didn't score. Now he's in a different situation. Duvall's gone. Rogers is gone. So I know it's different. But, Evan, I'm just telling you, Jung-Hoo Lee, and now the pressure could be off. He's looking like he's getting it going, and that's been the problem with this season. Everybody's doing it. Adames did it, Devers did it, but it's never collectively. But, Evan, you're not dare telling me the Giants have nothing is, I guess, what I'm saying.
No, I think the only way that they could make a pitch for someone like Bruce Bochy, I'm going to actually entertain this because I want to do this exercise.
Gotcha.
The only way that they could do it is similar to what the Texas Rangers did when they enticed him to come out of retirement, which is you spent a crap ton of money this summer on a bunch of players that Bochy believes are actually quality enough to help win something legitimate. Like the Texas Rangers invested in Corey Seager, who makes a boatload of cash.
Yeah.
They invested in Simeon. They bought a ton of pitchers, and they already had a decent amount of young guys coming up through the system that helped contribute in their first year. But Adolis Garcia makes a lot of money. There are guys on that team that make a boatload of cash. Like Bruce Bochy was not just given, the bench warmers and then propped them up to a World Series team. Like that was a very quality club. I don't look at the Giants like that right now going into next year at all. And so to me, it's like, and you would have to make a ton of changes to ask him to come in and save this situation, because I don't think that they're a manager away.
Okay, hey, and I hear you and I respect you, Evan. I'll say this to that. Regardless who's the manager, Buster Posey has a payroll that's almost $200 million, Evan. Regardless if Bo Mill comes back or, somebody else not named Bruce Bochy, I don't believe he's going to stop with the wallet in regard to trying to add to this team so they can get right back and be in contention next year or in a better situation than they are now. So when you talk about Bochy and what he's looking at right now as is, who's to say they don't go get a starter or sign another free agent or get a bat? I don't know, but that's enticing and attractive that way too, because you're hitting the plus sign on the calculator to enhance what you currently got. That I think is better than 61 and 66.
One, and I would also say too, okay, so this would be Bruce Bochy going out with a bang, right? Didn't he just do that? I mean, he came out of retirement and won a World Series. Is that not going out with a bang?
Yeah, but then he came back. You know what I mean, Evan? But you got to understand the low cap. Like if the Giants were the Pirates and he had no relationship with that team, I would get it. But Evan, there's something eating at me, and I've seen it too many times in life. Like, it just makes too much sense if you really just hone in and think about it. Like, let me 2-3 years, let me come try to fix and get this team to the promised land under Buster Posey, a guy I raised.
Are you with Guru? Do you want Bruce Bochy as the next manager? Do you think it's realistic? Again, his contract is up at the end of this season. The Texas Rangers are a borderline playoff team right now. Could Buster Posey cash in his chips for Bruce Bochy to replace Bob Melvin if that's the decision they make? To your point, Gu, I think last night is something to me that, and I texted you.
Yeah.
Like those are the kinds of things that make me start thinking about changing a manager.
You did say it.
To me, if a team plays poorly, that happens. Okay. But when you lose your players or you have the appearance of losing your players at the clubhouse, like that stuff matters to me. Was Willie Adames frustrated with Melvin? Maybe not. Yeah. Maybe he was just taking it out on him because he was pissed off at this umpire and Bob pushed a button that he shouldn't have pushed. But that's Willie Adames. That's one of your captains. And your captain is showing visible frustration during one of the worst stretches of your season. And that's not a good sign. In the words of Bob Melvin, because he uses this term or this phrase all the time, it's a bad look. And the Giants have been built on bad looks for like 2.5 months now. And this is just another one. But if it means that he's starting to lose his impact on his players, well, then I believe that the discussion about whether or not he should retain his job, then it can take place.
Okay. Hey, I love how you feel and how you laid that out. Let me just run this by you. And I love that you're letting me dream. What part of this do you think is borderline impossible? Melvin being run by Posey or Bochy saying, I want to come back to the Bay?
I think the least likely part is Bochy saying he wants to come back.
Damn. Okay. Well, so the Melvin part is not you could tell. We don't know what his status is, but like you said, those optics when you're playing this inept don't bode well if he already had you're good, but they're playing raggedy. We get that, and it's been a while. But those last night, whatever it was, and you said it, I love it. That doesn't help, but damn, it's the Bochy part of coming back to the Bay, huh, Evan?
Well, yeah, I'm probably closer to. Well, I'm right in the middle of you and Steiny, but I think Melvin could get run. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. I would lean towards him being back because I also don't think that Posey's the kind of person who would make a managerial choice like picking up an extension and then go back on his word less than 6 months later. That's just me. But if it did happen, which is possible, I don't see enough here in San Francisco for Bruce Bochy to say, you know what, instead of retiring, instead of heading back to Nashville to be with my family, which is, by the way, what he was doing before he got that call from Chris Young in Texas and donned the baseball jersey once again, I don't think there's enough here. And it's not like he's coming back to manage Buster Posey. He's coming back to work for Buster. Buster Posey's not on the field. You still need a catcher. You still might need a right fielder. You still might need a second baseman. You still got to figure out what's going on in your outfield. You still got to figure out what your defense is doing. You still got to figure out your back end of your bullpen. You need a couple more starters. There's a lot of questions on this team. And Bruce Bochy is not going to be able to get, in my opinion, as great of a manager as he is, he's not going to get Carson Wisenhunt next year to pitch like Cole Hamels in his first season. Those things, like the Giants, I think, are in the process of building back up. They're not in a terrible spot, but this is the infancy of Buster Posey's regime. It's not a win-now team, in my opinion. And that's what you have to present Bruce Bochy or a guy like Bruce Bochy to get him to take the job.
Yeah, and I'll say this to that, Evan, and I keep doing this and I won't let it go, and I think it's fair. It's been the highlight of the 2025 season Giants is when they made that move. That move for Devers. That was a 360 windmill slam dunk, and all the people in the know, former GMs, Bowden, people were saying the Giants might have action. So I know I've been watching too many movies, Evan, but the bottom line to me is I do just sit back and wonder and imagine what if Bochy had been the manager once that move was made for Devers and expectations, rightfully so, They elevated. They naturally elevated. And the fact that they've basically been small, I can't use the other word, small in regard to reaching those heights, I do wonder if they had a different maestro at the control, would they be better than 61 and 66? I don't think that's a crime to have that thought.
No, and look, they might be, but to your point, if the Giants finish 10 games below 500 or worse, which is the way things are kind of trending,
yes,
is a different manager going to get them to play like they're 10 games above 500?
I would hope.
A manager's worth 20 wins. 20.
Now you're going Barry Sanders.
No, I'm just being honest. Like, managers
that number could be
important.
25 if I could get my guys to be the best version of themselves. And I feel like Melvin has not been able to do that. And some are going to say, these are grown men, Goo, and I get it, and I've heard it. They got to go out and ball. They got to go do it. But what about the mental game and the mental aspect and component of sports? Like, for most of this season, and I'm not giving Willie an out, he hadn't been the best version of himself. Who's to say another coach or another voice could get that fixed or rectified sooner? The same with Devers. He hasn't been Boston Devers as a Giant, and we can go on and on outside of Ray and Webb.
No, and head coaches are important, but talent is the most important part of a team. We've been watching the Cowboys doc together, right? On Netflix. Great doc, even though it's about the Cowboys. The first season that Jimmy Johnson took over, after week 1, they got blanked. I think 28-0.
You're right.
I literally wrote this down because it hit me like a train. He said, we're done losing. They lost 15 games that year.
Yeah, they got
it was
Troy Aikman.
tied for the worst season at the time in the history of football.
Yeah, I got you, E.
The mental game only goes so far, and Jimmy Johnson is a great head coach.
Yeah, but Evan, I'll say this to that:
you can only do so much with the team you got.
Right? That I get that. He was saying that, and they lost 15, and he probably even knew it. But Evan, this team is better than what we've seen. Give me that.
But what if they stink? Like, maybe that's what we're learning over the course of this season: is this team is far from competing, and a lot further than we thought. I was wrong.
Evan, wow.
I thought this. I didn't think that they were 12 games above 500 better, but I thought that this team was going to challenge for a potential wild card spot. They're not even close. And I know that 7.5 games or whatever they are.
I'm not even saying
the
that.
math is still no. Like, they are so far from the teams in front of them, in my opinion.
Wow.
Even the Cardinals in front of them are playing better than they are. The Reds are better than they are.
I watched them last night against Miami, the Cardinals. I'm like, how are they ahead of the Giants?
By the way, the Dodgers haven't been playing good baseball either. And the Giants, like the Padres, the team that kicked their ass last night and has been wiping the floor with them for the majority of this season, that's where everyone wanted the Giants to be. Challenging for a division during a down year for the Dodgers. They're not close to the Padres. You just watch them play. They're not even in the same ballpark, even though they're playing at Petco in a couple of hours.
I love you, and we'll agree to disagree, and I get you. And I just want to say this, 10, 12, and 14 when Bochy and the Giants won, they never were the 27 Yankees. But are you telling me, and I'm asking, has baseball changed so much that formula can't, get you to the mountaintop anymore? And the reason I bring that up is now you have, I know they had Crawford, but you had the Pagans, you had other, average players that made contributions and came through in the clutch more often than not. So, Evan, I feel like you got Chapman, and I'm throwing Chapman in there because people are changing on him, and I get it. But Chapman, Adames, and Devers, I mean, just right there with Webb and Ray, that ain't mincemeat.
It's not mincemeat, but look up and down the roster of the team you're playing against last night and today. It's not close. They are significantly better than you. And you got to jump them before you can even start thinking about the team that plays at Dodger Stadium.
Well, people say I've been wearing white all week. It's because the Giants, I surrendered on the season. I'm not saying the math is there, Risotto. I'm not. I don't know if you picked up on that. It's 4 days in. I have not said the math is there.
Well, we've gotten there. Now, on the other side, maybe we can explore whether we can wave the white flag on a couple of other things. A couple of things we need to let go of. If you want Bruce Bochy as the future manager for the Giants,
think about it.
No, I get why people would want that. Do you think it's a possibility? Do you think it matters? 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Jill the Guru Johnson. There's also a really nice written piece today by Nick Wagner of ESPN about Brock Purdy. And he digs into some of the offseason decisions the Niners made just for the quarterback and whether or not it puts pressure on him. Goo and I haven't had that conversation yet. We're going to do that
nice piece
coming up in a bit here as well on 95.7 The Game. We're back after this. That segment brought to you by the California Office of Public Safety and Caltrans.
Speeding is dangerous. To other drivers, to people walking or biking, speeding catches up with you. tickets, crashes, or even worse, slow the fast down. Safe speeds save lives. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times, but he just knows how to play the position neatly.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7. The Game.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
The good guys, 38th West Coast National, the crown jewel of hot rodding. Having it all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. A huge swap meet, a vendors midway. Check out the Pinstripers Brush Bash. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
If you've started thinking about what to wear this fall, your timing is perfect because Macy's Fall Preview event has early deals on looks everyone will be wearing. Romantic dresses from BCBG and Avec Les Filles. Western-inspired boots and bags from Steve Madden, all 25% off. Plus, take 15 to 25% off fall beauty from Yves Saint Laurent, Estee Lauder, and Clinique. Don't wait. This fall preview won't be around for long. So come into Macy's today. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow the Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
We did see Guru throw out the first pitch here on the last day. No one's asked me about that. There was some velo involved in that. I think he may have missed the strike zone, but I know Mike Aldretti, who had to catch it, was not prepared for that kind of velocity. So you guys might have to do your cuff weights and so forth and pick up on the velocity a little bit.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That made my day. I had an arm,
That's the guy you want fired.
I've been thinking about it, Maybe not, Maybe not.
That's one of the most glowing recommendations of you or anybody, quite frankly, at this station that I have ever heard.
You guys laugh and scoff, and I know Spadoni's trying to get a hit off the
off on
Boston
6th Street.
Bob, I got one for you. I threw that
wants
thing,
to leave
too.
Goo in the Tenderloin.
Right.
Wants to leave, oh, my God.
Hey, I do have to – we'll get to it before we get out of here. But Ayesha Curry went on the podcast and talked about her husband, the chef, Steph Curry, and his first line –
I got thoughts.
To kind of get at her. That's what we used to say. Did you get at her? And to start courting her. But my man can shoot it on and off the court, Evan. I love the line.
We're going to get to that sound in a bit.
The chef.
I got to come down Steph's road, to be honest.
Dude, it's hashtag random with me, Evan.
I know.
My guy Squirt, Zucci, man, they don't want Bochy to come here like you because they don't want him to manage what they believe is a mess. This team is not devoid of talent.
Well, yeah, I mean, they have Major League Baseball players, but they're not.
Devers, Adames, Chapman, Jung-Hoo Lee, Ramos, All-Star, Lee, Webb, and we'll see what's up with Root. Come on, man. And Rodriguez in the bullpen. Don't compare him to the 27 Yankees,
I'm not comparing him to Murderers Row. I'm comparing him to the team they're playing in 2 hours.
Well.
Look at this lineup.
A lot of teams will fail. Okay.
Seriously, look at this lineup.
Oh, boy.
Tatis, Arise, didn't even play last night, by the way. Machado, O'Hearn, Bogarts, also didn't play last night. Sheets, couple bombs last night. Laureano. Jake Cronenworth, who, by the way, didn't play last night, is hitting 8th. Jake Cronenworth would be in the middle of the Giants' order.
No, that's a fact.
And that's not even the best part of their team. They have the best bullpen in baseball.
Well, give me another team.
A good
team? The Cardinals. They're better than the Cardinals, and the Cardinals.
A good team or a bad team?
I get your drift. Evan, I'm telling you, man, I really believe they're better than what they're doing. That's obvious. Like, meet me halfway there. That's obvious, right? That's what's making this so frustrating.
I'm starting to believe that they're not.
The boss was doing him and Grandy Spaces last night. I couldn't get to him, but I went and re-listened. Let's just talk about it. Maybe you're not scoring on offense because your hitting coach has never done anything in the major leagues. Maybe he's not right for the job. Just a thought.
It's not the hitting coach's job to go to the plate for these dudes.
How are you going to be a vocal coach and you got no Grammys?
What?
How are you going to teach somebody how to sing?
Sorry, that one went over my head.
You know what I mean, Evan? How are you going to teach somebody to sing and you have no voice? You never done it.
No, but
that's Burl.
No, but if someone can't hit a high F because they don't have the pipes, I'm not going to be able to coach them to hit a high F.
Devers can hit a high F.
Some people are staccatos. Some people are baritones. I forget what the other one is. But my point is, a vocal coach cannot teach a baritone to sing outside of their range.
Are they better than 61 and 66 on this Thursday, Evan?
I don't know. I really don't.
Risotto?
I'm going to be honest, man.
Carter,
are they better than 60?
Be honest. I won't get mad. Are they better than they're playing?
A little bit, but not a lot. I mean, at the end of the day, this is just kind of who they are.
And Carter just looks at me and goes, No.
They stink.
You know what? Hey, hold on.
You guys are so front runners. When that trade was announced, I believe we would have had 3 different answers. You, Risotto, and Carter.
Yeah, and then we've watched the last 2 months, and here we are. Let's go to Ben, who's in Hayward. 888-957-9570 is the number. Why would Bruce Bochy want to come back? Ben, what's up, man?
There's no way he would want to come back. I mean, this team, there is no way. I mean, you look at him, it's been a whole year. I'd love to find out how many one-run scoring games that they've produced. It's incredible. Every time I, check it out, it's like if I haven't listened to the game, I, turn on my app, one run. They don't have it. And you know what? When Devers was picked up, I was not excited because, hey, the guy didn't even want to play first base, right? But not only that, say he changed his mind, but he wasn't ready to play first base, and they're in the middle of it. I don't get you spend all that money, and the only thing you can hope for initially is that he's a DH, but he didn't even produce then. And the other guys, other than the pitching, I wouldn't, nothing against the pitching. I feel sorry for the pitching, but come on, the other guys, Adames, really? I mean, at least he's picked up a little bit, but come on, name them. They're not all the guys, Guru, that you named are not doing anything this year. Nothing. They aren't.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right, but do you think a different voice can have them do better because the back of their baseball card is better than what they've been in a Giant uniform? That's my only point.
Okay, but here's the deal. These guys aren't young either. I mean, Devers, okay, but the other guys aren't young. And so, yeah, you look at the back of the baseball card, yeah, there's great numbers there, but they're older. Chapman's older. Adames is older. And maybe, I love Lee, but maybe that's it. It's just, oh my gosh, it just feels like they got to blow it up because I just see the same thing happening next year. I really do. That's just me, but
no, I hear you.
I got you, Ben. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thing, with the Devers thing, they've got a kid, in the farm system that's coming up. That's great. Is it Eldridge?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he plays first base. So is Devers. What are they going to do? Is he going to go back to DH? That's what I mean about the Devers trade, where I wasn't excited. It's like, what? Didn't make sense to me. So anyway,
I got you. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate the call. No, keep it up, buddy. You know what? This idea that the players aren't who they've been or have room to grow.
Talk to me.
Can I politely shoot it down?
Yeah.
Matt Chapman. Do you think he's been down this year?
Go.
He's on pace for 20 home runs.
Yeah, somewhat. He's not on my list of like, oh my gosh, it's just been all bad.
760 OPS.
Okay.
That's literally what he's been the last 3 years.
Okay.
You look at Patrick Bailey. He's hitting 212 with a 570 OPS.
I've been over him, though. Okay.
That's who he is. Jung-Hoo Lee is on pace for 10 home runs, is going to hit 30 doubles.
Playing better, though, He's
a little bit above average hitter for his OPS. Like, that's kind of who he is, I think. Casey Schmidt has got a 730 OPS, and he's going to hit 10 home runs this year. Dom Smith is going to hit 7 home runs this year. He's got a 750 OPS.
Yeah.
These are all players. Like, this is who they are. The guys that you're asking to perform better, there's only one dude who's not playing up to his standard. That's Rafael Devers. That's the only guy on this team that I see. Maybe Adames, perhaps, but Adames and Devers are the two guys who have not hit up to their standard, at least from what they've done the last couple seasons. And that's it.
All right. No, I love that. I can do nothing with it but tell you this. It's not even so much of the individuals stats, Evan. It's the fact that they can't get going, regardless of who you are and how good you are. They can't piece anything together back to back to back like they did the other night when Willard told us, and they hit 3 home runs and the first inning. There was 4-0. He thought San Diego had the 4 because people are so not used to the Giants doing that. My question is, so you're telling me through 127 games, because it's been a constant, regardless of who you are at the plate in a Giant uniform, we can't string anything together. And that's why I question something greater is going on in regard to upstairs mentally, Evan, to where everybody's not going to do it. I get it at the same time, but this has been horrific in regard to ducks on a pond. If a guy had 2 home runs in the game and he's up on his 3rd at bat, he's striking out if you're a Giant fan. For you, and that's been the theme of all year, that they can't just string anything together. I'm not saying hit for the cycle, Evan, it's something, there's a mental block going on, and I don't think Melvin has the key. And I know you're looking at me like, Goo, it's not his job to unlock that, but there's a constipation with this offense that guys just can't get timely hits that is so uncanny that I just feel like you're not going to swap out all the players. You signed up half the dudes they're on the books for years that you just mentioned. So I don't think it's far-fetched to think maybe we need another captain of the ship.
Maybe they do. But you know what?
Wow.
When I'm watching the 2nd inning yesterday and NBC Sports Bay Area catches Willie Adames in a moment, whether he's mad at Melvin, whether he's mad at himself, I think he might just be mad at the world because the Giants can't win a baseball game.
All right.
That's the expression on every single fan's face watching this team. Facts. Willie Adames represented every single person that's been trying to watch this club for the last 2 months in that moment. Screaming about I don't know what. Screaming about the strike zone, screaming about how he can't hit the broadside of a barn, screaming about how his manager is unnecessarily coming down his road and he should be worried about what's going on in the field, screaming about anything because they are powerless to change their situation. And I don't know if it's Bob Melvin, I don't know if it's Bruce Bochy, I don't think there's a soul on earth that is going to stop them from continuing to spiral the way they have because they know it. They know they stink. That's what I saw in Willie Adames' face last night. I don't care who he was mad at. He knows that team stinks, and he can't do anything about it.
Well, then you're part of the stench, though. I love that. I don't disagree, and that's why he was lashing out. If they had the wrong sunflower seeds or bubble gum, he's just mad at the world. And to his credit, yesterday was the first time we got any indication that he snapped. If that's too strong, I get it. But I know what you're putting down, I get. But the bottom line is, don't tell me, next year it'll be different. If you don't, if we're going to leave this season, I know there's 35 games left, Evan, and the thing is, even reporters, the players, and the manager, I don't know. That's not good enough then. I owe it to this organization to make change just predicated on, let's get somebody in here, but damn it, I don't know is not sufficient for an answer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Leroy's in Oakland. Leroy, what's up, man? Good morning. How we doing?
Hey, good morning. What's up, Evan? What's up, Goo? Happy Thursday. All right, Goo. You know I've been trying to work on you, man, about this Devers trade.
Hey.
So I just got a little more information. I'm going to try to get you to admit, man, that, this Devers trade was not good. And I know a lot of people in the know was like, man, I'd make this trade in a heartbeat. But people in the know, Goo, they could be wrong too, man. So the only thing, I've been saying to you, Goo, was like this. Like at the end of May, like Labor Day, like we were really looking good, man. Do you remember that, Goo?
I do.
We were looking good. I mean, we were like 31-23, right? 1.5 games behind the Dodgers, right? We were playing great, and the pitching was spectacular. And that's why I kind of felt like, I was like, let's add to the pitching staff. Let's add to what's good about the team. Because what was bad about the team, even at that time when we were 1.5 game behind the Dodgers at Memorial Day, what was bad about the team was the hitting. We were like last in all the offensive categories back then. So it's like adding one bat wasn't going to do anything, and it didn't. I'm like, Booster, what is good about the team at Memorial Day when we were 31-23? Bolster that, and that was the pitching staff, but they didn't do it. So ever since then, man, it's like we have been terrible since Labor Day, man. What did we get? Devers on June 15th, and it was just like we've been bad. So I just want to investigate why that is. I'm not saying he's a bad person. I'm not saying, but I was just like, we were doing so well. And, I've always felt like Buster just pulled the trigger, prematurely and thought it was the hitting when it was really we should have been bolstering the pitching staff that was pretty spectacular at that time.
No, I love it, Lee. And Evan, I'll just say this to Leroy's point, but Lee, even if you had Madison, you got to score to win games. And if you are inept hitting the ball, who would turn down the Devers trade to add that bat? Like, how many people would have said no to that? And the future part of it.
Nobody would have said no to it. But the fact remains, the Boston Red Sox are a team that is headed to the postseason, and the Giants are headed towards the lottery. That's just a fact.
I just read something from Uncle Looney, and this is how real I am. When I read something and it captivates me, I'm going to read it, Evan, and you tell me, do you have some of this thought in you? Uncle Looney says, if you look at this Giant offense, it's amazing they have the record that they do. I mean, if you look at it from that vantage point, Melvin's going nowhere if Buster thinks that way. But I got to believe he's not. This team has just not hit, man, especially when it's been money time. The Dodger series right before the All-Star break, that Sunday game that went extra innings. Evan, my goodness. Like, is that how you look at this offense? It's a miracle that they're 5 under?
I don't know if I look at it like it's a miracle they're 5 under, but, they're against left-handed pitchers, which they faced last night. They are literally the worst hitting team in baseball. Let that sink in. The worst hitting team in baseball, and all you have to do, is throw the ball with your left hand. That's it. It doesn't have to be Randy Johnson. It could be J.P. Sears, somebody who, by the way, was in El Paso a week ago.
Yeah.
He has a 5.50 ERA.
And I watched the Diamondbacks his first outing. They rocked him a couple weeks ago. Remember I text you like, this dude's done.
He stepped to the mound last night and looked like Steve Carlton.
Yeah. So what do you do about it, E?
You can't do anything now. You got to lay in it. But that's why I think Adames is pissed off as he was.
Wow, man. But I think Buster has to add, if we fast forward this offseason, you don't just stop. You know, Eldridge could be a part of it. And I'm going to be honest, where Dever plays at this point, that's the last thing on my itemized list. It's like, dude, we need your bat in the lineup. You perfect hitting the ball like you did in Beantown because we need better than what you've been showing. But who's to say Buster is seeing this? And for the people out here, and you're right, the offense stinks, that he tries to get something better, a better catcher, a better right fielder. All that is on the to-do list, so we can't rob the Giants of not seeing the problems and going to add. But if you're going to just run it back, per se, man, I don't know.
Well, you're not going to run it back, but this is going to take time. I think that's what we're learning this year. This is going to take longer than people thought. It just is. And whether it's with Melvin, whether it's with someone else, I personally don't think... Actually, I'll just say this.
Yeah.
The Giants don't deserve Bruce Bochy.
And
come on. Seriously. Bruce Bochy is one of the greatest managers in baseball, and he made his hay with this franchise. This version of this franchise does not deserve Bruce Bochy. They're that bad. That's how bad they've been.
That's deep. It's powerful. But I'll say this, Evan. If we truly were having a beer with Bruce and this was not going to get out his answer, and we asked him, is this Giant team better than what they're playing and hitting like and their record in totality, I got to believe Bruce would say yes.
I don't know.
Willard might be in trouble.
I say he's an idiot.
Yeah. I got to believe he knows they're better than that. I mean, that's a given. I get what you're saying, Evan. And to that caller's point a couple callers ago about one run here, one run there, it's like you can't even run into one. But I don't know why they can't hit left-handed pitching.
They scored a run last night.
No, I'm just saying for most often, it's small sample size. The Giants are not using, what was the bat that we were saying was just instant offense?
Torpedoes?
Yeah, they are not.
Yeah,
the Giants are not using torpedo bats if that's still a thing.
I actually think they are. They've just sent theirs to the graveyard. Let's go to Marvin in San Francisco. Help us wrap up this conversation. Marvin, what's going on, man? Good morning.
Hi. First of all, the Florida Marlins in 2000 were in last place at midseason, showing no signs of life. I think the only thing they did was get a new manager, and they won the World Series, beating the Yankees. Okay?
Wow!
The Giants in 2010 were last in hitting, home runs. I think their starting pitching ERA was like 5 at midseason. The only thing they did was get Buster Posey as a rookie. Came up. He had been up the year before. He came up. And Posey, of course, solidified the catching position. But think about the Giant players that they got, the Scuderos and the shortstop who won MVP in the World Series. I mean, Cody Ross. I mean, we've had these guys that are not major players, but Sabian had a way to get guys that needed redemption. And I thought that was the thing with Devers. I think Devers' whole problem is he went from a stadium with a left field wall that he could hit at 150 feet or whatever it is in Boston, and he's got a thing that looks like the Grand Canyon in San Francisco. That takes coaching. It takes batting coaches. It takes psychological coaching by the manager to straighten him out. And to anybody who thinks that a new manager can't make a team better, I think you're wrong. I think that's what we need for some time. And what happens is it has to do with some managers are good at turning guys on, and some managers, without even trying, turn them off.
Man.
And I think when the first time I saw Melvin, I said, man, we got our grandfather coaching this team. These are young guys, mostly on the rest of the lineup. They're going to have a lot of young people through the draft and so forth. I just think that was the problem, and I still think it's the problem. I think people ought to get Devers back. He came here hurt. He was playing hurt. You watch what he does when he has a fresh start next year in the same location. But I think we need to get rid of the manager and the batting coach. Paralysis by analysis, man. They're swinging at pitches a foot outside and let balls go right down the pipe for called third strike. That is coaching, and that's what we need. That's my point.
Wow. Denzel has a meme to that call
Marvin.
On Twitter, and it says, my man. And that's what I'm saying to that call. My man. Like he was preaching.
Well, if Bob Melvin's too old, Bruce Bochy's 7 years older than he is.
I didn't agree with that part. He called him grandfather. But yeah, I'm not into the ageism.
If Bob Melvin's a grandpa, what does that make Bruce Bochy?
Jim Leland came back and had success, and Bochy's got his wits about him. I'm not saying managers don't matter. I'm saying a manager is not worth 20 wins. But you think this team is not a manager, like, That's what's so, and you're not by yourself. Just a lot of people think, I don't care who you had, Goo, this team is what it is, and I just don't agree with that. Oh, it needs enhancements, don't get me wrong, but man. And the Jung-Hoo Lee thing, why I'm frustrated that he's balling real quick, is it Fussell now, or are you going to be the everyday leadoff hitter that you were supposed to be, or are you doing this now because the dogs basically have been called off?
Well, he was the leadoff hitter at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, my point.
Started to look like a golf ball. Tough to hit. All right. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Let's get into some football next. Let's talk about the San Francisco 49ers. They made a lot of moves yesterday in response to maybe not some good news. And then also, again, there's a piece that was written this morning about Brock Purdy, which had, I thought, some pretty interesting details into the contract negotiation this offseason. It revealed to us a little bit about maybe the ways that Brock Purdy is in the process of improvement and hopes to improve the Niners, who won just 6 games last year. Evan Jennings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Your game day headquarters is here. Splash at Thrive City in the heart of San Francisco. They've got the largest LED screen in the Bay Area, immersive sound, and a private or semi-private spaces for your crew. Host your fantasy football draft or watch every NFL and college football game in style. With craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer on tap, not to mention golf simulators, pool, and shuffleboard. Fun for the whole family. College Saturdays kick off at 8:30, NFL at 9:30. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game to score an exclusive game day perk. Reserve your spot now at splashsportsbar.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor portrayal. Terms and conditions apply.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just give him a call or go to unlock.com.
Call 1-888-780-6854 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Use the money for home improvements, to pay off debt, or to add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com or call 1-888-780-6854 now to get started.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit AtGoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, ATCOPestControl.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Lowe's knows tough jobs call for tougher tools. The new DeWalt Elite Series power tool accessories are built to last for the pro who doesn't stop. With precision fitment, durability, and impact resistance, finishing jobs faster has never been easier. Shop the new DeWalt Elite Series at an everyday low price exclusively at Lowe's. We help, you save.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Bob's had the same car, Betty, since high school, and that was a while ago. Bob's dealt with wipers, slow starts, and a few warning lights. And every time, Bob went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped with free services and the right parts to keep Bob and Betty on the road. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Ghostface Killer and Tiana Taylor. Yeah.
I don't discriminate versus anyone.
I know which member of that duo you like more.
Yeah. And I love Kyle because he loves rap and named his son after Lil Wayne's Carter. That's just incredible, man.
Dude, I was showing Carter this picture. I think it was from last year during Halloween. Kyle Shanahan had Rick Ross over at his house.
Oh,
he was in like an all-white tux.
I fool with Kyle, man. How
like he
dope
might have
is
had
that?
a few.
Yeah,
Rick Ross
he
messes
can
with him.
recognize a bar.
Possibly.
He thought he was from Sacramento, Rick Ross, because he goes to Kings games.
Yes.
So funny.
Oh, man.
Oh, all right. Well, we can table the Bruce Bochy stuff. I mean, we do have to bet on it, and I'll take the other side. But, we can just get to that whenever that happens. And now, Goo, I want to move to the San Francisco 49ers, who
it's time.
Made some moves yesterday. One of them, kind of in response to the news that Demarcus Robinson's pled no contest to a DUI, so he's going to be missing the first 3 games of this season.
Right.
And the Niners, as a result of that, as well as Russell Gage, he sprained his MCL and is going to be out for a week or 2.
Yeah.
They traded for Skyy Moore, 25-year-old wide receiver, formerly with the Chiefs, former second-round pick. They traded a 6th-round pick, got a 7th-round back, and a 25-year-old wide receiver.
Who's not that good or hasn't been that good. Let's keep it real.
So it didn't hit you in a way.
No, it did. It's just like, it's letting you know, we sit up here and we talk about, the win total. We talk about Jauan Jennings. And, Evan, if I'm Jauan Jennings, I think I feel better that you went out and got Skyy Moore, who I hope under the tutelage of the San Francisco 49ers and catching passes or trying to catch passes from Brock Purdy will be, the best version of himself. But, I mean, a dude, his first 2 seasons, caught 43 passes for about 450 yards, 1 touchdown. And, he played 6 games last year, Evan. I don't feel comfortable with him out there, but with that suspension looming for Robinson, who we've liked and popped in preseason and already was a baller, and you got Jauan Jennings in this holdout and Ayuk on sick bay and Debo in Washington. I mean, Evan, you can't go to week 1 Seattle expecting much from him. And my question to you and the listeners is, how big of a deal is this wide receiver position for the 49ers right now? I think it's dire.
Well, it's dim. They got nothing. It's a lack of depth is what it is, at least until midway through the season. And that's why, Brock Purdy and this offense is going to have to survive until some of these guys start coming back, or even until Jauan Jennings signs his contract. I'm assuming that he's still going to be available, but the more he doesn't practice, or maybe it's because of the calf, I'm not so sure. It's looking, as each day passes, more unlikely that he is going to be ready for the start of the season. But Brandon Ayuk is out. Russell Gage now is out. Jordan Watkins has a high ankle sprain, is out. That's 3 wide receivers right there that could all catch passes for you. So your wide receiver room as it stands right now is Ricky Pearsall, Jacob Cowing, who actually wasn't even available at practice on Tuesday, I believe, Robbie Chosen, and now Skyy Moore.
What's up with Cowing? Hamstring still?
He got hurt.
So he's
nothing is serious. It's all stuff that, again, we should be able to move past. But your wide receiver room is quite thin. And to me, I mean, the Niners making a move for Skyy Moore, if they really do care about their wide receiver room, this won't be the last move they make.
Okay. But, again, I need more. Shout out Roger Moore, because that's not who Skyy Moore is. But the bottom line, Evan, is we're going to get to this piece about Brock Purdy and him having to do more. But good God, how can you expect him or any quarterback to do more when, do I dare say, you're playing with less because of injuries, contract holdout? how did did this Skyy Moore move do anything to you in regard to Jauan Jennings? If you're Kyle and John on, we might have to bite the bullet and just give this dude the bread for the betterment of our team for the first 4 or 5 weeks. Like, you can't keep playing this game of chicken.
Well, I don't know if it changes the stalemate in my mind. I don't think it gives the Niners any more leverage over Jauan, but I don't think it gives Jauan more leverage over the Niners than he already had. I mean, he's looking at a room that really needs him.
No doubt.
And this is from the 415 in the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, which is an area that Jauan also impacts. The most concerning part of the wide receiving issue for the Niners is the effect it has on the rest of the offense. It will be more difficult for CMC to run the ball effectively, and defenses can load the box on these receivers and force them to beat you one-on-one, which puts more pressure on Purdy, the offensive line. It's going to have to block for a second or two longer, which they're not capable of.
Yeah, it's a recipe for disaster, Evan.
Yeah, he or she is describing the domino effect of it. Everyone has already had their eyes on CMC. When he was, I think he faced one of the most loaded boxes in the NFL in 2023. But that's when they had Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk.
Had a good year that year.
And other options.
Yeah.
I mean, we described this offense as having the best weaponry in football surrounding Brock Purdy. And they still have Kittle. They still have CMC. But does the concern, and maybe it's because of the injuries, or the contract situation with Jauan Jennings, like, how concerned are you about the offense as a whole because of what they don't have at wide receiver?
With the Purdy injury, Evan, and I know him possibly being back week 1, I'm at an 8. And what's funny about this and scary, Niner fans like, what's funny, Goo? But the bottom line is, Evan, my biggest question mark about this team going into this season was defensively. It was defensively and the dependency on the youngsters, and that's what was scaring me, and the physicality that the Niners are known for, and the loss of Greenlaw and Hufanga or whatnot. And here we go. All of a sudden now I feel like the offense, which I thought I knew and could count on to a degree with McCaffrey being healthy, but now that's exploded into all these other areas of doubt. So, Evan, I'm up to an 8 in regard to Brock Purdy entering a season where naturally you're going to have to lean on him more, especially with Ayuk being out just to start. But now we're talking about, you said Pearsall. And again, I know people are saying, Goo, you're overreacting. He missed practice yesterday. Okay, no biggie. But good Lord, how can you expect anybody under center to cook or do more when you're working with less by default because of injury?
But, that's what everybody keeps saying, that Brock Purdy has to do more. Brock Purdy got paid. The pressure's on Brock. There's expectations. And in theory, I understand why people are saying that. But I'm looking at the people he's going to have to throw the ball to, and I wonder how he can suddenly just be better.
Ooh, man. He can
be more accurate. He can get the ball out quicker. He can be more mobile. He can control himself. But he can't control guys running routes or getting open.
So what does that look like on the field, D? How do you sustain drives doing it, without knowing that?
Well, we're going to find out, but I think it means they're going to have to run the football. It also means that George Kittle is going to have to be the freaking man this year. And that's why, we've talked a lot about, like, Pearsall being the number 1 wide receiver for the Niners. And I'm in agreement with that. Right. I think it's pretty obvious right now he's got to be.
I like the number 1, yeah.
He's wearing number 1.
That's sick.
Pretty Ricky. But it's his first full season as a wide receiver.
His first attempt at a full season, but you're right.
Yeah, he played a decent amount last year and got some starts down the stretch. I think he had one 100-yard receiving game with a couple touchdowns, but he's got to do that for now 17 weeks.
Right, man.
He might be able to. He might be able to. But just like calling someone wide receiver 1 doesn't mean that they're going to contribute to winning.
But
it means that there's nobody else to throw the ball to.
Well, there is, and you got to give him some chicken, because I just think it's too much at risk. Games, obviously the outcome of games, Evan, to sit here and do whatever's going on with Jennings and put that all at Pearsall's doorstep. Like, if you told me, hey, Goo, you got to take the career of Jennings and Pearsall, the future, this Pearsall all day. But if you're telling me who's the most accomplished the guy you can count on, the adult in the receiver room right now is Jauan Jennings. And unfortunately, Evan, if the Niners feel that way, that's not parlaying him to getting a new deal. Like, I got to believe that Saturday before the Sunday when they fly or whenever they leave to go to Seattle, and hopefully it's done or finished before then. I just don't think Kyle and John, if this team were the Broncos, you got to pay that receiver that is Jauan Jennings.
Well, but how much do you have to pay him? We don't know how much he wants. I don't know if the Niners really want to budge on the books that they've cooked up for this season.
Just because he's not due, right? And he's got one more year left.
He's under contract. Now, he wants more guaranteed money. I think he probably wants...
I get it.
More money beyond this season. But the Niners are looking at him like, dude, we gave you a deal a couple of years ago. And it's not for a ton, but you weren't the number one receiver then. And you might not be the number one receiver now. And when Brandon Ayuk comes back, you certainly won't be the number one receiver. So Jauan Jennings is trying to cash in his chips, and I get it. I don't think the Skyy Moore trade does much for me outside of just adding a body.
No, man.
And look, he can return punts. I think he had a punt return for a touchdown in the Chiefs' last preseason game in Seattle. He's kind of a gadget player, has an issue with route running, but he's pretty quick. I don't know. Maybe Kyle Shanahan can scheme up some things for him. But to me, he's more of just a member of the room. And that's why if they really do care about their wide receiving core, I think they're going to have to add some more. And I don't know if it's guys who are getting cut. To me, if it is a trade, it's something more like Skyy Moore and not like the 510 is saying, I don't know why the 49ers aren't on the phone with Washington right now to acquire Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin's really expensive.
I was just going there, no doubt.
And I think a big part of the Niners' cap position right now, of which they have a lot of space, it's invested in next season when Brock Purdy's contract really kicks in. And that's why this year, I do not think they're looking to acquire more contracts or give out more contracts than the one they've already distributed.
Man, so let me ask you this, Evan. I know you don't have a crystal ball, but with everything that's going on with everybody at the wide receiver position, do you really, truly think Skyy Moore will be lined up on the outside week 1 in Seattle for Brock Purdy to be a target for Brock?
He might have to be.
Man, you mentioned body, and, I mean, all they gave up was, what, a 7th-round pick or a 6th-round pick?
6th, and they got a 7th back.
Yeah, no doubt. But, man,
it's not – well, this is the thing, too. It's like the Chiefs don't have a ton of wide receivers either.
And let me go.
And they said
night.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
And they also have an issue. I know Rashee Rice is going to be active for the beginning of this season.
Which is just, we won't even go. But my man's suspended for 3 games, DeMarcus Robinson, for something far less.
Yeah, Rashee Rice is probably going to get hit at some point with a suspension. They just had to push back the hearing, and it's a court-related issue. But they're going to need wide receivers too, and they said you can have one.
Man, so hopefully he's the diamond in the rough, and Kyle could, yeah.
Well, the other reason that someone like Terry McLaurin to me doesn't make a ton of sense for the Niners is once they are whole, their wide receiver room is relatively stable. I don't think
your McLaurin and Brandon Ayuk.
Well, yeah, you paid him to be.
Exactly.
You might have made the wrong choice,
man.
But you've already got one of those guys.
Ooh, man,
you can't have two of them if your offense is not geared around it. I understand why the Bengals have 2 $30+ million receivers.
But
one of them actually makes 40.
Yeah. But anyway, go figure.
Well, that's why they can't pay Trey Hendrickson.
But you're going to score 40 and lose 40 to 45,
That's what happened last year.
Matters, no doubt.
That's what happened last year. Yeah, I think there's a ton of sort of those middle-range wide receivers that the Niners can look at. Romeo Doubs might be a candidate. And I think cut-down day is next Tuesday, so there's going to be some guys available. And I think the Niners are going to look at a lot of them because they have to exhaust all options right now in regards to their pass catch.
So where do you, if I said right now, Evan, if you can, muster a letter grade for the Niner weaponry right now, mainly for Brock Purdy, what grade would you give it? I'm like at a C-.
Their weaponry?
Well, yeah, all the collective, all of it.
If you include Kittle and McCaffrey, and you can guarantee me that McCaffrey's healthy, I would say a B-. But it ain't close to the A+ it was in 2 years ago.
And now this is a season where, forget the money, it just happened naturally. But, this is a season where they're going to need more from 13, man. Like it or not, it just comes with the territory. His luxuries, I feel like, are gone. And Debo was a luxury, and he was a necessity at one point. But, how Kyle on a good day could use Debo to stress the defense out pre-snap, have him in motion, not knowing what he was going to do, the bubble sweeps, all that stuff, that's gone now. So now, who did you mention say that the Niners are going to face a loaded box? That's definitely, I play Madden and know I would load the box to take McCaffrey away and then make these guys on the outside beat us. But if we're dependent on Pearsall, Jennings, maybe not Jennings, Skyy Moore, and the rest of the gang, like Evan, it just feels like it has the ingredients to be difficult offensively for the Niners in the passing game.
Yeah, I think it might look a lot like it looked last year when Brock Purdy had wide receivers dropping like flies. Now, let me ask you, because Willard Dibs had Greg Cosell on yesterday.
Great, he's always
And
great.
they asked him this question, which I do want to play for you. But before, I want to ask you how much you think was Purdy's fault last season when they went 6-11.
I'm going to say, I'll put it at 65%.
That's a lot.
Yeah, and there were throws. I remember I watched these games again, and then you get, come on, Goo. There were throws from the outset of games, out routes, and you could just tell, damn, Purdy, it's okay to miss a pass, but you hadn't got hit. This is the first pass of the game, and the accuracy wasn't there, or the ball would go wide. And, I sat there and said, okay, what's going on? Why is he running more? And then Steiny and I would go back, but I figured, and again, to kind of let him off the hook, Evan, he was running out as a necessity. The pocket was collapsing more. So, yeah, I get you with 65 being a bit strong, but Evan, there was some regression, but he wasn't the whole reason they were 6-11, but he looked human compared to, if you allow me to compare him, what we saw from him the first 2 years. But now my question about Brock Purdy is, forget the money, did he look that great because everything around him was better?
Well, yes. Yes, obviously. I think he amplifies what is around him, and last year there was nothing. I would cut that in half.
Okay.
If you're at 65, I would be closer to like 30. And, because I'm also looking at all the things that happened for the rest of the team.
He didn't have his best player for the first 8 weeks.
Well, but I'm also not putting it at the doorstep of the offense. Like the defense couldn't get stops in the run game. They didn't have as many turnovers. Special teams was absolutely atrocious. They were one of the worst units in football last year. I don't think the Kyle Shanahan had a great season. They obviously got off their DC and their special teams coordinator.
But we saw a lot of 3-and-outs. See, that Seattle game where Geno came in here and did night-night, where the Niners had the ball, you get a first down or a score here, you put the ball away, you put the game away. Arizona at home, when McCaffrey fumbled at the end. Like, I wasn't used to that. So we saw, injuries or not, a lot of that from the Niner offense that I'm not accustomed to where, hey, you get a couple first downs here, the game's over, you bleed the clock, or you get a field goal at least, or like last year we saw them kind of not do that outside of the Tampa game on the road where they were lucky to get that win. But I saw a lot of times where teams had success. All right, you got to punt. The Rams game Thursday night where the offense just couldn't do what I was accustomed to seeing them do.
Well, we've been accustomed to them putting up 30 points a game, and that offense was not going to do that without some of its playmakers. The reason why I asked the question is,
I can't wait to hear
here's what Greg Cosell had to say about the Niners last year and Brock Purdy's place in it.
When it comes to the subtleties and the nuances and the understanding of how to play the position, Brock Purdy is high level. Does he have a rocket arm? No. Is he the most athletic quarterback in the league? No. But he understands intuitively and innately how to play the quarterback position. Look, you guys, I'm sure, have talked ad nauseum going back to last year and probably through the summer about why the Niners were 6-11, and there's many reasons for that. And it's not just Brock Purdy. In fact, he'd probably be one of the least important reasons.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'll say this to that, Evan, and people don't take this out of context. Two of the best quarterbacks that I've ever seen do it didn't have the strongest arm or that athletic, and that's Tom Brady and Joe Montana. They had arm, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't Dan Marino or John Elway. And so what I'm saying is I'd rather have my quarterback have the Wi-Fi on super fast mode and maybe have lesser in regard to arm talent, but good enough arm talent to get it done. But I hear him.
But you've also said that Brock Purdy doesn't have Montana's arm talent.
Yeah, but his ability to read the defenses and get the ball out was the best mechanism.
Yeah, and last year I would say it was really hard to figure out where to go with the ball because there were so many more moving parts last year than there were the year before when it was like he had the answers to the test.
And how many times did PFF, if you're in that or not, Evan, did they have Debo and Ayuk, getting the least separation from a duo of receivers throughout the season, And I'm not saying I'm not caping for Purdy. I'm just saying if a guy's not open, your quarterback's going to hold on to the ball longer, and we saw that last year.
Well, and that was one thing from Nick Wagner's piece that was released this morning on ESPN that he talked about Brock Purdy looking to improve, getting the ball out quicker. So last year, his average time until his average drop back was 2.9 seconds, which doesn't seem like that long, but was the 6th longest in the NFL. So Brock, compared to his peers, he was holding on to it. I guess my question is, what's going to change if the people around him or the talent level is not really that much higher?
No,
Brandon Ayuk, and I know people don't really like him.
I do.
Well, I know you do, like everybody. But he's your best wide receiver when he's healthy. Now, he might not be a $30 million guy, but he's your best wide receiver. He's not going to be there. And this season, he might not be himself because of his knee injury.
But he's not, Evan, real quick, he's not your best target, though.
What do you mean?
Like Kittle's their best target.
Well, Ayuk cut more balls than him in 23. He's going to get more passes thrown to him because he's the number one wide receiver they have.
Yeah, but my point is right now, that's what you could count on is George Kittle. And again, I believe that stat goes to guys weren't getting open, and that's why you have no room for error, no margin of error to play around with Jauan Jennings. And I'm not saying Jennings is Jerry Rice, but Evan, if you look at this receiver core today, he lightweight is Jerry Rice compared to what you have and what you're banking on Ricky Pearsall doing in week 1.
And I guess that's where we differ. And the question I have is, how much do you put on Brock Purdy for last season? And is it influencing the way that you expect him to bounce back this year? Or want the offense to look this season? How much is on Brock Purdy? Because I don't want to dig into some more details from this piece about some of the things that Brock and his agent honestly were looking at in regards to the negotiation, because I think it reveals a little bit about how he sees himself, what he believes is important, and maybe also where he kind of stands in the league with his peers. But, Goo, he can only do so much, and he's not Superman. He's. I don't think he is, and I don't expect him to transform into one. I think he's very good.
What has he been when they were going to the Super Bowl and the NFC Championship? Still not Superman? Because I think he was Superman.
I don't think he was Superman.
Of just doing what Kyle asked. But I believe, again, I'm not taking anything away from Brock. He earned that bread. But he had so many luxuries around him, Evan, that it made it easier. Yeah, and last year was the first time that 2.9, that's telling. And I don't think it's because Brock forgot how to get rid of the ball, surveying the field like, I ain't got the options. It ain't as easy as it was in years past.
Well, yeah, there's a lot more moving parts when your offensive line is breaking down. You can't run the ball with an effectiveness like the year before. Guys aren't as wide open as they used to be. There's tighter windows. You're playing from behind this. There's so much more that Brock Purdy has to deal with. So I think he's going to be better this year. But to just expect him to leap back into that elite level that he was commanding the offense with 2 years ago, those days are done. He got paid, and that came at a price.
And Evan, I know we're up against it. That's why I'm a little. You can sense the trepidation of, are we so sure he's going to be better or have better results because the things around him not are eroding, but have so many question marks?
I think he will. But we can talk about it more on the other side because we got to hit a break here. Right. That segment was brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires. battery, and fluids. Before you head down the coast or even over the Golden Gate, visit BarriaOilChange.com. Giddings in for Steinmetz with Guru. Back after this.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
Bay Area, you know there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
With locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, you can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Like, are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Jasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings!
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Cool people, good times. It's the Good Guys 38th West Coast National, happening all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Check out over 3,500 classes, an earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest, tire-smoking burnout competition, Good Guys autocross racing competition, plus an indoor car show celebrating 70 years of the Tri-5 Chevy and more. Happening all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-334-1155. 800-334-1155. Again, that's 800-334-1155.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing,
T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Some sun, some clouds for San Francisco, going up to 75.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Jennings in for Matt Steinmetz with Dale the Guru Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Talking about some of the challenges that Brock Purdy is going to have to deal with this season. And I think the most glaring position is it's obviously wide receiver, and we could just come out and say it. Put it right on the table, if you will.
Brought to you by Atco. Look, you got it.
Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Their wide receiver room is a mess. It's a mess until guys get healthy. And even if Jauan Jennings and the Niners figure something out, this is not a group that I'm looking at as, wow, I can't wait to go watch these wide receivers on Sunday. To me, they got questions.
No, they do, and I'll say this to that, and it's what you've done at Steinmetz's house is you house sit. If you clean it up, what you can clean up a big part of that mess, is get this thing rectified with Jauan, 3rd and Jauan. I mean, it is kind of funny, Evan. Normally we kind of get a dollar figure, but because this is not, the Brandon Ayuk situation or Jamar Chase or CeeDee Lamb, I mean, it's been quiet on the set in regard to what he could be asking for or keeping them apart. But I'm just telling you this, and I want your NFC West. I was saving this for you. If you could give me your quarterback rankings in the NFC West and see if we are on the same page. But before you do that, Evan, how far you think they're apart, man? You cannot, that's why I feel like Jauan's got leverage, because you don't want to go into this season where Brock naturally is going to, you're asking him to do more. It happens. He won't be the only quarterback in that situation. I'm not saying he's not capable at all, but I think that alone would get Jauan some extra chicken.
Well, which answer do you want? Do you want me to answer the one about Jauan, or do you want me to answer the one about Purdy?
Give me Jauan and then your rankings.
How much leverage does he have? I think he's got some.
It ain't working yet.
Well, I don't think he has much. So you look at Jauan, and I think most people do, as from what I'm hearing, you're looking at Jauan Jennings like he is essential to this offense.
No, to Brock Purdy.
Well, and to me, that's because of the absence of talent. There's not a ton of talent in that wide receiver room right now. Ricky Pearsall is probably the only guy.
And I'm excited about him.
Yeah, no, I am too. I think he's going to be good this year. But
might draft him in fantasy.
If you can get him. But outside of that, there's really not much there. So what's the saying? The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Just because Jauan Jennings is essential to this room does not make him essential as a great wide receiver. I don't look at Jauan Jennings as a guy who has proven that he deserves to be paid right now.
Wow, I'll say this to that. You traded Debo, and you didn't foresee this happening or you being this light in regard to what's going on with your receivers. Brandon Ayuk is hurt. Just that alone, doesn't that give Jauan some leverage?
Well,
Ayuk not being
does.
back in week 6, and I know, is he going to be Ayuk when he gets back? But we'll be proactive. Okay, it's week 6. He's out 6 weeks. So that alone makes me think Jauan's playing the right card. And then also, too, with that, Debo being gone and Ayuk being hurt.
No, he is playing the right card. Jauan Jennings, this might be his only opportunity to get a significant pay raise, because on most teams, he's not a number 1 or number 2 type of receiver. But because the Niners have injuries, because they have young guys, because they have questions, and they need Brock Purdy with something on the outside,
right?
He's like, yeah, pay me. He's not getting that money anywhere else. That's why he has to try and get it with the Niners. And he's not going to step on that field if indeed he's hurt or he's less than 100% without that money, because I think that would be unwise. But here's Greg Cosell from yesterday with Willard Dibs talking about, Jauan Jennings and his place with the San Francisco 49ers.
He is vital to what they do, but what it begs the question, and you're seeing it, for instance, in Washington with Terry McLaurin, who's obviously got a bigger track record than Jennings, but the question is, how important is a receiver to his team versus where does he stand in the group of receivers in the league? Jennings, to me, is very important to the Niners, but I don't think anybody's going to say that he's a top 5 receiver in the league.
I mean, perfect.
Well, I don't think anybody is, but I also don't think he's a top 10 receiver in the league. I don't think he's a top 15 receiver in the league.
And that shouldn't come into play unless he would be ridiculously asking for that type of bread. And it goes to my old saying that you, Steiny, have fun with, worry about what's going on in your own house, right, Evan? And I get that. That was well said. We know he's not in the realm of the top tier guys, but to you or to the Niners right now, currently, with what's going on and what's not going on and who's not available, I feel like that should aid him in regard to getting this pay raise.
Well, you want to pay him because there's nothing that they have, but yes, that gives him leverage, but that doesn't mean that I have to pay him. The Niners having a lack of wide receivers, that's their issue. That doesn't mean that they should just give out contracts to guys because they're the only ones who are on the field.
Yeah. And to your point, Evan, it's going against what I'm saying, but the bottom line is you seem like that's what the Niner brass is saying right now today because he is not out there.
Well, I think that's why they're in a stalemate on August 21st. And I think that if this continues to move in that direction, Jauan Jennings he's going to risk missing games.
Oh, man.
And then who's hurt? Because then no side wins. The Niners miss out on having a good wide receiver, one that they like and is important to what they do. And Jauan Jennings is going to miss a game check.
And again, I'm no doctor. I know everybody's throwing out, and Kyle has the Week 6 return of Ayuk. But what's he going to be? I mean, that was a harsh injuries that what happened to him. So you just think about the Geico behind that. If there was some, rough patch or time for him to get reacclimated back to being the best version of himself, that alone, Evan, would, again, on my Jauan Jennings meter, that would be some more money I would give Jauan. But if it's not something ridiculous, I just think for the Niners to be a playoff team, they can ill afford to play around. You're already, without Ayuk for 6 weeks. And then if
at least
there we go. And that's what that at least is scary in itself. But man, maybe one more game, right? They play, what is it, Saturday against the Chargers, week off, and then bam, you're in Seattle. And you want him out there. You want him a part of the game plan. Not this Bosa stuff where, you do it that weekend, but we'll see, Evan. I just think they're playing with fire. And when I say they, I love how you just put it, the San Francisco 49ers. Them.
Well, that's it. That's what it's about. It's about the team. And you asked me about the division, so I'll throw this at you. Without Jauan Jennings, where do you have the Niners' weaponry? That was something we talked about all the time when Brock Purdy took over during the middle of 2022 and then in 2023, because their weapons were, to me, second to none. Maybe in 22, maybe it was 22. We talked about Philly having, similar kind of weapons because they had 2 really good wide receivers.
I was yelling
Niners
94 Niners, yeah.
Yeah, but once McCaffrey got here, it was just overkill.
Yeah, okay.
But in the division, just the division, I'm not saying the NFL, you look at what the Rams have, what the Seahawks have, and what the Cardinals have.
Cooper Kupp.
Without Jauan Jennings, where do the Niners' weapons rank for you?
Am I including Ayuk or not?
Well, no, he ain't available.
Man. Evan, Arizona's got some dogs.
I know.
Evan, I would like, McCaffrey and Kittle are big dogs, so I gotta put respect on their name. But you said without Jennings.
I think even with Jennings.
Ooh, man, he third?
No, I was going to say they're below the Cardinals.
Man.
Or the Seahawks might be third. I mean, the Cardinals quietly.
You don't got to tell me.
You look at Harrison, you look at Trey McBride, who's a really good pass-catching tight end.
But no MVP
James
candidate
Conner,
like McCaffrey can be if he's right.
If he's right. No, I mean, well, the best talent of the bunch is George Kittle. I mean, he's the best tight end in football. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, the Rams picked up Devontae Adams this offseason.
That's crazy.
That offense, when it's humming, is tough to top. To me, they're number one. And then from there, you're looking at maybe a three-way tie. That's why I think the division is full of parity. But
I ain't mad at the
certainly
tie.
without Jauan Jennings, and even with them, I don't know if I'm putting the Niners in the top two in the NFC West.
I mean, Evan, that could be a problem.
Kenneth Walker's a really good running back. Yeah. James Conner just had 1,500 scrimmage yards last year.
And they ran all 200-plus on you last year.
Kyron Williams is a good young running back. Not that any of them are better than Christian McCaffrey when he's healthy, but I don't know if Christian's still, able to play at that level.
And that's a big part of all this too. Is I'm assuming, and what your dad said about people that assume, Evan. But for the sake of this exercise and the Niners making the playoffs, Christian McCaffrey has to stay upright. That's just the bottom line. And we won't know. So I'm just, for this sake of this conversation, I'm assuming he will be. But, man, if there's a scenario that repeats or duplicates last year to where he's out 4 to 5 games, I mean, man, that can wreck their season.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. And we're talking about how Brock Purdy's job is going to be a lot harder. And someone on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line said this earlier, and I think it's kind of true. It's not just his job that's going to be harder with the mess that is, I believe, their wide receiver room right now. It's going to make Christian McCaffrey's job a lot harder.
Hello.
And he already faces the majority of the attention anyways. And I know it's not just on the ground. He is also able to do it through the air. But without Ayuk, maybe, even with Jennings and Pearsall, like so much attention is going to be on 23. I think it's going to be harder for him to have, even if he's as healthy as he was 2 years ago, the same kind of season.
No doubt. And it's already starting again with the guys up front that are blocking. We just talked about how great and exceptional Purdy was, and he's dealing with an issue, Evan, that could put week one in doubt. So I know, it's week to week, but, man, just think about that. If he's not ready or he's gimpy or not himself, already your weekend going up on the road against Seattle in that hostile environment.
How important do people think Jauan Jennings is? How much, how much does the leverage matter? But how important is it that the Niners figure out what they're doing with him? If you believe it's an injury, then it's just a calf and they'll figure that out. But at least in the last week, it's kind of just felt like, all right, you've been hurt for a few weeks now, kind of milking this calf thing, and it's all about the money. So how important do people think that he is at 888-957-9570? I think he's important. But I don't look at him as, I don't look at Jauan Jennings as a game changer. And
so,
to me, I'm just not giving him more money at this point until he proves he's willing to miss games, to be honest.
So you're riding it to the end. So scale of 1 to 10, where are you at on how important he is? I'm at an 8.5.
An 8.5?
Yeah.
I would say.
Seriously, I am.
I would say a 6 or a 7. I like he's important, but he's important because you don't have much else. And that,
But that still doesn't lessen that you're important if we need you out there, E.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get by with Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and Ricky Pearsall. That's what I'm trying to do.
Good luck with that.
And I also think that Brock Purdy, this is where, to me, last season was really important for him. Because you're right. You brought this up earlier. That was the first season where Brock had to do everything while stuff was
oh my God,
crumbling around him.
Man, Like the offensive line.
Yeah,
pocket collapsing early.
He was a firefighter, and fires are going up left and right, and he's got to put them out. Okay, so now he's had that experience. So this year, where I think similar things are going to happen, but you have your left tackle back, you have your running back, you still have your tight end, and maybe an emerging young wide receiver. Okay, you should be better. But how much better? Like, how much more can he extract out of this offense? That's, to me, the biggest question that Brock Purdy has to answer. And I think he's going to have a better year than last year because all these different things went wrong. But, is this offensive line going to hold up?
I don't have...
Are they going to run the football with more effectiveness? I personally want to see what Brock Purdy looks like with Ricky Pearsall as his number one. And maybe the Niners do too, because this year is not a year where I think they're looking at it, or at least they've invested in financially, where they think that they're a Super Bowl contender. To me, this is like, I don't want to make light of it, but a lot of people, I think, I'm looking at the Niners this year as like an evaluation of how good Brock can be when things aren't right around him, an evaluation of a young defense and how many players we got on that side of the ball, and then what do we need to do from there?
Man, Evan, it sounds like you're describing to me a harsh reality if it didn't go as well as you want it to go. But I got to defend Jauan in this instance. I get what you're saying, Evan. He's not Randy Moss or Jerry Rice. But what has he illustrated, even when he wasn't the one here, is on third and whatever, that's when I excel. And Brock Purdy could look for me, and I could go up, traffic, no traffic, and make those catches. So all I'm saying to you, Evan, is just be careful what you wish for, because you're not saying you want it to happen and see the Niners take the field without them, but just be careful on something I believe Jauan has excelled at. I won't dare say master, but sometimes it feels like that you have that security blanket for Brock Purdy, and now it's 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, 3rd and long, and Ricky Pearsall, I'm excited, and Jauan's not out there. I think that's like gut-wrenching in regard to how different or more difficult it'll be for Brock and the Niner offense to convert that 3rd down without him.
And I think they're kind of paying him to be all right with that.
Paying Purdy.
Well, I mean, when you pay a quarterback, I think you understand that there's going to be less around him, but there's also going to be a lot of moving parts. Some years, some receivers are going to be there. You're not just going to have for 5 years the same set of guys. And who knows?
We see that with Mahomes every year.
We might find out that this is Jauan Jennings' last season as a 49er.
Man.
I don't know.
And I'll say this to that. Ayuk wasn't a choice. You paid him. He got hurt. Debo was a choice. You decided to trade him. And, Evan, I'm being real. I think the mindset behind trading Debo was they thought Jennings could pick up that slack and they could keep it moving and be lethal without Debo. But the fact that the Niners are at a point, which it looks like today, to where you're undecided or you don't know or you don't want to pay Jennings, I think that really has ramifications on how good this offense can be. Like, I feel comfortable in saying that.
Well, wait, what?
You traded Debo thinking you were going to get something from Jennings. So for you to scoff, not that you're scoffing at Jennings like you can keep it moving without him, I'm just saying be careful with that mindset. Because I don't,
they're better with him, but I'm not looking at Jauan Jennings like this team is going to fall off a cliff on offense if he's not out there.
But are they going to be better? It sounds like you're saying like it's not a big deal.
I don't think it's a massive deal. I think that's why the Niners haven't paid him yet, or have.
Well, let's make. All right, you asked me for a bet earlier. Let's do one now. I believe he will be on the field week 1 if healthy, because this will be rectified.
I'll take that bet.
Okay,
I'll take that bet.
Right.
Yeah,
and I know you want to see him out there, but.
Well, yeah, I do. I just think
you could be right. And they feel like they do. We're not caving.
As having a reason to pay. I understand why he's not out there on the practice field, and I also understand why the Niners have no urgency to give him a new deal.
And Evan, I'm just because I want to know in the grand scheme of things. Then, because only time will tell. What's that mean? Will he be out there week 1, or it's like, will he cave?
I don't know yet. I mean, we'll find out.
Right.
But he's not going to be on the field this weekend when they play the Chargers.
Yeah.
I know that. 888-957-9570. We're talking about the importance of Jauan Jennings. If you feel like he is, how important is he? I don't think he's important enough for the Niners right now to give him a pay raise. I don't. Let's go to Max, who's in Alameda. Max, how we doing? What's going on, man? How are you?
Great, fellas. You guys are doing a great job. I was thinking about the Niners this year, and basically when I watched preseason 2 years ago, it was Sam Darnold versus Brock Purdy. And, the Niners were so set on starting Brock Purdy. But when I was watching the preseason, and this is the practices, I was saying, wow, Sam Darnold, him and Ayuk look great together. They can't be stopped. Look at the angle. He's on Ayuk's fingertip. Ayuk doesn't have to break stride. He's catching the ball going left in between the numbers. And I told myself, if I was the Niners, I would start Sam Darnold because of his height. His height is what makes him better than Purdy, not his talent or anything else. It's his height because he can see over the line. And that's why he can hit Ayuk every time in stride and not miss him. And Ayuk doesn't have to spin around or make a great catch or stop and he's just gone. His speed, and he can see the field, and now he's taking it the other way. So if you got Brock Purdy and he's shorter, he can't see over the line. To hit Ayuk, he has to come around. Those angles are more acute. They're much sharper. So I think Seattle's going to do really well with Darnold this year. I think they'll come in second, hopefully first. I mean, because we don't want the Rams to win, and I think the Niners are in big, big trouble with their defense because to stop Darnold, that's a tall task for the Niners because of their defense and because he is so tall. Even with a good pass rush, he's still going to beat you. He's still going to hurt you. And what are the Niners going to do? They've got Brock Purdy all year. They're going to go in. They're going to get into the field goal range, and they're only going to get 3 every time, and they're going to fall deeper and deeper behind. I think 5 wins would be a big, big success for the Niners this year. And you guys are doing a great job, and we'll see you guys later. And get rid of Buster Posey so the Giants can win. Thank you. Bye.
Damn, Max.
That was scripted, right?
Comedy seller.
No, there you go.
Is that a sentence that's ever been said before?
Come on.
What? Which one?
Get rid of Buster Posey so the Giants can win.
It's a little too early for that. Come on.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, that was the punchline material. And Darnold. It is funny that
size matters, Gil.
Yeah, well, I've heard that my whole life. But I'll tell you this, Evan. It's so funny that he talked about the quarterback competition that wasn't, but Darnold was here, and now he goes to Minnesota out of nowhere. They have success. I don't know what you had Minnesota doing last year, but they were one of my surprise teams. But now he's in your division, quarterbacking the Seahawks for Mr. McDonald, your head coach. But
I don't remember you having the Vikings as one of your surprise teams last year.
No, I'm saying I don't know if you had them. I didn't.
Oh, no, I
that's
didn't.
what
I don't think many people did.
You called me out. I did not see that.
I don't remember a lot of people talking about them, and they won 14 games.
That's incredible, man. So I'm just saying, I'm looking at this schedule, and that was one of the byproducts of, the Niners got it easy. They got a laughable schedule, but, man, you never know until you play these games. But, Evan, I know we'll agree to disagree on Jennings and his importance, but – man, I just wish if I had a magic wand right now, a crystal ball, how much they are how far apart money-wise they are.
This is from the 480, from one of our favorites, Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. I'd rather see Jauan not play and no, sorry, my bad. I think Jauan is important, but if he's asking for top receiver money, the team has to take the salary cap into account. He's not a top 10 receiver. If you overpay him, and he ends up hurt, you're not doing the team any good. That's from Lori in Phoenix. That's kind of how I feel.
Yeah. He's definitely not top 10.
I don't look at him as a priority because if he was for the Niners, I think they would have done it already. They had 3 priorities this offseason. Brock Purdy, Fred Warner, and George Kittle. I don't think that Jauan Jennings is a priority for them.
Okay. I'll say this, and I kind of said it, a few minutes ago. Evan, do you think they make the Debo trade like they did if they would have thought that they would have this type of friction with Jauan Jennings? I think they made that trade thinking, we got Jauan. We can lean on him. He'll pick up that slack.
I think they made that trade completely independent of Jauan Jennings. To me, that was 100% just about Debo Samuel and the fact that he was not worth what they were paying him. All right, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. How important is Jauan Jennings to you? Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing $5 deals for members. $5 for deli specials like Chicken Tenders Original or Nashville Hot, JoJo Potato Wedges, and more. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you or a loved one are in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of the Floor Store. Labor Day is the last sale of the summer, but this one is our biggest sale of the year. Now through September 2nd, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's Labor Day sale. Don't let the sun set on this one. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 10 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center in San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Goo, I love you. You're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get with Goo.
But I got to tell you, you are the man. You are a box of peanut brittle.
Jauan Jennings.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Let me tell you what my new name is. Jauan Jennings. Trade me or pay me. Why did that make me miss him, Evan?
He'll be back soon.
Yeah. Well, you got pictures of himself and his family at the house? Like, are the pictures of Steiny around the cribbo?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've seen them.
It's his house
I got you.
that he raised his daughters in. So there's pictures of young Steiny.
Come on, good.
He looks a lot happier.
Yeah.
I don't know if they are, what, actually, I've been looking for a photo in his house.
Uh-oh, snooping.
Where he's on his tippy toes.
Dude, he's kind of gotten away from it here lately. That's
whack. His calling card. Whenever he takes a picture with, you guys are out at Warriors games and all this stuff on remote broadcast, he's always on his tippy toes.
And not that funny, buddy. Yeah, you can't do that.
You can't do that.
You just
you're
can't.
cooking the books.
And then he got mad at me for finessing the score and pickup. But you're taking pictures like you're. Come on.
Well, that's equally as bad.
Yeah,
I would say you both are culpable.
Yeah.
All right, good. I think I was a little too hard. I was a little too hard in the last segment.
I know you were.
I'm trying to prove a point. Yeah. And you're here and Steiny's not. That's another important part about this Thursday.
But Kim, real quick.
What?
We had a shift change.
What do you mean?
Kenny comes in before even, hey, Guru, how you doing? Evan, you were on fire in the 11 o'clock hour. You don't have to brown nose, Kenny.
It's a compliment.
But then what are you saying about me if you don't say anything? Then no kudos. Like, hey, I'm not that guy.
Means you got to dig in more.
Fire in the 11 o'clock hour.
Stand on business.
Just say hello.
Listen, just because I gave someone a compliment doesn't mean I don't compliment you.
Plus,
I hate brown nosers.
You got a compliment. Grandy texted you and said, stand your ground, Goo.
Oh, he agreed. I thought you talked about Melvin in the arm. That really made my day.
Melvin in the arm.
Me throwing out the first pitch. You can play it again if you want, Risotto, but if you still got it. But...
I thought it was about something about Bochy or whatever.
No,
just how bad the Giants
it's about
are.
the arm. Evan, your boy, I was menacing on the mound, man.
If
somebody would have taught me another pitch outside of the fastball.
Nobody taught you another pitch?
No.
Are you Billy Koch? Just put down the old number one.
Straight heat. Science wasn't where analytics weren't around.
I still can't believe you're going to fire a guy that gave you the greatest compliment of your life. What's up, Ken?
I was just going to say, you know who's a football guy? Guru. That's a football guy right there.
But quietly, I found out I don't want that.
Now you've come to that realization.
Well, you beat me over the head with it. I don't want that. I don't want that club,
We're
Kenny.
talking off the air. It's neither good nor bad. Some things can be down the middle.
Good. Yeah, he wanted to. I told him he wasn't.
Yeah, he wants to be one, and that's fine. Usually, people that want to be things are not those things. That's why they want to be them.
Yeah, Evan, I'm doing something. Could get. No, why would I can't. We all are rooting for the great Greg Papa. We are. And have you heard anything new on the softball game between us and the rival?
No, I haven't. Other than people want me to hit leadoff. That's all. I've heard about where my position is and what they want me to do. I haven't agreed to it yet, although I think it's a great idea. But no, I haven't heard any updates on it.
I'm hoping that happens. It's for a great cause, and it'll be a lot of fun, man. So many different ways. And get better, Papa.
Yeah, 100%.
No, I'm batting fourth.
It's not about us.
Positive, just put me in the floor.
It's about raising money for a great cause.
No doubt.
In the name
you are right.
of a legendary broadcaster. All right, let's go to Fleet, who's in Oakland. Fleet, get us started here in this segment. What's up, man? How we doing?
What's going on? What's going on, guys?
Man, long time no hear, man.
Man, you know, after the Warriors, I got on, man. I said, you know what, I'm tired.
That's fair.
Steph Curry pulled that cap. I said, it's over. I can't call until the season starts back.
Right.
I've been listening, though.
We appreciate it, Fleet. What do you got?
He's the man.
Yeah, I want to say, Jauan Jennings will be playing the first or the second game. You guys know, these guys spend up all their money during the off season. I know it sounds funny, but as soon as he missed that first check, he'd be back.
Right, so there you go.
You know, I love the banter about Jauan Jennings not coming back, but let's just keep it on some basic stuff. Most of them guys spend all their money during the season, and he ain't made enough money in his career. He made a lot of money compared to regular folks, but them dudes' spending habits will have them playing football for 30 years if they could. So he'd be back for the first game.
There it is.
I got you, Fleet. I'm kind of with him.
Finances.
And back not with a new contract.
Do you feel like you've been hard on forget what you rank them as the one, 2, or 3?
I've been hard on the Niners. I was trying to prove a point. The more I think about it, and the more I was looking down the other teams' rosters, I don't think the Niners have the worst weapons in the division.
Okay, I'm with you.
But to me, it's arguable to have them third.
But if Purdy is
the Rams are number one. It's
no doubt about it. They just got filthy with that Adams signing. I mean, man, I'll just say, Evan, we got to put some respect on his name on Jauan Jennings, especially if we all agree. And you talked about that article that was written about Purdy doing more. How can you ask him to do more? Okay, again, I'm not telling you Jauan Jennings is Devontae Adams, but to the Niners, quietly, he's that important because Brock's going to have to do more. And Evan, for him to be successful at doing that, you can't take away his security blanket. And that's what Jauan has been. Playoffs, regular season. So I think this is the most important season for both of those guys, Jauan himself and Brock Purdy, just from the standpoint of, hey, I understand it. You can't drive a Rolls Royce all day long. Now you're putting me in something lesser, and I got to do more. I got to drive it a little more. And how can I do that effectively if you take 15 away from me?
Well, it's not like I'm taking away for the entire season. It's just, and at this point, I think he is going to be behind the 8 ball a bit. I mean, he hasn't practiced for a few weeks now.
And I don't like that either. Go ahead, though. You are right.
And we saw last year what happened with Brandon Ayuk when he didn't go to training camp.
Hello?
And he was healthy. It wasn't like he wasn't working out.
And the Bosa year that he did it, and his mom called the Bonte
down year.
She said he was eating breakfast and all that. Had to his standards are down. I don't like it.
I 100% believe that this negotiation or injury or I don't know, staring match the Niners are having with Jauan Jennings is going to impact his season. I do.
But because he, let's just say at best, is a third receiver, this doesn't constitute drama like the Niners have done in the past because we're not talking about I'll go acting. We both love movies. An A-lister.
Yeah, we're talking about but he's a supporting actor.
Yeah, they count. They matter.
But that's the thing.
They get awards.
Me, I don't know if he's nominated. You know, I don't know if he's at the podium.
Well, in my book, he is, Evan. In my academy, we are giving him that. Like, dude is good, man. And because of who's hurt, who you got out of here, and what you're trying to be better than, and that's last year collectively, offensively, you need him. And you know, Evan, if I get to the caddy and I get to Norm's and I call you or the report comes out that he's asking for 25 or something to 20, then I'm like, okay, you're tripping. But to Fleet's point, I do wonder if the Niners play this game of chicken and then he starts missing chicken or going to miss chicken, does 15 show back up? Like, and even tell his agent, hey, we tried to the end.
Well, that's why guys generally don't hold out. It's the one sport where if you don't show up, you don't get paid. It's not guaranteed. If Jauan Jennings is not in Seattle in week 1, he's not collecting a game check.
Yeah, no doubt.
We'll see how much you want to hold out.
But you have said you agree what card he's trying to play.
Yeah.
Being at his age.
Again, if his goal is to get a new deal, he should not step on the practice field because he risks injuring himself further or worse. And at that point, then it's really off the table.
Yeah.
Let's go to David, who's in San Jose. 888-957-9570 is the number. Gettings in for Steinmetz with Guru. David, what's up, man? How we doing?
Hey, man. Guru, what's up, fellas? How you doing today?
Hey.
Chilling. What do you got?
All right, I got a couple things. First, let's go back 2 callers. A Raider fan hating on the Niners and the Giants. He's just mad because the Raiders lost their Super Bowl last Saturday to us.
Oh, look at it.
Their Super Bowl.
You know what I mean? Yeah, trying to say get rid of Posey. Get out of here, man. Troll. Anyways, as far as it comes to the 49ers, man, that's the team right there. But I think they learned from Ayuk, bro, and they learned the hard way. And I like Ayuk, but we should have never signed him. We all know that for that money. What it is this offense is built on scheme, running the ball, play action. And so unless you have a 1A, 1B running back receiver that's holding out to get paid or that you want to bring in to pay that money, like a McCaffrey at the running back position or like a Jay Jetta at the wide receiver, I ain't paying no wide receiver again. I'm not paying any running back for this system. I'm drafting them. Shanahan's system is built on undrafted free agent running backs or low-round free agent running backs coming in and dominating. It's been built. It's plain and simple. It's fact. Wide receivers, though, it's a new era, man. They are overpaid. But if you look at it, that draft past few years, they don't need time to adapt. Maybe to Shanahan's offense, but throughout the league, and he's had a pretty good track record, first 2 rounds, getting those receivers, having them come in year 1 and 2 and putting up numbers. So, I mean, he just has to stay away from draft receivers in rounds 3 and 4. But, as far as this year, man, I'm telling you right now, we just got to win the division. We ain't the level we used to be, but, our division's weak. And so as long as our defense comes out strong, I remember in 2019, our best receiver wasn't on the roster until week 12 with Emmanuel Sanders. So, I mean, this team is built by scheme. And let me ask you guys this. Who's going to be our number 1 receiver this year?
I think it's going to be Ricky Pearsall.
It's going to be George Kittle. Who's going to be our second leading receiver this year?
I'm going Jennings.
McCaffrey.
It's going to be McCaffrey. Yeah, see? So, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, he can hold out all he wants, but lesson learned from Ayuk, general manager all the way up. Don't ever pay a wide receiver again unless they're 1A. And the only reason we paid McCaffrey, he's 1A, 1B, man. He's that guy. So I appreciate you guys taking my call, man.
Thanks, David.
Yeah, I just remember you and I at the Giants-Pirate game, and Trey Lance was throwing, bombs to Danny Gray. How did that work out? Pettis didn't work out. Jacob Cowan, he's injured. Trent Taylor, and I'm just asking you, Evan, because Dibs texted us, and he said, this is his view on it. He just said Jennings is hurt. But Dibs, that's kind of the finesse and fussle of this all. If they appreciate Jauan and know how important he is, hurt or not, this deal, the stalemate would be done. They would know he's going to be healthy, so it shouldn't be contingent on him if he can go or not, Evan. So that's why you've been playing sound all week of Kyle, sounding lightweight, irritated that, okay, it first started, oh, I didn't want to trade. Okay, that went away, but you didn't show up. Then you showed up. You're not practicing. So I would say to Dibs, as I'm saying to him now as he's listening, Evan, the bottom line is I don't care what his status is. If they know that they need him, hurt or not hurt, this thing should have been done if it's not about him asking for more bread.
I mean, any player, not just Jauan or anyone, but people need to practice. They need to get ready to get play an NFL season, or you end up getting hurt. So hopefully he can get his health back so he can get out there and start practicing. Just running routes, doing things like that. Same thing for Upton. Not many people can get through that stuff without practicing. We had it a little with Bosa 1 year, a little bit with Trent, some different positions, but it's always a huge challenge.
That last part to me is how I feel like Kyle Shanahan knows this is wink, wink about what's going on behind the scenes, because...
You hear that, Dibs?
Well, at first he said, all right, guys need to practice, and Jauan's hurt. And so we want to get him back on the field.
That's great.
That's a 4.
Yeah.
But then he compared it to Bosa's situation.
That he did.
And he compared it to Trent's situation.
Yes, he did.
Those players were both holding out for money.
Yeah.
Now, Jauan is obviously,
something's going
behind
on
this calf issue.
Right.
And I do believe that he's hurt. But I think if he had a new deal, he would be out there at least trying to give it a go.
I'm with you.
But he shouldn't do that, because if he injures it more, then it's going to be really hard for him to get a pay raise.
Yeah, and, it was hard to decipher on text. But on top of that, if I deem that my team views me as a commodity, is a big component of this year's team, me being hurt or not, Evan, shouldn't stop. Okay, well, it sounds like Lynch. Remember last year I told you, and Steiny kept harping on it, that after the negotiations with Ayuk, and I felt like this was I hated hearing it, that the Niners were tired. I think Kawakami wrote something to this effect, Evan, that Kawakami said that the Niners were tired of getting pushed around in negotiations. Well, I don't want to hear that after the fact. You kind of caved, but if that's how you felt with your chest out, we're not going to get pushed around by any more players in negotiations, and you caved to Ayuk. I didn't like hearing that, and Steiny was like, basically, beware for the next guy up, and it looks like the next guy up is a different caliber of player, Jennings. But, Evan, I'm just fixated right now on if he's hurt or not. Is it that they want him, they don't want to give him a new deal with the year left, so it ain't even about the dollar figure? Or is it, yeah, you got a gimpy calf, that's going to hold, we'll wait till you get whole, and then we'll give you the money? Because I thought when you're in love, you assume that the calf's going to get better, and you'll be out there week 1. So let's go ahead and get this little contract, rip it up and get it out the way and get you your new bread, and then you hit the ground running. What am I missing?
No, I think it's all of that. And I think that Jauan's trying to get paid now, and the Niners probably want to wait to see if he's still got the goods, or maybe Ricky Pearsall could be his replacement. And maybe that's someone they're thinking about being a part of their franchise, and they're going to have to book out some money for. And so, Jauan might be a part of this team, might not be a part of next year's team. I think that they're like in an evaluation stage of whatever their window is. They don't know who's going to be on the squad. Like, they're playing this year to year right now, and I think they got their books in order this offseason by, I think the number was like 20 players from last year's team that are not on this year's team. A lot of big names, but 20.
Greenlaw.
You paid your quarterback, you paid your middle linebacker, you paid your tight end. To our last caller's point, all of those players are A-list players. Jauan Jennings is not an A-list player, so he doesn't factor into that. And I think that's a big reason why he doesn't have a contract and why he is not on the practice field.
I'm going to die on this hill to that point, but he does, to me, factor in if the Niners are going to make the playoffs and have a successful season, and if this offense is going to move with fluidity, he's got to be a part of it.
Well, he definitely makes them better. I guess the question is how much. All right, this is from the 510 from our guy Zucci Main. So, Evan, you're saying Jauan is the Paul Walker in Fast and Furious to the Niners.
Rest in peace. He was great.
Rest in peace. No, I'm saying he's like the Tyrese Gibson. Like Paul Walker is
the star.
He
was the man.
He's essential.
Yeah.
God rest his soul. Every single movie Dom Toretto is in, Paul Walker's in.
Gotcha.
Gibson missed a couple. I'm just saying, like the movies are better when he's in it, but he's not one of the main guys. That's what I'm saying. He's Tyrese. How about that?
Give me this, though.
Yeah.
You texted me yesterday, and we had some fun with it. The signing or the trade of Skyy Moore, shout out Roger Moore, the only James Bond, signals to you what about the wide receiver
Sean
room?
Connery. Signals what about the wide receiver room?
Yeah, this trade.
That it's like my refrigerator at the end of my birthday party the other night. It's bare. There's nothing left.
And the Jauan Jennings meter, if you had it right in the middle, did it go over to closer getting signing because of this or less?
I don't think it moved at all.
See, and man,
I don't think it moved 1 inch. I don't think it gave Jauan more leverage than he already had, and I don't think it made the Niners any more urgent. Like, they didn't trade for Skyy Moore to put more pressure on Jauan Jennings. They traded for Skyy Moore because they need a wide receiver.
Yeah, and the Chiefs said night-night.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Let's get to Jonathan, who's on his way to work.
Oh,
What shift are you working, John? What's up, man?
Hey, good afternoon, boys. The swing shift.
Yeah.
So not
a boy.
all the chicken, but a little more chicken than normal. You know what I mean? But
Nice.
I'm a dad, so I gotta meet him in the halfway. So swing shift it is. Anyway, Goo, you're gonna die on that hill, brother, alone. I know you like Jauan. Trust me, I get it. We all like Jauan, but we don't have to love Jauan yet because he hasn't really given me anything to love. The next thing I'm wondering is Jauan going to show up to practice in the wrong color shorts? I mean, this guy's trying to take everything out of Ayuk's book, but Ayuk's he's not even written the second book on how this might actually bite you in the butt for your career, how people look at you as, a teammate, how they look at you as a professional. And I think right now some of these players are kind of taking advantage. I'll use that word, advantage of the Niners situation. They know they're in disparity mode. And so I think that some of these players kind of talk to each other, and I don't like that. I mean, I'm like you. Go get your chicken. I'm from the Bay. You got to get your chicken. However, you don't got to do your brother dirty, to get it. And I think what happened with Brandon and the holding out, that's not teammate stuff. So anyway, guys, I think that we have our answer. Like you said, we got Ricky. And that's a 4 on the comparison of Tyrese Gibson to Jauan because, again, dude, he hasn't done that star role yet. And again, I think that we got to calm down because Brandon's going to come back this season. So if we spend all of our money, which we have in the A stars that caller mentioned, we spent that money. We just, unfortunately, the wide receiver game, it's not the shiny answer we got to solve right now, Goo. I think that's going to work itself out, brother. But again, maybe Jauan will turn up. Hey, Goo, we could be wrong, brother. You could be all right.
It happens.
And you know what I mean? Jauan goes off.
I got you, baby.
I think then you can get your chicken and hold out. But other than that, guys, I appreciate you guys. Thank you. You guys are kicking butt, and have a good day.
You too.
Thanks, Jonathan. Enjoyed the shift.
Yeah. I always hated graveyard shit. Why'd they call it graveyard? I thought, can we get a better name than...
Because only the dead are awake.
That there. I could do 20 minutes on it. He just... Come on, let's
I
fix
could do
it, man.
an hour on the graveyard shift.
Zucci Man says your street credit's through the roof knowing Tyrese's last name.
He's a tertiary talent.
Wow, boy.
We just call it like it is.
Said Gibson.
Yeah, Tyrese.
Hey, real quick, speaking of chicken.
He's got a great voice.
You went to a chicken spot in the town. What was the name? You said last night it was a great chicken sandwich you had.
Oh, God. Pasta. What was it?
I forgot. What was it? Hot
Boys.
Hot Boys.
Hot Boys.
Sorry.
You really, Evan, we're rubbing off on you. You're my young Top Gun. You really forgot. And I remember, but I was doing it for the show.
Well, the funny thing is I knew exactly what it was when Pasta asked me this morning what happened, but I just had a blank.
No, I got it.
I had a blank. Yeah,
you
Hot
don't know
Boys.
this. I had one yesterday during the crossover. It's Willard and Dibs did their.
I could kind of
They
tell.
went down their resume. I got.
So did I. It was 2:09, and there was a.
You said something to me. I didn't forget how to talk.
No, there was.
Yeah, but they went black.
A moment of silence, and I'm thinking, do we get out of here 3 minutes early?
Those are my guys.
Willard said, "Oh no, stick around if you want to." It's
Hot Boys, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Hot Boys.
I got to check that out.
Really
man.
good fried chicken
cheese
sandwich.
on it.
No, I'd put some slaw, put some hot sauce. I mean, you can get at different levels of heat.
Okay.
It's kind of like
Ooh,
you ever
that.
have like Nashville hot chicken?
Hello.
Hattie B's or one of the popular ones.
KFC. They have the Nashville there.
It counts.
Yeah.
Count the bucket. Count the bucket.
Right.
But Hot Boys it's like the Nashville hot chicken out here, but I think it's on 12th Street.
Okay. I got to check it out because Chick-fil-A.
Right on the corner. It's really good.
They have a chicken sandwich with cheese pasta. Oh, to die for. I'm not a big chicken sandwich guy, but theirs is. Watch out now.
Is cheese good on a chicken sandwich?
Oh, my God. Is cheese good on any meat?
Well, not ever. You don't put cheese on a steak.
Well, you're right.
Or put cheese on fish.
Yeah, well.
You don't put cheese on veal.
All right.
You don't. There's a lot of things you don't put cheese on.
Yeah. But to the caller's point, where are we at now with this Dibs text? Is he hurt? Or is he holding in? It's
true. Yeah,
is he hurt or what did he say?
You see, Ken got on my ear and said cheesesteaks. That's
Philly. Come on, Goo.
I'm talking about like a real nice cut.
Yeah, ribeye.
You don't ruin it.
Yeah.
With a piece of American cheese.
I got you.
I'm just saying. But you put cheese on everything. I respect that. There's nothing
Your
wrong with that.
favorite cheese, mine pepper jack.
Oh, heck yes.
Gus's is only a block and a half away and is better than Hot Boys. I'm going to have to try that out. I was just in the town last night, met up with a couple people, and needed a chicken sandwich.
I'm going to try it.
All right, go.
Yeah.
We come back on the other side. You asked me a question earlier, and I didn't answer it, but I really want to dig in. And it has to do with the quarterback, and it has to do with the division. Because to me, we've spent a lot of time talking about the Niners. We haven't really dug into just the NFC West. And a caller brought up this idea that it's a weak division.
Oh, he was wrong. I was like, boy.
I'm not so sure.
You better be careful.
I'm not so sure. People are also
you.
coming down my road for cheese. You can put it on anything. I get it. That's fine. God, you get me in hot water.
I don't
me in hot water.
I don't try.
All right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Evan Giddings in with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Matt Steinmetz going to be back next week. And that segment was brought to you by the Honda of Vallejo.
We did see Guru throw out the first pitch here on the last day. No one's asked me about that.
Interest rates as low as 0% APR long-term financing on your next new Honda. Honda of Vallejo's Labor Day sales event going on now. Low interest rates means lower monthly payments. HondaofVallejo.com. 0% APR and only 2025 per launch. To AHMC. Super preferred credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Ends 9/2/2025.
Take your fantasy football draft to the next level with 95.7 The Game and Splash at Thrive City in San Francisco. You and 14 friends could score your own private view lounge. The best seat in the house for game day energy. 2 full hours of draft time with complimentary Wi-Fi, power for your laptops, a loaded draft day food station with non-alcoholic drinks plus a dedicated server. All a $1,500 value. And here's the kicker. Willard and Dibs will be broadcasting live that night, then hanging out with you and your guests after the show. Listen this week for your chance to win. And join us Tuesday, August 26th. Get details at 957thegame.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time home buyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
After my wife passed away, selling my house and moving on felt overwhelming.
At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we help Frank sell his house and start fresh. We take care of everything. No cleaning or repairs, no fees or commissions, no hassle.
Now I'm closer to my family, and I feel great.
Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Febreze.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Jennings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson.
How you think he shot?
I don't care.
He's going to bring it to work. I'm hoping he shot well.
You know what?
Good Steiny is better than bad Steiny.
You know what I feel confident in saying, and I hope he's listening. I've never met somebody who can take a vacation and come back with a bad attitude. I'm dead serious.
No, I've met a lot of people like that. They come back and they're mad that it's over. It's back to reality. You heard of that?
No. But it's not that it's not because you have to go back to work. It's because you didn't have a good vacation.
Oh, come on.
The whole point of a vacation is to have fun.
Remember his trip to Acapulco?
Well,
yeah.
That was for different reasons. No, I'm sure he'll be in a good mood. I'm happy to see him.
We'll see.
I think people are too.
And I can't stand fried okra. Evan.
Fried okra is fire.
Yeah, not to me. They were eating it in Mississippi. I was like, nope.
Dude, it is.
Give me Taco Bell. I'll take that over.
Is it because you can't put cheese on it?
Hey,
you can't put cheese on okra?
Fried okra, what are we doing, Evan? Like that?
Well, okra,
the kids love it.
Okra is good by itself.
Sausage. Yeah.
Anything fried is good.
Yeah.
Name me one thing. Well, I guess you just did. I was going to say, name me one thing that's fried that you don't like. Fried pickles, fried Oreos, fried okra, fried chicken.
No, fried Oreos good. Pickles, I'm not a big fan of.
Even fried?
No.
They're like chips.
Yeah, I'm out.
Onion rings.
Now you talking my language. Yeah, you getting me hungry.
I know. Well, it's a little bit past lunchtime. We're almost in that kind of lunch hour area.
Real quick, D. Lou says my black card revoked. That was for the okra? Why would it be revoked? Fried okra?
Well, I'm not black. I can't revoke your card. Right. I don't have. You're asking the wrong person,
You're
buddy.
not on the committee. I got you.
All right. So, this is kind of where we started the conversation. It was about what Greg Cosell said yesterday with Willard and Dibs.
Yeah.
And I think Granny's in for Dibs today. It was about Brock Purdy and his place on the culpability ladder for last year's 6-11 season. So I'm going to play this, and then I'm going to ask you a question on the heels of it, all right? Here we go.
When it comes to the subtleties and the nuances and the understanding of how to play the position, Brock Purdy is high level. Does he have a rocket arm? No. Is he the most athletic quarterback in the league? No. But he understands intuitively and innately how to play the quarterback position. Look, you guys, I'm sure, have talked ad nauseum going back to last year and probably through the summer about why the Niners were 6-11, and there's many reasons for that. And it's not just Brock Purdy. In fact, he'd probably be one of the least important reasons.
So I'm kind of with Cosell in that regard. I do think that
I love him too.
I mean, it falls on the quarterback's shoulder when you have a bad season. There's no doubt. But I also think that Purdy had to go through something that probably hadn't since maybe early in his collegiate career.
Because he set the bar so high in the pros.
Well, the Niners set the bar really high, and he quarterbacked that team. And I'm not trying to take credit away from him, but those teams of which he orchestrated were unbelievable. And in 1 year, it just 180'd. I mean, the bottom fell out from the 49ers as a team.
He was more erratic, and I saw it, Evan.
Yeah, you said 65, 60% on him. I said close to 30. But looking at this season, because he is going to have to do more, but he'll have pieces back, a lot of playmakers back on the offensive side of the ball. So if we look at the division, you asked me this earlier, and I want to toss it back to you before I give you my answer.
All right.
Where do you think that Brock Purdy ranks in the division among quarterbacks?
Okay, and here we go. First is Matthew Stafford. I've always been in love with him, the mechanics, the arm strength. Shout out Phil Mike. I remember that conversation on the arm strength. But the fact that he came to L.A., delivered the Super Bowl, I don't think a lot of people have a problem. Matt Stafford. But why I'm so enamored and excited to see Brock Purdy is he got this job on the fly and has never looked back and was yards away from winning the Super Bowl. Anyway, I got him 2. So I got Stafford 1, Purdy 2, and Bonte, if you're listening, we are in the disappointment committee club of Kyler Murray. Every time I think he's figured it out, Evan, I see regression and just bad stuff. But the bottom line is Murray's got a lot of talent, I think more than Brock Purdy, but whatever, it hadn't happened yet. Well, this year could change. So I got Kyler Murray at 3, and then it would be Sam Darnold at 4. And Darnold, just real quick about that, Evan, again, you could call me crazy, stupid, it's okay, but I've never seen a metamorphosis like the one he had from seeing Ghost to what he did with Minnesota all the way to the end on those 2 games where it looked like he turned right back into the ghost guy. So I got him 4th.
Yeah, for me, I think Stafford is clearly the top quarterback in the division.
I thought we were going to fight there. Like, how can he? He got a ring, right? I got you.
It's not about rings.
On my metric, it is.
He's a better quarterback. Now,
he is.
One of the reasons they've won a ring is because he's the best quarterback in the division. But you know this with me. It's not all about championships.
Yeah.
We disagree on that. That's fine. Number 2, it is Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is the second best quarterback in his division.
All right.
I don't understand why people are on the heels of last season having doubts about that. Sam Darnold and Kyler Murray are not as good as Brock Purdy. And I'm not as high on Brock as a lot of guys at this station.
Right, wow.
But to me, I don't understand how you could look at this division, the Niners' place in it, Brock Purdy's place in it, and have him any lower than 2. Maybe there's some people who think that he's in a crazy far planet world better than Stafford, but he's, to me, very clearly the second best quarterback in the NFC West.
You've given me, and I heard it, and I mentally wrote it down, but you've given me the opportunity to go Evan on Evan. Now, when you say...
I also have Darnold number 3, and I'd have Kyler 4th.
Wow, Evan. So that's what I was going to say. So it's just about accomplishments then, because Kyler's got all the he can do it all. He's got an arm. He can move.
Well, it's not about accomplishments. Otherwise, he'd be 3rd.
Well,
I mean, Darnold's done less.
But Purdy to have that big of a gap on Murray is what I'm saying. Like athletically, if it were about just the attributes, I got to figure you would take Murray over Brock. I'm asking.
Well, yeah, but then I would take a lot of quarterbacks over Brock that are more physically talented. But what he's able to do with his processor makes him better than those guys.
That's his biggest weapon, man.
I mean, if Kyler Murray is was the number 1 overall pick for a reason. He's incredibly talented.
Yeah, he hadn't lived up to it.
No, not yet.
Close, yeah.
I think he's made the playoffs 1 time. And it isn't as if he hasn't had help around him.
And they had a collapse, too. Remember, they got off to a great start, double digit, and then just lost every game.
That was the year he had DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, no doubt.
That offense sort of fell apart towards the end. From the 415, Evan, put Sam or Kyler Murray on this team and put Brock on the teams around them. What would you say?
Well, then go ahead. You say it because I asked you, but that's back to Kyle then. If you put Dak with Kyle, he's better than what he's been in Dallas. Like, I get that.
Well, I think that Brock Purdy could quarterback both the Seahawks and the Cardinals last year to the records they had. Oh. They might have even been a little bit better. Now, I guess Darnold was different. He was in Minnesota.
What about the Rams?
You get Brock Purdy, Justin Jefferson in a good running game,
Oh, my
though.
gosh. We saw, no doubt.
I don't know. Kevin O'Connell also is an incredible play caller.
God, he looks like our guy, John Lucan.
Lucan? Yeah.
Oh, boy. I hope he ain't listening.
He
But yeah,
probably
my
is.
boy, JL.
I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm off my rocker, but like that it has last year didn't kill my confidence in Brock Purdy.
Mine either.
In respect to the division. I think that I don't look at the NFC West as being weak. I look at it as being really close.
I think Seattle's going to be better.
Well, last year, the Niners had 6 wins, but the Cardinals had 8. The team that won the division had 10.
Just think about that. Wow.
It's a really tight race. And from that standpoint, I would be maybe more of a glass half full on the Niners just because they're, to me, isn't as big of a leap that the Niners have to make than teams in other divisions. I think the NFC North is the best division in the NFC, maybe in football, and the NFC East is the most top-heavy. The NFC South is obviously a little bit different, but to me, the NFC West is going to be the most exciting division to watch, maybe in football this year, because of how close all 4 teams are. The Niners, I think a lot of people are expecting to rise.
They got Vegas has the Niners as the favorites to win that division at plus 160. Like they're giving them better odds than the Rams.
Well, this is a theory that I have. Well, I think one of the reasons why people are higher on the Niners, like if you really look around the rest of the conference, there's a lot of teams you sort of expect to take steps back. Like there's a lot more fallers than risers. That's kind of how we're putting it.
So like Arizona would go from 8 to 6. Like I got them being better along with Seattle.
Yeah, but they only won 8 games. So my point is you look at the final standings from last season.
All right.
2024 in the NFC. The Lions won 15 games. They're going to take a step back.
I totally
they lost
agree.
both their coordinators. They're probably going to take a step back.
All right.
The Eagles, who won the Super Bowl, I think they're going to take a step back this year. Now, they won 14 games. So a step back could be 11, 12.
Yeah, gotcha.
Probably still play. They're a playoff team.
Yeah.
But Saquon, he's got a lot of mileage on him after last season. I think it's going to be hard for him to replicate what he did. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 10 wins. They might be about the same.
Who saw that coming? Shout out Baker.
Well, Tampa's won the division 4 years in a row.
No, I'm just saying them with Baker Mayfield resurrecting his career in Tampa, making the playoff game. To me.
No, that's a good point. The Rams won 10 games. They won the NFC West last year by the tiebreaker. I think they're probably about the same, although they had some issues early in the year, and then they finished
they got
strong.
a D-line, so we'll see.
Yeah, but it's all predicated on the health of their quarterback. But then here are the teams that I think are going to take a step back. Minnesota. Like, they just are.
You don't believe in McCarthy?
I don't know what to think of McCarthy. He's a rookie.
Yeah?
I don't think he's going to win 14 games. Okay, what about Washington? I think they're going to take a step back this year.
That's the one, like...
They won 12 games.
Dude, one of them was a Hail Mary against the Bears. I do wonder, like, remember that? Washington, I'm just like, what if that didn't happen? Where are you? But anyway, I'm with you.
And then the teams that are looking to improve, I would say Atlanta, because they have a young quarterback.
Okay.
I think Dallas is going to be better this year.
I believe that too.
I don't know if they'll be a playoff team, but they should be better with injury, not knocking at their door again. Chicago's going to be better.
Man, Caleb Williams, man.
I think they should be better. I think the Cardinals can be better.
I'm with you.
And the Niners are stuck right there. So, again, there's teams at the bottom that I think a lot of people are expecting to take a step, the Niners being one of them, hopefully a big step. And then a lot of those teams at the top, that's where I think that the NFC is going to be really hard to predict this year because there's so many squads that are kind of about the same.
Yeah, and I got Atlanta, and you're going to laugh. I think Carolina, again, not making the playoffs, Evan, but it's going to be harder and more difficult. When you play them, you're going to feel it. But I got them being better. But I told you during the break, the worst team in football, Evan, I believe, you didn't ask, #random, the New Orleans Saints. They are the Aints right now.
One sec. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGM's FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Well, the Niners get them week 2.
Now that's what you call a bone. That's home game. Is that the opener?
I think so.
Yeah. So you got to take advantage of that one right there.
Now, why do you think? Well, I guess I'm always curious how your brain works. Yeah. Why you woke up today? We needed Bruce Bochy back with the Giants, and the Saints are going to be the worst team in football.
Yeah, I've been holding on to this for a while, but I was looking at Tennessee because Cam looks like
Sorry, they're on the road against New Orleans. Their home
Okay.
openers week 3 against Arizona.
All right, so is that prime time? I'm putting you on the spot. My bad.
No, well they're playing the Cardinals.
Well, Kyler's been on Monday night or Sunday night.
The 49ers' first primetime game
Give it to me.
Well, it depends on if you count. It's a Thursday night game.
It counts.
October 2nd, week 5 at Levi South.
Let's go.
Against the Rams.
Yeah. All right. I'll just say that the Saints, they don't got much going for them. That's all.
No, the Saints are a team that refuses to believe that they're in a rebuild.
Dude, wow. Is that how you feel, E?
Yeah.
I was just looking around like, what do they got? They
got nothing. They got a whole lot of nothing.
They'll have the first pick this upcoming draft, I believe.
They might.
Yeah.
They just might.
Archie Manning. This is where Steiny just...
Well, I didn't know where that came from.
Yeah.
You're worthless.
No, I'm not. Not yet, anyways. No, but the NFC West to me it's going to be the closest division certainly in the conference and maybe in the entire league.
Yeah.
Do you think that helps or hurts the Niners?
I think it hurts, and that's why everybody was playing in regard to this season being more difficult. Everybody's playing the schedule game, but hello, Evan, division games count, and they take stuff out of you. And I believe Seattle, if they've already proven it, they came in here last year and our guy went night-night, Gino on us, did the Steph Curry, and then the Thursday game, Steiny and I were in Walnut Creek with you doing the watch party. I mean, yeah, the Niners won that game, but it was a close game. I think Arizona's going to be better, and then you got the Lambs twice. So just right there, those are 6 tough games. And, man, Evan, it's wear and tear, battle of attrition. But what I hate about that statement is battle of attrition is the Niners aren't playing one game and guys are dropping like flies.
Well, yeah, they got like 30 guys that are injured right now. But that's a part of football.
Yeah, and then how do you kind of try to remedy it? What do you do? Like Pearsall came with a hammy. He's good now, right? And I was just going off and you guys were laughing at me like, I guess you're working on your body so much that you're overdoing it to where you come into OTAs with soft tissue stuff going on. But, like, man, it has not slowed down. And Pooney, I couldn't believe he went out the game and that. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Oh, he'll be back. Evan, nothing to see here, right? But, yeah, we'll see it when we see it. But, damn.
Well, that sucks because he still got a chance to start week 1.
Gotcha.
But you would hope that he wouldn't re-aggravate it because he's important. But the thing about the injuries is that the Niners have found ways, you might say impressively, to survive them the entirety of Kyle Shanahan's tenure. Now, there have been some years where they've been hit at specific positions.
When Jimmy went down with the high ankle sprain, it was a wrap. And they're doing
Bosa
COVID.
wrecked his knee. That's Kittle's had injury-riddled seasons. Obviously, last year, it felt like everybody was hurt at some point. Some season ending, like Brandon Ayuk. But they were still a very hurt team in 2022. If you look at, I think it's like a adjusted games lost, basically who gets hurt the most. The Niners have been top 5 or top 10 pretty much every year since Kyle Shanahan's been head coach.
Yeah. And it's kind of funny.
And they still made a bunch of NFC Championship games and 2 Super Bowls.
And I do remember in those seasons, a couple years ago, they got embarrassed right here at home against the Colts in a monsoon. It was raining here in the Bay. And I believe they were 3-4, 3-5. They turn it around, go on a run, get to the NFC Championship game. So we've seen the Niners at that midway or halfway point kind of like, oh, what's going on here? And then they get going. So it wasn't just like, we're going to go 15-2, we don't lose. So we've seen turbulence is my point. And then Kyle and the gang get hot and then take it to the Super Bowl. Like that's happened under Kyle.
It has, but those teams have been really good. Even some of the teams that you could say, like in 2021, they caught fire down the stretch of that season, and maybe they overachieved a bit.
Got to lost to the Rams,
but they still had aspects of that team that were, I think, elite. Yeah. That was a really good defensive front that they had.
I'm mad at you.
And they at least had enough playmakers on offense to get things done. Deebo Samuel that year might have been the best offensive player in football that wasn't a quarterback.
No, I love that, and it has me asking you this, Evan. I know it's a crazy. Besides winning, what do you want to see from Brock?
From Brock?
Yeah, like what like for you to text me and say, "Goo, this dude's on one. He's progressing." Because I believe that's how they have to win now. Of course, it's going to be McCaffrey, but a lot of luxuries, again, are not afforded to him. And I'm excited to see if he can take that. Like, what's that next step look like to Evan Giddings for Brock Purdy?
To me, it looks like composure.
Nice.
In and outside of the pocket, because I think that Brock is going to have to move a lot more this year like last season. But it felt like last season, Goo, whenever he was tap dancing around pass rushers and the pocket was getting broken up.
Because he was doing it.
He had to. He had to do it. The offensive line was not very good, and the running game at times was paltry at best. But he looked flustered a lot. And I think that having that experience of things breaking down around you prepares you for it to happen again. And when it does, you're more composed. When you've been introduced, and this is across all aspects of life, when you're introduced to something new, there are very few people, I think, that can succeed immediately in those positions because they're foreign, they're different, and they demand you to improvise.
Oh, man.
Brock Purdy, I think, struggled when he had to improvise last year. I'm hoping that this season...
That's a great one.
...with more mobility, more exposure to those sort of improvisational situations, that he's able to remain more composed in those spots. That's what I want to see.
No, that's great. You knocked it out the park with that one. And again, Evan, I'm not telling you how the game's played. You know this. You've heard this. But a big part of that component for him to be relaxed and stare down the barrel of defenders coming at him is that offensive line, their ability to protect and hold their blocks, man. Remember how I criticized Brock early on, and Steiny and I both. Steiny even said it first, like it seems like he's leaving the pocket too soon. But then I realized, Evan, it was by necessity because you guys weren't blocking. And that word improvise, some of the good ones, the best ones, the quarterbacks that's when they get better.
In some cases, that's true. By the way, this football conversation is brought to you by Paramount Plus, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Yeah, I think, look, the improvisational aspect of the quarterback position, it's like almost a necessity now. You cannot be a statue and I think effectively play the position at a high level.
Yeah, but that's what makes Stafford
even
one of
Joe
the
Burrow.
throwbacks.
Joe Burrow's probably the
Both
least
of those guys.
the least mobile of the top quarterbacks. Stafford maybe as well.
I was going to say, yeah, man, but yeah.
Burrow still has.
He can get out of there.
Well, he has pocket awareness,
man,
and that's where I think he knows what to do when things start to break down around him, and he kind of has to because their offensive line's not very good.
That's amazing.
But
man.
Brock's like Brock outside the pocket. I'm curious to see what he's like. There was a play in the preseason game in that first drive, and it was just a rollout, but in moving left, and he just dotted. I think it was Demarcus Robinson on the sideline on a deep cross, and it was like those are the kinds of plays outside of the pocket when you're not maybe in the most rhythm, or you got a guy who's bearing down on you, and you can still fit in a tight window. I know it's preseason, you don't make much of it, but I saw that play and I was like, wow, okay. Like Brock looked really composed on that throw.
Yeah, no
How many
doubt.
times can he do that when things are breaking down?
Yeah, and I expect Ka to call more of that because I can go back, I believe it was 2023 playoff game against Dallas here. Micah and Dallas's defense was stout under Dan Quinn, and Evan, it was a close game. But man, in that game, Ka called some great, because they were blitzing left and right Dallas, some rollouts for Purdy to just get outside the pocket, make the play with his legs or throw. And just like you could just tell the defense had a headache from the fact that he wasn't under center where they thought he was going to be. Those design rollouts, man, they work. And he was hitting his receivers. And I'm like, man, if you can, do that, especially timely, Evan, I mean, the world is yours. Tony Montana.
Well, it kind of has to be. Again, I still think things are going to be tough for him this year. But more, and I'm not asking for it to happen every time. I think that's unrealistic. But I do think that he has to be a little bit better when things are are not going his way. Like we've spent time today discussing how the wide receiver room is going to be a bit more barren. And may not have Jauan Jennings, either because of injury or contract negotiation or, whatever other
Tim
reason.
sent another text in saying guys can get paid while they're on the PUP list. And I get that. All I was telling Dibs in our conversation just about that is it's not about, to me, if he's hurt or not, Dibs. It's about if they deem him worthy, about giving him some new chicken, or that important to where if he's not on the field week 1 or whenever, that they take a step back offensively. And I guess we'll find the answer to that as we get closer to go time.
Well, they could. And look, without Jauan Jennings, they're not going to be 100%. But I guess my point is if Jauan Jennings is not on the field week 1 against Seattle.
Talk to me. Evan.
I just don't think he's going to be the difference in them winning or losing.
Oh, man.
Pasta,
where are you at on that? I know we're up against it.
Oh, yeah, we got to go.
Okay, yeah.
You
get it on the other side.
Yeah, we'll ask you on the other side. Sorry about that, Pasta. Pump fake.
That was my bad.
That segment was brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, as well as fluids. Before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate, visit BarryOilChange.com. Jennings and Guru, back after this.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Brian Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Butcher Boy here for the one and only Ceremony Ford in Colma. And listen up, Tesla owners. It's time to make the switch. Right now, you can upgrade to a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Select for just $239 a month, plus tax for 36 months. And it's only $19.99 due at signing. No trade-in required. And here's the kicker. 0% APR on every Mach-E in stock. We're talking over 100 to choose from. One of the largest inventories in Northern California. Plus, you get a $2,500 rebate, 2 years of complimentary maintenance, and the Ford Power Promise. That's a complimentary home charger with installation. Not a current EV owner? No problem. You still get the Ford Power Promise. But hurry, these offers end September 2nd. Don't wait. Don't overthink it. Ceremony Ford in Colma, your NorCal Mach-E headquarter. See dealer or ceremonyford.com for details.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters Trust kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
This is ASAP.
Yeah, who was in the Denzel movie.
Oh, that's right. He was, well, you said you didn't like it, so the movie.
I'm going to go give it another chance this weekend.
Now, that's something, I'm being honest, because sometimes you feel like I'm messing with you. I'm being honest. I do appreciate how much you are willing to give movies second chances.
Oh, come on, E.
Like you'll go see him again, even though the first time you're like, And
before I got married, relationships, I'd give you a second chance, E.
Well, you got to give everyone a second chance.
Not everyone, E. Some things are done and it's like finito. But
most people.
I like the movie more after, and I'm gonna take, for heaven, don't want to go down that road. Yeah. I'm gonna give it another.
I don't know which road you're taking me down right now.
Pasta, the script was okay and it's grown on me. But Evan, is there anything better than when you watch something or read something that second time you're like, I didn't see that the first time, and it's just special. That's what I do with games.
You mean like Easter eggs?
I have a question for both of you guys. Both of you guys love movies,
Evan
right?
First, yeah.
Evan loves movies, goes to a bunch of them in the theater. Is there more pressure for a movie to be good when you're seeing it in theater and you have the expenses of going to a movie theater? Is there more pressure in that movie having to be good because you kind of spent a lot of money being there?
This is why I have the AMC A-list pass. So I don't have to answer that question.
Oh, wow, E.
I pay a fee per month and I can see as many movies effectively as I want.
That's the most pompous thing I've ever heard, but okay.
Well, it's not very expensive. Anybody has access to it.
I know.
But seriously, there is pressure when you're spending your money. It's the same reason, like you apply it to sports. It's the same reason why people don't want to go see particular teams, because why would I spend my hard-earned money on them? I'm not going to get a good show. You know, I'll spend money on Broadway. I'll spend money on a good movie that people have seen and recommended. I'll spend money on a restaurant that is going to give me pleasure, but I'm not going to spend it on something that not deserving of my cash.
Well, I'll say this to that, and I love the question. There is a pressure. There's more disappointment for me, Evan, when I get in the car, dressed up, go to the theater, IMAX, and it's not good as I'm opposed to I'll pay for that movie at the crib, which I've done, and I haven't seen, and I throw the remote in the couch like I didn't like that. But the disappointment don't hit the risotto like it does when you got to walk to the car. You know, it's just like there's something about that what you do all the time. It sounds like that's how you catch your movies. I'm going.
Well, I think watching it on a big screen is better than watching it at the house.
There's
personally.
no doubt about it.
And it's because you see all the minor details because it's huge. The screen is just massive. It forces you to take in every single piece of the director or writer or whoever, the people who put together this film, like their vision. I mean, Spike Lee, I think that movie's going to be better in theaters, so I want to see it there. The one that you said you're giving a second chance.
Yeah, no doubt.
You know, but that's just me. So let me ask you this, as it applies to Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers. Are you giving Brock Purdy a second chance?
He's not on his second chance. Like, no, I'm serious. Evan, I'm not telling you he's Peyton Manning. I'm telling you the kid shocked the hell out of me for not messing it up, having the fast Wi-Fi upstairs, and doing what he did to get this team to the Super Bowl and the NFC championships, the 2 games, right? So I know there was regression last year, but I have not said it's do or die. Shout out 50 Cent, great movie. It's do or die, Evan, yet with him. So there's not a second chance. It's just I'm watching to see if last year is going to, if we get another version of that, then we can have the conversation about, oh boy, Evan was right. Those first 2 years might have been a byproduct of all the luxuries he was afforded around him.
Well, I don't think he's going to be as good as he was those first 1.5 years because he's not going to have that again.
But what if his stats are, and I'm not this guy, I could hear Steiny real quick, Evan. What if they go 9-8, but his 32 touchdowns to 12 interceptions and they're losing, but you know they're not losing because of him. And we see that in sports all day.
Well, I think you can lose not be. It doesn't have to do with stats to me. I mean, I think that Brock Purdy's he's got a high floor. He's going to put up some numbers.
But the eye test, though, is there. That's a different kind of stat, right?
It is. But maybe I just find it hard to believe Brock Purdy's going to throw 32 touchdowns this year. I mean, that's what he did when he was behind center for the 2023 team, which was really, really good. But I guess, when I'm looking at Brock, this might be a little weak, and you could throw it back in my face if you want. The moment you get paid, pressure's kind of off. Like they believe that you're the guy for their franchise. That's why they paid you.
But I gotta do so. I love it, and I'm not throwing it back at you.
Now the best ones put pressure on themselves to continue to get better.
And that's what he strikes me as. And then what you said yesterday that could be the name of my podcast. The court of public opinion, like that pressure is already, it's like fish grease. It's bubbling. So Purdy, he can do whatever he wants, but the fan base, the Steve Youngs, the ones that love Joe Montana and Cap, as short-lived as it was, Evan, they're waiting to see if this dude can live up to that. So you're right. Like it's 2 separate entities. It's one where the good ones put pressure on themselves. Tom Brady, hold themselves to that standard. But Evan, the fans won't let Purdy off that leash of, this ain't good enough. He ain't earning his bread, and that's why I love what we do.
Well, and I think Brock Purdy does care what the fans think about it. I think he understands.
They all do.
No, their importance to the franchise, and I think that's who Brock is. So I do believe that he's going to hold himself accountable. But he got 100. He's getting 183 M's, however you cut it.
Wow, that's a lot.
He could get hurt this year and miss a season. He could play every single game and be awful. He could also be great and lead them to a playoff berth. He's still getting paid.
You're going to throw something at me,
and it kicks in next year, but he's still got 5 years.
How much of those M's, again, tell me what you think. How much of those M's were for saving Kyle and John's ass? because it came up yesterday. That's how I look at it. But Evan, that's why I'm like, yeah, he's got to live up to the contract. I would tell you guys nothing less. But the bottom line is how much of that contract was a thank you for what you were able to do to save us from the vitriol that was, and it was quiet. But I mean, because that Trey Lance debacle, and they're still looking for their franchise quarterback, Evan, everything in the Bay regarding the Niners would be different.
Yeah, 100%. Okay. But I don't think it was
my man said 100.
Well, but I don't think it was a thank you note.
Well, obviously, I got you.
No, but like Brock Purdy gave them a discount. I know it sounds crazy because he only took 53 annually, but this was also from Nick Wagner's piece earlier today. Brock Purdy and his agent, I want to make sure I get his name correct here, Kyle Strongen.
All right.
So when they went to the Niners, they put together a presentation that featured player comparisons offering data on how Purdy stacked up against Jared Goff, Tua Tagovailoa, Trevor Lawrence, guys that had signed deals in recent years.
Okay.
They didn't have an interest in trying to take the Niners for a Dak Prescott type of deal. They didn't.
So he took one for the team in a sense. Leave some chicken for...
And it went on to kind of detail when the Purdy camp was discussing things and like the number that they'd like in the average annual value, the name that kept sticking out was Lawrence. When Trevor Lawrence signed his deal, I think it was the prior summer, he ended up getting 53 per, 200+ million. That was the second highest AAV at the time. Because I think it was him, then Herbert signed, and then Lamar signed. Jalen Hurts might have been in there too. But the point is, Trevor Lawrence took the second most AAV, and he'd had one playoff berth and looked like a good quarterback, but hasn't proven much. Certainly not in comparison to Brock. Brock, meanwhile, ends up at 53 per right now, in which he is still a top 10 paid quarterback, but he is nowhere near the top 2.
So he almost he
did them a favor.
Yeah, all right, I was about to say he did him a quarterback solid.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think that's another reason why, if I'm, looking at, is Brock Purdy going to, take the money and run, so to speak? Is he going to put? He's someone that I think cares, and I think if there was anybody that was going to stop this train of just guys in the Niners taking the team for all they could, it was going to be Brock Purdy.
I do wonder, Evan, have you thought about how far he could have took it to where they'd have been like, hey, Brock, now you're doing a little too much, son. We got to do what we're doing with Jauan. We need to go to the lab and reconvene, and then we'll get back to you. I do wonder how far he could have pushed it.
Brock?
Like, yeah, if he wanted 60.
I think
Did he have them between
I think he could have held them to the fire.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
He's the quarterback.
Yeah. Their only quarterback worth something. Well, shout out Mac Jones, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they'd enjoy Mac Jones there. Maybe I'm off. I think Brock Purdy could have taken them.
I just had that thought
to the woodshed.
Right.
Because everybody else has. Brandon Ayuk did. Nick Bosa damn sure did. Deebo Samuel did. Brock Purdy did them a solid this summer by signing early and signing for less money. Yeah. That's how I see it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Frank, who's in Atlanta. Frank, good afternoon, my man. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on? I hope everybody's doing okay. Evan, this ain't about Brock. This is about Kyle. Because we have to just go ahead on and put the rat on the table, brought to you by ACO.
Look at him, all right?
And admit that we brought a knife to a gunfight. We got a washed-up running back and 3 broke receivers. So Kyle is going to have to scheme up some stuff with a team that doesn't have a number 1 receiver, a number 2 receiver, or a number 3 receiver. We don't have a number 1 running back or a number 2 running back. We got a great tight end, but our best running back is a check-down Charlie pass catcher that can't carry the ball more than 10, 12 times a game without getting hurt. That's who we are now on offense. So this is about Kyle being able to get more out of less, because we're not going to have the best passing offense in the game. I mean, the best running attack in the game. So that
you good, Frank?
That running game that has to change. We have to become a better passing team.
I got you, Frank.
And I would just tell Frank, even when they were rolling, and I'm talking about rolling down the river, Evan, they never had the best passing attack. You know, even with Jimmy, they just had the Niner way, and it was on the ground, regardless if it was the cheetah, Mostert, they just the hitting the tight end. They never were the greatest show on turf, is what I'm saying. But it sounds like Frank's like, and I looked at Kenny. Let's put the biggest right on the table. Brought to you by Atco. Evan, you didn't ask me this, but Frank got me thinking. If somehow McCaffrey can't go or is not McCaffrey, you can turn the lights off. I'm going Don Meredith, old school Monday Night Football. Turn off the line. And I think they know that.
Well, but I don't think it's going to be last season. You know, I think they can win more than 6 games if McCaffrey isn't around, but it's going to be really hard to do. I mean,
and they got a number 1. Frank, his name's Ayuk.
Well, he's not on the field.
Okay. Pearsall, number 2. He
wears number 1. He's got to prove.
I'm drafting him in fantasy if I get a crack at it.
Just don't reach for him, okay? Yeah. Just don't reach for him. By the way, they were a really good passing team 2 years ago.
No doubt.
Now, I know that Brock wasn't throwing up 5,000 yards, but
Bonte called them.
They were the most efficient passing offense in football.
And I called it the 94. It looked like the 94 Niner offense. Like, that wasn't crazy to me. Like, that's how lethal they were, man.
He completed almost 70% of his passes, 4,300 yards, led the league in yards per attempt, adjusted yards per attempt, yards per completion, quarterback rating, and QBR. Like, that's
a lot.
That's about all you can ask for from your guy behind center.
What did Jim Jones say, the rapper in New York? Ballin'.
We fly high.
Yeah, Evan.
Let's keep it in San Francisco. No, he's a little too young. Let's go to Bob. What's up, Bobby? What do you got, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey.
I love the show.
Thanks.
I can't argue with anything the other caller said. I mean, he hit it right on the nail on the head on that. But as far as Brock Purdy goes, I think that I think he puts pressure on himself anyway. I don't think the contract's going to affect him. I think what it's going to do is just kick in his professionalism, because his character, to me, seems like he ain't going to just sit down on his laurels and, hey, I got paid. No, he's going to push himself and try to be the best he could be. He's going to focus in on the playbook. He's going to do everything we wanted Kaepernick to do, which he didn't do, right? And he's going to do that. And he's already surpassed Kaepernick, in my opinion, anyway. Anyway, the other thing I want to say was, the offense is going to have struggles, but, hey, we got to be concerned about that defense, the defensive line. We got a lot of rookies trying to fill the void. When you get to a more experienced offensive line, that's where the trouble could hit. But thank God for our schedule, because we're playing a lot of, mediocre teams, and we'll just see what happens. We'll see what plays out. But I think Brock Purdy is going to do just fine. That's my opinion.
Well, thanks.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah.
Well, I think most people believe he's got to be better than fine.
And the way I perceive Purdy to be, again, Evan, obviously I don't know him, but I don't think he's the type of guy that's going to put extra pressure on himself for the contract. And I could be totally wrong, but he just strikes me as like you, just even keel. You know when he's running hot, and it's very infrequent.
I think he will.
So when he drops back and it's 3rd and 8 and the crowd, you think he's thinking, oh boy, I got to make this play now. I'm not afforded. Before I was Rudy, everybody's favorite story. Now they didn't give me that chicken. It's like I got to do it.
I mean, no. He's not thinking about the money under center, and it's not like he's going to get lemon booty because he's paid. But I think that Brock is. We learned last year, he's a little bit of a gunslinger.
Yeah.
Like, he's not afraid to let it rip, and that also got him in trouble a lot last year.
Yeah.
So having that balance or striking that balance is going to be a challenge for the Niners, and I think that's where McCaffrey comes into play, because he gives you something not many teams, if any, have in the league, and that's somebody you can turn and give the ball to, and he can create something out of nothing.
Yeah, I do. I'm excited. This sounds crazy or lunatic-like. I am crazy to see how he's going to hold up on the season, Evan.
CMC?
McCaffrey, yeah. And
it's a big question.
Evan, I've watched games, and it's called football, Goo. But, man, Evan, you tackle a guy, but when you think you know he's dealing with something, or he's getting up there. I see guys doing the Saragusa to Rich Gannon, pouncing on McCaffrey, like just trying to, that dirty stuff, but it ain't dirty because, that extra, man, if I can get Evan, I know he's dealing with. So we'll see, man, and I'm just curious and hopefully he can last the whole season. And we don't have to bring up Jordan Mason.
Well, I think it's going to be hard for him to last the whole season. Yeah. You're going to have to let Jordan Mason go.
I'm not.
You're going to have to let him go.
Hey, he's in the file, Evan.
No, he's in Minnesota. He's with the Vikings.
So they like what they saw when they played them. Remember, it wasn't McCaffrey. It was old baby beast mode. They liked what they saw.
Vikings kicked the Niners' ass last year.
Yeah, but he had some runs.
Well, he ran the ball. Yeah. They need somebody to do it.
Who saw the Vikings last year?
But again, this is not. I don't want to do this every week where we think about. Okay, so for example, Dee Winters is coming up at 2:30 on Willard and Dibs. Everybody lock in. About an hour from now, Dee Winters, off-ball linebacker for the Niners, will be on Willard and Dibs today.
Blitz.
Let's say Dee Winters, God forbid, has a bad game. I don't want us to come in here on Monday and say, well, if you had Dre Greenlaw, if you spent it on Dre Greenlaw.
That's my playbook, Evan. No.
Yeah. All right, so Skyy Moore has a bad game.
No, Evan.
We should have kept Debo.
And that's what I love, Shasky. That's why I love him.
Like we can't
Evan, we react to new information, and he admits it, and I love that's life.
But you said goodbye to all of these guys for a reason.
Have you ever been mad at a friend and then took him back? And then took him back? You're like, you know what, that Evan really, I can't. And then a week goes by, 2 weeks, you're back besties.
No.
That's life, Evan.
Well, no, but
Steiny's the type that'll write you off.
No, Steiny's got a little soft spot. What I will say about, at least speaking for myself, and I think most people here know this, I don't like people when I first meet them. So I actually don't go back on folks.
That.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't like people when I first meet them?
Yeah,
How snobby can anyone be to say that?
It's not being a snob, it's being skeptical. There's a healthy level of skepticism that I talk to every single new person.
How does somebody get out of you like them? What do they got to do?
Well, it just takes time, and then I come around to the fact that I like them. But I don't walk up to someone and I'm like, oh, I bet this is the greatest person I've ever met. I'm like, huh. All right, well, he's kind of looking at me side-eyed, and
Evan,
his first question to me was
off to a good start. That's the part I love when you meet somebody like, so far.
Well, we're different, but I warm up to people. It takes me longer than it takes you.
I didn't know that.
But that means that when I do like you and we become friends, I don't have that point where I get mad at you and I got to take you back. Like, no, you're my boy.
Well, Steph, with that thought mindset, Steph Curry wouldn't have Aisha had he not did Evan. So, wow, man. Dude, I love her on the podcast. It was Who's Your Daddy's podcast she was on.
All right, do you want to listen to it?
We have to before we get
out of here. This is Aisha Curry talking about Steph shooting a shot.
Yeah.
First three that ever mattered in his life.
When I moved to LA, he Facebooked me.
Did he write on your wall, or it was like a private message?
No, it was a private message. But he was like, hey, do you still live in LA? That's a lie. The first message was, I was in this music video, and he was like, hey, who is that in the music video, in the picture that you're in? And I'm like, oh, it's Young Berg. And he goes, oh, I should have known. He always has all the sexy ladies. And I was like, what is happening right now?
Steph! That's how you do it. You're single, ready to mingle.
Wow!
Yeah, you see how he did it? Oh, he has all... My man!
Goo, that's a horrible line.
Are you kidding me?
Young Berg has got all the sexy ladies in his video.
It wasn't about Berg. He used that bridge to let her know he thought she was beautiful.
There's a much easier way to let a woman know that she's beautiful besides telling her that you're in a rapper's video because he's got a bunch of other hot women in it.
Evan, you're being too critical here. You got it. He shot his shot.
That's corny, man. I'm sorry. Steph Curry is one of the best people that we've ever come across, but that is not a great line.
And now they got a family and they're married, and man.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's obviously a great guy.
But he went in early to let her know because that was the title of the jam. Forget the rapper. It was, he has all the beautiful. And she knew who he was talking about.
I don't discriminate versus anyone.
Have you heard?
Kyle!
Oh, some people are saying that's the name of the song. If in that case,
okay,
that wasn't too bad.
Knew, you and I shouldn't. We're hipper than a hippopotamus. What's it? What name of what song?
He's got a song named "Sexy Ladies," I guess.
So you think Curry knew?
If he did, then
now
then there's another level to it.
I'd like it if he didn't know.
I know you did. I know
Evan,
you did.
You got to compliment. You got to shoot your shot.
Dude, his podium game isn't that great. Why is his...
I like it. You and Steiny are
you like everything that he does. Seriously, name me one thing you don't like about Steph Curry. I bet you can't do it.
Not publicly going in on Draymond after he hit Poole. Yep. Still haven't gotten over that. I was going to tell him last time we pulled up on him, but...
You should tell him next time.
It's too late.
That's what I...
But nah, come on, Evan, be real. You're single. I like that. What was he supposed to say? Hey, you like pizza? Oh, I can't say that line. I'll get in trouble. But come on, Evan, you know what I'm saying.
No, he's diminishing all the other aspects of her by saying she's only the sexy lady. That's it.
What would you have sent? You probably wouldn't even let her know you thought she was beautiful until the first date if you got that.
Well, if I'd met her in person, that's something different. But
but if you sent something across social,
I don't slide in women's DMs.
See, and that's why you can't appreciate. I have back in the day.
You didn't have DMs back in your day. That's all I'll say. Do it in person. Approach women with respect.
Why am I mad that you're saying I didn't have it back in my day?
Well, because you didn't.
We had to,
DMs did not exist.
Yeah, you had to man up.
AOL?
No, you had to walk across the room and shoot your shot.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Media,
but
I love you. You are my best friend. It's not corny. Like
if that's the name of the song and people are letting me know that it is, that's one thing.
But even if it's not, he let her know she was he had eyes for her. That's what I love about it. Honesty. Hey, not all this crap.
There's a lot more than what they look like when it comes to the game of love.
Man.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Giddings and Guru. Steiny's going to be back on Monday. Coming up next is the crossover. Grandy and Willard. That segment brought to you by Cars for Kids. Cars with a K.
Interest rates as low as 0% APR long-term financing on your next new Honda. Honda of Vallejo's Labor Day sales event going on now. Low interest rates means lower monthly payments. HondaofVallejo.com. 0% APR and only 2025 per launch through AHFC. Super preferred credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Ends 9/2/2025.
Your game day headquarters is here. Splash at Thrive City in the heart of San Francisco. They've got the largest LED screen in the Bay Area, immersive sound, and a private or semi-private spaces for your crew. Host your fantasy football draft or watch every NFL and college football game in style. With craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer on tap, not to mention golf simulators, pool, and shuffleboard. Fun for the whole family. College Saturdays kick off at 8:30, NFL at 9:30. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game to score an exclusive game day perk. Reserve your spot now at splashsportsbar.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Now at Whole Foods Market, Prime members get 20% off New York strip steaks through August 26th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Pair with sautéed shrimp for a surf and turf dinner. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you, From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, last night at the Padres game, there was literally a 12-year-old kid.
So he probably was sober.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No judgment here.
You guys
no judgment
are the best,
here.
man.
Giddings Guru. Grandy in for Dibs with Willard.
What's
Crossover
up, guys? Happy Thursday.
Yeah.
Oh, Dibs is here too. Don't forget.
He was texting us. Yeah.
Hi, Dibs.
Thanks.
He's on our
Man,
phones.
yeah.
Nobody takes a day off like Dibs,
He's
also
the
known
man.
as not taking a day off.
That was
He's
a
the
pump
greatest.
fake. He was
Anyway.
letting us know what was going on. He enjoyed the conversation, was adding his piece. And
Yeah,
then
that's great.
We love
I'm
him.
like, wait a minute, Grandy's here today.
Uh-huh.
Where's
Yeah,
Dibs?
I got you.
Yeah, he's driving.
Yeah.
Hi, Dibs.
He's around.
Don't text and drive, Dibs.
Yeah.
I'm mad he
Thanks.
didn't tell me he was off. That bothers me.
And you won't get a text for another probably minute because he's on the Odyssey app.
Okay, look
so
at
it's
you.
going to be a little delayed.
Oh,
but,
man.
Hi, Dibs.
Well, we actually got two guys because Steiny also texted us.
Oh, yeah.
What the hell's he doing?
I don't know. Actually, well, he's
probably on a private jet coming back.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming back end of the week because I've been house sitting for him. But he didn't text me about what's going on at the house. He didn't text me once about his dog or the health of his animals.
I hope he didn't text you about Jauan Jennings. Like, again, what are you all doing on vacation? What's he's at Bandon Dunes?
But it's on the phone now. It's
what
right
did he
there.
text you? What did he say?
Sonny asked for a trade.
Yeah.
A trade? Of Jauan Jennings?
Well, that was his whole bit. He's Jauan Jennings.
Yeah.
Pay me or trade me.
Man, we got to drop. Pay me or trade me.
Tell you what
my new name is.
Jauan Jennings. I know.
Trade me or pay me.
I listen to Steiny and go, I know.
That is when he's in a
but
good
he
mood.
texted you about it today?
Oh, no, he was referencing that.
No, it's actually really hard to tell sometimes what he's actually texting about because there's 4 exclamation points at the end, and sometimes it's he doesn't explain himself very well. We all run into that. I do it too, especially when I send stuff to you guys.
Yeah, no doubt. But we've been having fun. Where do we start? You guys got the linebacker coming out, 2:30?
Dee Winters. Yeah, Dee Winters in 40 minutes.
So what worries you more, the receiver room for the Niners or the defense?
Well, everything. It's late August.
The answer is yes.
Just, be worried. But then other days, optimistic, and also like we're not working with the real information yet. We'd be worried about it, but then Jennings might show up to practice on Monday.
And that's when Dibs jumped in.
Yeah, like I don't know what's going to happen.
So do you think it's his calf or it's the cash?
At minimum, it feels like some of both. I can't speak to his calf,
all right,
but there's no way in hell this isn't at least partially about his contract. Or I don't think this is. It wouldn't sound like this. First of all, Kyle Shanahan at some point would have answered the question, "What's the timeline?"
Evans has played it twice.
Everybody else gets a timeline, but not Jauan. And then we went back. We were doing this yesterday. This sound is old, but you guys played with it for a whole day, and I just started thinking about. There's no way Kyle would have answered it that way when Cam Inman was like, "Is this an injury or it's business?" And Kyle goes, "You got to go ask. Like you can ask him."
There's your answer
and by
right
the way,
there.
First
he goes,
It was and then a pause, and you can ask him. It's like we got it.
No doubt about it.
Message received.
Right.
So business. It's always about business.
He was kind of smiling when he said it.
Of course.
He knows what's going on.
It was funny then.
I do, but
it's less funny now.
Yeah, and Grandy Evans been beating me up because he thinks I'm calling Jauan Jerry Rice.
You're 6'4".
But I'm just verbally. And my point is he's very important, and don't take him for granted on what he is to this Niner offense. I'm not saying he's Jamar Chase or CD, those guys, Tyreek Hill, but to what the Niners are trying to do and continue to do, I think he's a big part. So it's kind of funny, Grandy. I have no idea what he's asking for and how far off, but if the Niners are going to do something with their passing game, and Willard, I love Pearsall. I can't wait. And I love the number one.
Yep.
But you need Jennings out there, man.
You need him. I think what's really interesting is the wide receiver room and the drama is so much more dire this year than it was last year. And the Jennings extension would be so much easier to swallow than Ayuk's extension. Yet it feels to me like the 49ers are saying, too bad, Jauan.
Wow.
Too bad. I think the 49ers are just drawing a line in the sand, not because they dislike Jauan, but because they need to just set their record straight and say, you can't just always get what you want, players. I don't think that this is going to be a moment where the Niners blink, where they flinch. This would be the moment that they would flinch, and they wouldn't acquire a wide receiver instead.
You're probably right, but I still don't know. I don't think any of us do what Jauan is asking for.
No, you're right.
And if it's just like a little frosting on the cake, then you wonder, because John Lynch did indicate at one point, we're going to get this all figured out. If he's asking for a large bump, then I would support the 49ers in probably not doing it. But I get why Jauan's doing it. But then here's my actual worry, because he's not missing games. Let's.
So
be
you
real.
don't think that's on the table?
Well,
I don't know about
that. Guys don't. No, Jauan Jennings is not in position to miss games. That doesn't make sense for him, and he's not
hold out or just miss a game.
Game check.
It does not make sense for him to miss game checks. He is not that player. He's not in that position, and he's not been paid that in his career. Because once you do that, you get branded. It's a very different thing around the league, and guys will rarely do it. The concern, though, is that he does play by the rules and show up at the last minute, and what the data says then is you go get hurt.
Oh, man, we just talked about it a few minutes ago.
And so that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about he plays the game, he shows up game week, says I'm ready. Niners try to ramp him up and get him in, and then his
took
legs
Bosa
go
a
up.
while when he did that, no doubt.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Or you just don't play well, and then the entire point of view.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Both. Don't play well and get hurt.
Well, but except Ayuk had his contract. Jauan Jennings he's going to be a free agent this upcoming summer. So it doesn't behoove him to basically go into a prove-it deal or prove-it year without security. I mean, and that's why I think they're at the stalemate. And I think Ayuk signed on August 29th and was still available early. So
we got some time.
Yeah, there's still some time for them to get this done. But I'm kind of with Grandy. I don't think that the Niners, I think this offseason has been a big part about budgeting for particular individuals and budgeting for next year. And if they have decided that Jauan Jennings is a part of that budget at a particular number, I don't see an incentive for them to come off of that and just give him, even if it's frosting.
I agree with you. However, their handling of the wide receiver room starting about 15 months ago has been a total disaster. Some of it out of their control. Nobody knew that Jauan Jennings would be asked to and then execute an almost 1,000-yard season. That wasn't in the cards. But the way they played this from the moment they drafted Pearsall, and everyone's like, ooh, they're moving on from either Debo or Brandon. And then they didn't. And then they gave Brandon an absurd contract. And then somehow their relationship denigrated with Debo. And then they gave him away for nothing. And now Jauan wants money. And now he's not out there playing. And then they've acquired a bunch of other people. And all of them have gotten hurt as well. So a lot of it out of their control, but some of it in their control. They have messed that room up, and that has brought them to this situation.
Yeah, and to Grandy's point, we're all programmed like we're programmed, right? So we all read something, and it means something different to all of us. So I can remember last year, Steiny reading a piece from Cal Commie, then The Athletic, and I'm paraphrasing, and I hated this. It was after they gave Ayuk the money, but the Niner brass said they're tired of how they're getting pushed around in negotiations and moving forward. And they can feel that way, but I just felt like that's not what you say. I mean, you do it when you have to do it, and they didn't do it to Ayuk. So to that are they going to do that? And we were talking about A and B list actors, C list receivers. And Jennings is a good receiver, but he's not top tier. So are they flexing their muscle on old little Jauan Jennings and this chump change NFL version of it? I don't like that because I'm looking at Brock Purdy's going to have to naturally do more. And, guys, I just think Jennings can make that job easier.
He can.
Unless he's asking for 2020, something ridiculous, and then I'm out.
There's no way. I mean,
what do we think he's asking for? Like 13 a year? 12 a year?
He's asking for twice as much as he makes right now?
I don't think even that would surprise me.
10 a year?
I think that it's probably more about guaranteed money. It's not about some sort of like huge escalation. It's probably about acknowledge what happened last year and further guarantees. But I'm totally guessing. I'm totally guessing. The idea that Jauan, right before the season, would like suddenly ask to double his salary, nobody's saying yes to that. Nobody. Like then that would be like that's not even worth a conversation.
Well, what do you think his performance last year was worth? How much money?
Well, what do you think he would get if you were on the open market right now?
I think it would probably be around like.
But we also do that with quarterbacks, and that's not really how it works.
12, 13. North of 10 a year. He almost went for I mean, he was what, 25th, 26th in the league.
Well, then what's so crazy about him asking for that now?
Because that's not how the process works.
That's how it's worked in the Niners room for years now.
No, nobody tears up a contract with a year to go and then triples it or doubles it. Like, yes, even McCaffrey last year. Like, you get a little, hey, how you doing? Like a couple million more and another year.
Well, I mean, Ayuk and Debo weren't free agents.
Well, Ayuk is coming off a rookie deal, though, and that's the way that's heading. Like that person put up 1,300 yards and was one of the leaders in the league. That's a different leverage play, just like Bosa the year before. Jauan's he's not in that camp, and so you meet in the middle. But if he were on the open market, I think he would get 15 a year. But he's not asking for that. He can't. Like, that's not the way it works. But I think that's the way most football players' brains work, is it's about guarantees. And that's why I think he's, I don't want to use the word upset, that's why he's trying to press a button. Because he has this is the same thing that had happened to Trent last year.
But you feel he'll be back by week 1, though. This will all be rectified.
Guys very, very rarely sit out games. Especially when you haven't made bajillions. Like, he's a 7th-round draft pick with one new contract. He hasn't made that much money. So, anyway.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Station, always live in the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, I just think that, like, the Niners, they need him, but he kind of also needs them. Like, I think that Jauan Jennings, maybe we disagree. I don't think he's a $15 million receiver to a lot of teams. I think he might be to the Niners because of how much they run the ball and how good he is in the run game.
Very good downfield.
But I also wonder if he's in the Niners' long-term plans, because I think that's one of the reasons why they drafted Ricky Pearsall. And if Jauan Jennings is somebody that they don't want at a particular number, well, then this year's an easy way to get off of him. And then Ricky slides back in. You have Ayuk coming back, who's going to be making $30 million, and you figure out the rest of your wide receiver room. So I do wonder how much it is also to, you like Jauan, he's a good player, but he has to cash in now. This might be his only opportunity to do so.
No doubt.
And that's why he's trying to hold the Niners' feet to the fire in a position where they typically have caved. I just think this might be the first time that they don't, and it's unfortunate, but that's the way the game works. The Niners are not in a position where I don't think they're looking at this year like they're competing for a Super Bowl. Similar, if they were in this position and it was Ayuk's turn, I also think they wouldn't have given in to him and given him 4 years and $120 million, but they wanted to keep the band together last season. Now, to me, all bets are off, and Jauan is just kind of the guy in the crosshairs.
Yeah, I think Juwan's a victim of circumstance and timing, because they love Jauan. They love everything about him.
Well, do they, Grandy? We can put your money where your mouth is, but I get it.
It has nothing to do with Jauan, I think, why they're standing the way they're standing. And Willard was talking about how he thinks this will be rectified come week 1. I think the way this gets rectified is Jauan says, all right, fine, I'll show up, or I'm going to take however many $1 million off the ask.
Or trade me.
Or yes, the other thing that could happen is his camp updates his request and says, all right, we haven't reached an extension. The other half of my original request was a trade request. Now I'm going to demand a trade. I don't think anything is going to come from the Niners.
We already saw that scroll on the TV, but then they said, we didn't do that. It was rescinded.
A lot of guys is all flimsy, right? Like, it's like, I'm not showing up to camp, and then they do show up to camp. By the way, no, I agree with you. I didn't necessarily say it's going to be rectified. I just don't think Jauan's going to sit out games.
So he'll be back on the field, though.
I mean,
I got you.
I think that guys, when it comes down to time for game checks, they show up. Now, they may not be ready, but they're there, and they're like, I'm here.
I got you.
And so you have to pay them. Jauan's career earnings are $10 million.
So I get the card he's playing.
No, $6 million of those were last year.
He can't afford to, is what I get it.
Yeah, so like I very much would be surprised. But you talk about future plans. I don't know if I wouldn't rather figure out something reworked with Jauan for a few more years and then execute the out on Brandon.
Look at you.
After, not this season, but after next season. There's an out, and that's when you can get out of Brandon's contract.
And who knows what he is going to be when he comes back.
No clue.
For the future. I'm rooting for him, like all outdoors, but seriously.
It might not even be till week 10, too.
Man, no doubt about it. But I got to go Rob Lowe and switch it up before we get out of here.
Let's go.
About last night. I felt this in my bones, that Bruce Bochy is going to come back if the Giants make a move.
Yeah, where'd you get that?
His bones,
It
Willard.
was the picture. It was on the steps of the clubhouse and the dugout of San Diego. And I told you, we talked about, I don't know if they were arguing. I just felt like Bo Mail was checked out, whatever Adamas was talking about. But it got me to thinking, okay, his deal's up in Texas. If Buster, and I'm a sports romantic, was to make that call to Bochy, come back to the Bay where he's just revered. He's the man.
His deal is up.
No doubt.
His deal's up.
I mean, just like he would take
70,
that.
but his deal's up.
Evan did a good Bochy. Wasn't good as yours. Was like, hey, Buster, you need me. I'm coming back west. Like, just think about that, man. Because Shasky and Bonte, to their credit, I'll never forget real quick, last year kept saying, what if Buster wanted to be? And I'm driving like, stop. You guys stop. And then Buster ended up being president of baseball ops. But I'm like, if he truly, like, I say that to Evan, and Evan was getting frustrated. I know Bochy looks at this team, they're better than 61 and 66. Right. Are they perfect? Do they have holes? Yes. But don't tell me Adamas, Chapman, Webb, Ray, you got something to work with. This team is majorly underperforming. And I think Bruce could be like, you know what? I can do something different than maybe what Melvin, not putting it all in Melvin's doorstep. But, man, what was that? Here I go. I'm getting it all out.
I know.
What was that conversation about?
I don't know.
But Bo Mel felt like he checked out sooner than Adamas.
Yeah, Adamas appeared to be barking at Bo Mel, and I think the worst part about it, because everyone's trying to lip read, like everyone's texting John Boy. They're like, can you help? What did Adamas say? It doesn't matter what he says. What matters
sound like
is,
Evan.
Yeah, what matters is that Baumel turned his back on him right in the middle of it. That's. I mean, I don't care what you do for a living or what the situation is. Your husband, your wife, whatever. Like somebody's barking at you and you turn your back on them, just like dismiss that this is even happening. That's a real thing. That's pretty disrespectful.
Evan, what did you say? What was your word today on how you live? If Baumel were to lose Adames, that's not good.
Oh, I just think I look at Willie Adames as like the beacon of positivity for the Giants. I mean, he's been up, down, had significant valleys and then peaks, but he's always been the same guy. He's the one guy I would have never thought would be in a spouting match with his manager.
Totally.
So the fact that Willie Adames got there and I saw it. And we went back and watched the first inning. Like I couldn't figure out what it was. Someone said that he might have been talking to the second base umpire who had been behind the plate the night before, and Bob Melvin told him to stop doing that or asked him why you're barking at the umpire. And then that's how he responded because he was pissed. But I think it's just a general indication that this team is at wit's end. It is frustrated to the point that Willie Adames is having a shouting match. Well, not a match, but just he's going after his manager.
Grandy Baumel, I was like, Baumel, do you got that much equity to he cut out on the conversation?
I guess I'm in the minority here. I don't know. You could keep listening even if you're not looking at the guy. I mean, there's a pitch coming in. The manager's got to watch the game,
irritated,
right?
Will, he looked like, whatever.
Baumel didn't look irritated to me.
I don't know. He looked like he was done with the
irritated.
conversation.
Yeah,
it looked like he was done.
They all look irritated. They are irritated.
I think it depends what the conversation was to determine if turning your back on it is disrespectful or not.
That's fair. I mean, that's fair. We have no idea what the hell is being said.
True, but to me, it's an indication that all sides are just throwing their hands up. Like, to me, the actual incident doesn't really matter that much to me. It's like getting mad at your significant other for kitchen appliances. Like, there's something else there. It's not just about the forks being in the spoon's drawer. Yeah, exactly. It's not about that.
How many of our arguments?
Send it back.
How many of our arguments in life are actually about what we're arguing about?
So that's a great point.
It's probably about 3%.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Everything comes from somewhere else, and they're all pissed off. They're terrible. They're awful at baseball. They can't hit. Did you see the numbers on the Giants against left-handed pitching? Did you see this? They are. I wonder if everybody knows this, because we all know, like if you're a Giants fan, you know, they've struggled against lefties. They are by a significant margin the worst Giants team of all time against left-handed pitching, and it's not close. Like they have well surpassed some team in 1921 or something. And then if you spotlight the OPS numbers of the big three, Chapman, Devers, and Adames against left-handed pitching, it is an abject disaster. Devers is hitting, his OPS is below 500.
I'm laughing, but I'm not laughing.
Against lefties.
Because people want to check me into a loony bin when I say, Pat Burrell. Can I, what does that mean? Look at what you just said.
I have
of all
no
time.
clue.
I can't look at the hitting coach.
And Devers' splits have been wonderful in his career. He hits lefties almost as good as righties. But the Giants just signed 2 right-handed hitters to lifetime contracts supposedly to handle lefties, and they can't hit lefties. So where is that issue going? Until 2033.
They need Austin Slater back. He kills lefties.
Crying out loud.
It's impossible to explain. I mean, the first pitch that Devers had last night was in the other batter's box, and he swings at it. And it's like,
dude,
that's the first pitch you've seen of the game. What? It's not even close to being a strike.
And then it's awesome that, I'm not mad at this, but it's awesome that he was amused by Tatis's catch. It's amusing.
Yeah.
That's great.
I wasn't going to bring that up.
I get it. You're an athlete. You guys are all out there. You respect each other. You're having fun.
Barry Bonds, Torrey Hunter do that in the All-Star game.
I have no issue with it, but just so you all know, fans don't. It's not. This isn't funny. It's just not. It's not fun. Man, it's not fun. So
I kept that in the garage, Willard, but I saw that damn, Rafa, you feeling okay?
They both play on the Dominican team. They know each other.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't care, but it's not fun.
Yeah.
Not in the mood to laugh.
Well, bring in Bochy. He'll solve everything.
But you guys didn't tell me, am I off my rocker? And forget Bochy, do you think a change might be coming if this, like, what if they're 12 or 15 under?
It absolutely could. Okay. I doubt the decision has been made, but I say that in either direction. I still
and that's why last night doesn't help Bo Mail, but he might be doing it from, if it was something there from a place of, I got it, I ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, I don't think the players want him gone, and so I still lean in the direction that he won't be gone. But I also think that Buster Posey is kind of like Steph Curry and Steve Kerr and people who seem really, really nice, but they're actually absolute fierce competitors.
No doubt.
He's not going to just sit there and be like, all right, let's try again. He's not going to do that.
Would bringing Bruce Bochy back almost feel like I love Boch? Would that just feel like I got no other options, no other choices?
No, it would feel
Dusty
like
Baker's in the building.
Way. It would feel like the Giant way, man. The dude's shown you.
That's what this year was supposed to be. You brought back all these old Giants. You brought back Matt Williams. You brought back Pat Burrell. You got all these old dudes that have been a part of success in the past. Like, I love Boch, but I don't know. I don't think it's a guarantee that he comes in and suddenly they win 90 games. Like,
I'm not. It's the mental game that I think the Giants are also lacking. Those numbers you just cited, nobody has the answers, right? But obviously something's going in the wrong direction upstairs with these players. And if they're slumping team-wide, I mean, conversation and work. You talked to us the other day. You said I had a conversation with somebody outside of work. It helps. And I'm just wondering, the guy that delivers the message, like a Bruce Bochy, who's never had the 27 Yankees when they won, could get more out of this team than a lot of people are telling me now. That's who they are. And I just go to Bowden that we had on, everybody in baseball, the day that Devers trade was announced, and we expected better.
Oh, hell yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm annoyed at all the reporters who have waited a month and a half, and then they're like, yeah, that Devers thing was a terrible trade for the Giants. What? Where the hell were you 6 weeks ago?
Oh,
you don't get to
Leroy from Oakland's the only one that said that he was out on
John
it.
Heyman last week is like, oh, God, no other teams were in on him.
That's
$250 million for a DH.
Stop it.
Like that. Where were you 6 weeks ago?
No,
where were you?
Just said that.
Where were you 9 weeks ago, Arson Judge?
Dude,
you don't get to come in today and
Come
be like,
on now.
yeah, the Giants were dumb for that. Even though they're writing articles on Jordan Hicks in Boston about how horrible he is, and Kyle Harrison's still in the minors, they didn't even give anything up.
And they traded the first-round pick they got to the Dodgers.
And Dustin May's actually been pretty good since he's gotten there.
The other day, I saw it. Yeah.
6 shutout.
I don't know, man.
It's crazy,
I don't know.
man.
But yeah, if the concept is the Giants need new players and now have no more money to get any more new players,
Yikes.
somebody's going to have to play different baseball, or else they're screwed for a long time.
Multiple somebodies.
And what happened? Landon was a microcosm of their season, right? I thought the ball hit him in the wrong place, but it was how he just
His knee buckled.
Yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't impact next year.
I actually, do you guys do this? Do you go to Doc Chow whenever there's a sports injury? Because even baseball, his pro football doc, and I went there and I go, because I missed it last night. Because, spoiler alert, I don't watch the Giants anymore because they annoy me. So anyway, I missed it and I heard about it. And then so I go to the video and I'm like, I wonder what Doc Chow has to say about this. And he did the same thing you did and I did. He immediately thought it was the ball hitting the leg. And he goes, oh, this is probably more like hurt than injured. Like, hematoma. Yeah, but he'll be fine. And then he quote tweets himself and he goes, my wife just pointed out that actually it's the other leg that buckled and there is concern there. Which is, and then as soon as I heard that, my mind, I texted Grandy. I'm like, he tore his ACL.
Man.
Which I don't think he did, but anyway.
Anything that can go wrong
there you go.
will go wrong.
Yep.
All right, boys.
We'll be listening at 2:30.
What you got coming up?
Dee Winters, 15 minutes.
Dibs kind of with us. Grandy in for him.
Oh, he's
Willard.
That's a 4.
Dibs will call Dee Winters at 2:34.
Yeah, Dee Winters at 2:30 on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, there's no Dibs today. Grandy is here. Everybody say hi to Grandy.
Happy Thursday.
And that is more than we can say for Jauan Jennings or any 49er receivers for that matter. Now, Dee Winters, let's talk defense. He will be here in 15 minutes.
I'm excited to talk to Dee.
I am too. I'm excited about Dee this year.
And I'm excited to find out what the defense is just as a whole.
The D.
The
D
defense.
and the D.
Yeah.
I am too. I actually feel very good about them, other than I do want to know who's going to be healthy and on that defensive line. And then they feel young, so therefore, what is the actual in-season productivity of that group? But for me, probably way too much talk about Brock Purdy's weapons. Brock Purdy's number one weapon is not going to even be on his side of the ball. Brock Purdy's number one weapon will be that defense. And I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. So will Greg Cosell. We'll play it for you a little bit later, maybe even sooner rather than later. But I'm going to continue to bang this drum, and you will not get me off of this hill. The 49ers' problem last year had nothing to do with offense. Nothing to do with offense. No, again, I'm not saying they
could have to do with offense, just maybe not as much about Brock Purdy as some say.
Even that, you can say, oh, they weren't healthy, and Brandon this, and Debo that, and Christian over here. That's all true. I'm not saying that they were throwing their best pitch. What I'm saying is what they still had on that side of the ball would have been enough to be a competitive football team had the defense not been a joke. And the defense was a total joke. They couldn't stop the run. Then they started having their injuries. That defense was terrible. You had free agent signings walking off the field. You had a defensive coordinator who wouldn't even put sprinkles on his vanilla ice cream. They were a joke. And that is how you will fix the 49ers this year. Play better defense. Robert Saleh, you're up.
They have to be better defensively,
Yes.
obvious. If you were to, just in general ask what was the worst half of the Niners team last year, offense or defense, I think everybody would say the defense. The offense had their issues, and even going beyond injuries, in the red zone, terrible.
Absolutely.
Disgusting. And they got to be way better in the red zone. In addition to being better defensively, you put those two things together, they're going to win double-digit games, in my opinion, if that happens. So we shall see. But Dee Winters is going to be a big part of it defensively because he's, in all likelihood, hasn't been officially announced. He's going to be the starter opposite Fred Warner come week one, and if he's healthy, he'll be there all year long.
He's your new Greenlaw.
Yep.
Dee Winters, coming up here in 10 minutes, your new Dre Greenlaw.
I'm going to miss Dre Greenlaw so much.
I don't know if I'm going to miss Dre Greenlaw.
Even if Dee Winters is good, I'm going to miss Dre Greenlaw.
We love Dre Greenlaw. I loved his energy. I will never forget. He's got to go down. He's got to go down. I'll never forget.
In the Packers game, right?
In the Packers game.
Yep.
That was one of those moments where, joy and fear.
He ran for 15 seconds.
Totally. Joy and fear made love to each other, and we sat there for 10 seconds not knowing which one we wanted to listen to. We're we won the game, and then it's I think, wait a minute.
Dre?
What?
Dre.
What's happening here? And then he finally went down, and they won the football game and went on to the next week. So, look, Dre Greenlaw, all the way back to all of the great plays, the goal line stand in Seattle
as a rookie.
Yeah, all of the things that Dre Greenlaw brought. You'll miss that, but if Dee Winters is awesome, you'll get over it.
You get over pretty quick.
Yeah, that's football.
I'm honestly really, really excited about the linebacker core as a whole because you got Fred. You know what Fred is. You have a good idea who Dee Winters is. Nick Martin, rookie out of Oklahoma State. I liked what I saw from him in preseason game number 2. And then Tatum Bethune, a late-round pick last year. He was all over the place in Vegas, and I know it's just preseason games, so we don't need to take that too aggressively and make any crazy decisions based off that tape. But I think the linebacker room has the potential to be the strength of the defense, and that might say more about the defensive line and maybe some of the guys you have in the secondary as opposed to everyone in that linebacker core.
Yeah.
But I think the linebacker core is going to be pretty damn good.
I think it's deeper, and again, this is where for me Robert Saleh comes into play. I think he'll have them doing more. I think that they're going to have a much better effort at disguising things, and one of the reasons I am cautiously optimistic about the 49ers season is that Saleh is going to bring in the disguise, and the quarterbacks they're going against are disguisable. I'll make up a word. Like, again, you don't have too many games against those guys who can, at an elite level, just pick you apart if you are not fully up to snuff. They can try to fool you, and they've got a lot of quarterbacks on their schedule who you can fool. And so I do think Saleh is going to have a measure of success with that.
Yeah. The defense is, on one hand, scary, and on the other hand, really intriguing because you have so many unknowns. The range of outcomes is incredibly wide.
Yeah.
You could have a defense that maybe doesn't get there in the same way, but is, in terms of end results, relatively similar to last year if the rookies, the youngsters, don't hit. But you could also have, on the flip side, you get like 3 or 4 of these youngsters that suddenly prove to be starting level in the NFL, and you have a really good defense. Or anywhere in between. The range of outcomes for the defense is crazy this year, and it's probably going to look different week 1, week 2, week 3 than it will week 13, week 14.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, that's a great phrase this year, the range of outcomes. I mean, because I sort of feel that on both sides of the ball, right?
Yeah. Specifically defense for me, but yeah.
I agree with you, but I do think that we are probably, and this is where I'm going to sort of land on this whole Jauan Jennings thing. Evan and Guru had some great discussions about it today, and I kind of lean in the direction of Evan from this perspective. In general, in the NFL, when you can remove your love and your emotion for your team and its players, when you can do that, it's a challenge because that's not how we fan. It's how they run the front office, though.
Yep.
When you can remove emotion, most receivers, or whatever. I just think that's how football works. Yes, there are exceptions. Don't get me wrong. All those people this weekend that you're going to pick in the first 3
Jamar
rounds.
Chase, number 1 overall, probably.
Those are exceptions. I'm not saying receivers can't make a difference, but the reason I think the 49ers, and this is why, and I hope it doesn't sound like I'm riding the fence too much, it's why I almost kind of support both positions between Jauan Jennings and the 49ers. I support Jauan being like, this was the right time for me to push a button, but I also support the 49ers in that if he's asking for a lot, I would say no. And even though it feels desperate because of all the other injuries, you would not suggest, I hope, that the 49ers act out of the moment. In other words, let's give Jauan more money and 2 more years because Jordan Watkins got hurt, because Demarcus Robinson is suspended. Don't do that. Don't make a long-term decision because of a short-term problem. And Jauan Jennings is very good. He's a very good fit. I love what you said, everything he stands for. He's a wonderful 49er. But, as I said yesterday, he's not irreplaceable. And if Jauan does not want to play football, I do think that the Niners, 3, 4, 5 weeks into this season, can put together a receiving core that when paired with McCaffrey and Kittle can move the ball down the field.
I think so too. It's scary right now.
Yes,
but
it is.
the fact that, as scary as it is right now, your healthy receivers are Ricky Pearsall, Skyy Moore, who you just acquired yesterday, Robbie Chosen, who I can't even count the number of times he's been signed and released and signed and released.
Almost as many names as he has.
Isaiah Hodgins.
Yep.
Junior Bergen, 7th-round rookie. Malik Turner, who last caught a pass in the NFL in 2021, and Malik Knowles, who was just signed yesterday. Right. He was on the team earlier this summer. Those are your healthy receivers right now, and yet you still feel like the Niners haven't made any decisions about Jauan Jennings. I think that tells you everything you need to know about how they're approaching the negotiation.
All right, so how imperative is Jauan Jennings week one? I think is something we would like to discuss. We would love your input. 888-957-9570 is the number. Dee Winters is going to join us next. 95.7 The Game and Splash at Thrive City are giving you a chance to host your fantasy draft party in a private room for you and up to 14 friends. Loaded draft day food stations, a dedicated server, got the Wi-Fi all taken care of. Willard and Dibs will be there as well. Draft party next Tuesday night, the 26th. We will do our show there. We'll see you there. Listen all week long and every day for a new code word. You can text in once a day. We'll have today's code word coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. You'll text it to 20357, and you'll be good to go. Thanks to Splash at Thrive City for this awesome event. We're also sponsored by Cars for Kids, Cars with a K. Dee Winters next. Grandy in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket. Throwing back of the end zone. It's caught! And the toe tap by George Kittle!
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station. 95.7 The Game.
Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park September 5th for a day of golf with the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society's San Francisco Bay Area. Committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This event needs your help. Have your company co-sponsor, volunteer, or provide in-kind auction items like vacation homes or sports tickets. For details on how you can help, search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf, September 5th at Harding Park.
If you've started thinking about what to wear this fall, your timing is perfect because Macy's Fall Preview event has early deals on looks everyone will be wearing. Romantic dresses from BCBG and Avec Les Filles, Western-inspired boots and bags from Steve Madden, all 25% off. Plus, take 15 to 25% off fall beauty from Yves Saint Laurent, Estee Lauder, and Clinique. Don't wait. This fall preview won't be around for long. So come into Macy's today. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Lisa from Pittsburgh. Lennon and Tony were very polite, on time, and very communicative. They listened to my requests and answered all my questions. They explained everything they were doing and what needs to be done.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
The Good Guys 38th West Coast National. The crown jewel of hot rodding. Having it all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. A huge swap meet. A vendors midway. Check out the Pinstripers Brush Bash. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor portrayal. Terms and conditions apply. Not available in all states.
Hey homeowners, can I get a minute of your time? If you need cash but don't want another loan, I've got the perfect solution. You can access up to $500,000 of your home's equity without monthly payments or interest ever with Unlock. This isn't a loan. It's a home equity agreement. With Unlock, you may qualify for cash today in exchange for a share of your home's future value. No debt, no extra bills, just financial flexibility equity on your terms. Use the money however you want. Home improvements, paying off debt, investing, or boosting your retirement savings. Unlike HELOCs, home equity loans, or cash out refis, there are no monthly payments. No stress. You've built this equity. Now it's time to use it. Go to unlock.com for more information.
Don't wait. Call 888-780-6854 to unlock the equity in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Call 888-780-6854, 888-780-6854, or visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com for more information.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic, semaglutide injection 0.5 milligrams.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, next hour, we'll get you further details on a few things. The fantasy draft that you can win at Splash at Thrive City next week. And then, oh, by the way, a 49ers-related announcement.
Oh.
At 3.
Okay.
Okay? But right now, this is not 49er-related. It's just 49er. On the River Islands guest line here on Willard and Dibs with Grandy in for Dibs. So both of our names are Mark, so you can just call us Mark. And do you mind if we call you DeMondrick? It's Dee Winters of the 49ers. Hi, Dee. How you doing?
I'm doing good, Mark. How are you?
We're doing fine. Yeah, do you mind if I call you DeMondrick? Does your family still do that? And when did everybody just start calling you Dee?
I mean, it started pretty early on in my life. Everybody just couldn't say the name right, so D was the easiest way to go. So ever since I was little, they started calling me D, but DeMondrick is my real name.
Okay. And do you still get that when you get in trouble, D? Like, DeMondrick, get in here.
Yeah, every now and then that happens.
That's great. Dee, I'm curious what this offseason has been like for you, because this offseason saw longtime starter and fan favorite Dre Greenlaw leave, and once he left, the Niners didn't go out and sign another linebacker to replace him. Do you take that as a vote of confidence from Kyle, from John, from the decision makers, that they felt like you were ready to step into that starting role?
Yeah, I think after putting, a little bit of film on tape last year, I think that kind of gave, John and Kyle some confidence to kind of believe in me and, just give me the opportunity. So when I heard Dre was leaving, I just, took that as it was and kind of just tried to make it my best offseason possible and come in here and improve myself and help my teammates along.
So, D, we all know that Fred kind of runs the show, especially in that linebacker room. I wonder if you could put that into words, though, especially as you you move into this spot. What does he do for you?
Oh, man, he just allows me to play a little bit faster. He's played this game for a very long time, and he, has seen it all at this point. So anytime he's in the game, he, gives alerts, and probably 95% of the time he's right, whether that's run or pass. So just having that, vet on the team, that guy, it's been very helpful for me in the linebacker room for sure.
What's it like playing side by side with Fred? And when you are being his running mate in that linebacking group, what is the most important skill that other guy has to have, that Dre Greenlaw had, that you hopefully have? What is the most important skill that you need alongside someone like Fred?
Yeah, I think you just need to bring in physicality and being able to do your job. If you can manage those two things, I think, the pairing is always well, and I think that's what, him and Dre had that was really good was, Dre was going to be very physical, and he was going to do his job, and it complements, both linebackers if you do that. So I think, like I said, if you have those two things and communication, you two can go a long way. So very excited for this opportunity to keep building chemistry with him and take on this season.
Let's talk about the defense as a whole in a few different ways. Dee Winters is joining us here on Willard Dibs, 95-7 the game. Yes, Fred is the leader, but he also seems like, he's so in control. He's just clean. He's just like kind of there. And then Bosa always seems like, even though I know this isn't true, when he talks, he sounds like he's maybe only half awake. So who's the crazy person that gets everybody going on the defense?
Yeah, I would say Fred. He's our leader. He's our guy on defense. He's the quarterback of the defense. So he kind of gets everybody riled up, and we're very thankful to have him.
And then to what level is it Saleh? Because we all remember the energy he has on the sideline. So how is the defense going to be different with his fingerprints on it?
Yeah, the defense is going to look a whole lot different this year. I think energy is the biggest thing that Saleh preaches, and the football game is mostly built off of momentum. So anytime we can get energy from the sidelines, the defense, third down and stuff like that, I think that's a huge opportunity for us to just go out there and do what we do.
I'm curious, Dee, you're talking about Saleh and the energy that he brings. Last time he was the Niners defensive coordinator, you were not yet with the Niners and not yet in the NFL, but I'm sure you talked to Fred Warner, you talked to Nick Bosa, you talked to maybe some holdovers on the coaching staff that had played and coached with Saleh while he was still with the Niners. So what did you hear about Saleh before he became your DC, and has that lived up to what you know about him now that you've had a full offseason with him as the DC?
Yeah, I would say I heard a lot about the energy aspect of, him, how great of a coach he is, and, how well prepped he is. He's going to do his job and, make sure that we're, the game plan is very precise and very, strict. So I think he's done a great job, and he's, been exactly what I thought he was going to be.
Dee, I know that this is kind of par for the course in football, but it seems like it's turned up all the way to 10 right now on the injury front. Are you guys worried about this, all the injuries?
I can't really speak on that. I don't really know too much about the injury aspect of the team, but hopefully everybody gets healthy.
What about this? You were a wide receiver in high school, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what do you think, Dee? There's a need.
To be honest, I wouldn't mind lining up a receiver, catching a few balls, get back to my old days. But right now, I'm mainly focused on linebacker and doing my job and, being the best I can be for this team.
Travis Hunter, am I right? You can do this, Dee.
Yeah.
Dee, I'm curious about what you think of the rest of the linebacker room. We asked you about Fred Warner, and we all know that's all pro Fred, the best linebacker in the league. You're pretty young. You got a couple of other youngsters in there as well. Nick Martin, a draft pick this past April. Tatum Bethune was a draft pick the year prior. I liked what both those guys did in Vegas in that second preseason game. What about those two young guys who are pushing for that third linebacker spot and then depth as well? What have you seen from those guys?
Man, I just seen a bunch of growth, especially from Tatum. Just year one, year two, just his ability to communicate and run the defense, pretty good. As far as Nick Martin, I think he just flies around, man. I think he's very physical, very smart linebacker, and I'm excited to see what he's going to do this year.
Dee Winters is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Grandy's in for Dibs on 95.7 The Game and talking things out as we get closer and closer to the season. Dee, I wonder to what level do you kind of, I mean, I wonder players in general, to what level do you kind of look at the schedule and start breaking things down in your mind? I know George Kittle, for instance, recently commented and said, I don't like how everyone keeps saying this is an easy schedule because it's the NFL. But to what level are you kind of diving in and looking at things week by week right now?
Yeah, I would pretty much piggyback off what, George said. It is the NFL, and no game is easy. So I think just taking, a game 1 week at a time and focusing on that, and that's the best thing that we could possibly do.
Dee, I'm curious if you guys talk about expectations for the season at all, because on the outside, I don't know if you're on social media, if you hear a lot of this or not. On the outside, there's a lot of talk about if the Super Bowl window is open or if it's closed, if this is a rebuild, a retool, however you want to describe it. Do you guys in that locker room talk about expectations and what you want to accomplish as a team this season? Does that happen maybe closer to week one? Does it go unsaid entirely? Do you guys talk about expectations, goals for the team?
I mean, the expectation is to win the Super Bowl, but in order to do that, we got to take, every day, one day at a time, and, just do the best of our ability that one day, and hopefully, eventually, we'll be back here in the Bay in February.
Dee, I wonder about this, because you're still a young player. You're not a rookie, but you're still a very young player. It feels like the Niners are going to be relying on rookies, at least in some spots this year. What's your thought on how long it took you to really feel ready to contribute at the NFL level?
Yeah, to be honest, I think that first year was a huge curveball for me, actually being in the box, playing linebacker. So I would say my process was a little different rather than, some of the people on our team. I think as far as D linemen, cornerbacks, and safeties and stuff like that, I think they've done a really good job of coming in, learning the playbook faster, and processing everything. And I'm excited for them.
With all those youngsters, specifically on defense, D, it feels like there's from those of us on the outside, a wide range of outcomes. You have a number of these young guys who step in and immediately are good. This could turn out to be, a top 10, top 5 defense. Do you and a lot of the youngsters exclude Fred Warner, exclude Nick Bosa, exclude Diamador Lenore, exclude those proven guys, but you're going to have a lot of youngsters at almost every other position. Does that young group really take over a sense of pride, knowing that you guys can be the reason why this defense takes a major step forward?
Yeah, I think a bunch of young guys are excited for this opportunity, that we have, including me. So I think everybody has done a great job of coming in, every day, trying to get better and improving ourselves. And, we're excited for week one and for the season.
Dee, and this is Dee Winters we're hanging out with here on 95.7 The Game. I want to ask you about a couple of individuals on the offensive side that you've got to go against in practice, and you tell us what kind of challenges they present. Let's start with Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, I think Ricky has done a great job this training camp of just, being on, doing his job and running crisp routes and, just the little things that, Kyle asked of him. And, I think he's killed it.
Okay, and then what about Brock Purdy? How do you read him?
Brock Purdy, man, he's just a guy who's going to show up and, work his tail off. I'm very excited to see what he does this year. And, it's been a challenge going against him. He is a pretty smart quarterback, so just seeing that look every day has made me better, and I'm excited that, I get the opportunity every day during practice.
And do you get matched up with George a lot on certain plays?
A few times I have. George is the best tight end in the league. There's no question. So anytime I can get the opportunity, I'm excited for it, and, it's been very competitive.
He's a chatty one out there. What's your most memorable conversation with George on the practice field?
Well, to be honest, he'll run a route. Even though the ball isn't thrown to him, he'll just start laughing or something like that. So, but that's probably the most memorable moment I've had with George.
What about McCaffrey? Because as a linebacker, oftentimes you're tasked with defending whoever comes out of the backfield. Have you ever come across a running back that is more difficult to defend out when he's running a route than Christian McCaffrey?
No, I honestly, I don't think I have, except for, Jahmyr Gibbs, or that's honestly probably it. But Christian has giving me the best look I could possibly get in this league. And, you know, I thank him so much for that. And, you know, that's really it.
Dee, you're a player who's played in both a college football playoff game, including the national championship game, and the Super Bowl. You played in a college football semifinal, and then you also played in the actual national championship game. I wonder how those experiences compare to your experience in the Super Bowl. Like the pomp and circumstance, everything that leads into it, the nerves maybe pregame. How would you compare and contrast what a college football playoff game feels like versus what a Super Bowl feels like?
I mean, to be honest, I think it was the same for me. I think the preparation was the same. I think it was just a little bit more nervous because, you know, everybody talks about it in the beginning of the year, but when you're actually there and it's go time, I think, you know, a lot of nerves tend to come up. But as far as comparing and contrasting, I think they're honestly pretty similar. And, you know, I'm very grateful that I got to experience both things.
And I was looking back at that semifinal game when you were at TCU, member of the Horned Frogs. In the semis, you took on Michigan, who was undefeated at that time. And that was one of the more entertaining football games I've ever watched. I remember it. And you had a pick six in that game, and you helped the Horned Frogs upset undefeated Michigan, who at the time had Ronnie Bell, former teammate of yours with the Niners, and Jake Moody, current kicker. I wonder, in the locker room, do you ever hold that pick six and that win over Jake Moody's head?
Yeah, I did a little bit my rookie year, but now we kind of just let it go because it's been a few years. But, you know, every time something comes up, I'll just give them a little reminder and let them know that, hey, we beat y'all and there's nothing you can say to me right now. So,
yeah. Poor kicker. Wasn't a damn thing you could do about it either, right? Hey,
yeah,
why'd you last to the 6th round?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Why did you last to the 6th round in the draft?
Why did I laugh?
Yeah, why you know what I mean? Like you're a good player. Like what do you think it was that people missed?
I think it was just in the league. I think they wanted me more of in the box, and I really didn't have that much in the box linebacker on film. So I would probably say that was a huge reason, but that's about it.
And Dee, I always love to learn a little bit more about where guys come from. Tell us about Burton, Texas.
It's about a population of 300 people, if that. A 2A in Texas, very small school, and it's just a country life out there.
Are you probably a pretty big deal when you go back there, I would think?
A little bit, not too much.
I mean, have they like name a street after you or anything like that? 300 people?
No, not yet. We'll work on that one.
Well, yeah, I think being a starter for the Niners might help. So, good luck with that. But Dee, thank you very much. Great to have you on and get to know you a little bit better. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Okay.
Thanks, Dee.
That's Dee Winters. Going to be starting right next to Fred Warner this year. Opposite or taking over basically for what Dre Greenlaw used to do.
And he said the key is just be physical.
Yeah.
Just be quick and physical. He's got some speed. He can go sideline to sideline.
I'm excited about what they have there in Dee Winters, and for whatever reason, I don't know what this characteristic is of the Niners. It's not perfect, but it's better than basically at least not having this, which is they keep finding dudes in the 5th and 6th round and 7th round. For that matter.
We're talking about Jauan Jennings, 7th round pick.
And Brock Purdy and Dee Winters and the guy he's replacing, Dre Greenlaw.
Talanoa Hufanga was a late pick.
George Kittle and all of this. Yep. I know that people, and rightfully so, have their reservations about what the Niners have done in the first couple rounds of drafts in the John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan era. But you cannot argue with what happens starting in the 5th round. It's been insane.
Yeah, and they traded the 6th round pick yesterday, got back a 7th and Skyy Moore. Maybe they have more success in the 7th than the 6th.
I mean, what's funny though is you can't be flippant with those picks. Like, all they did was give up a 6th. Yeah, that's Dee Winters. Like, they've done really good. They've done a good job of finding people down there.
They should just trade away all their 1st and 2nd round picks and get every pick in the 5th round.
Yeah, they should have gotten a better receiver and given up a 2nd rounder. Hello, Niners. Come on.
I have the strategy.
Yeah. Wake up.
John Lynch, here's a hint.
Anyway, cool to talk to Dee Winters. Demondrick Winters. So when he misses a tackle, His name is Demondrick. When he makes an interception,
scream at the TV.
His name is
Demondrick.
Exactly. Get down here for dinner, Demondrick. But no, that's Dee Winters, and seems like a good dude with his head screwed on straight. Yeah.
Do you remember watching that TCU Michigan college football semifinal?
I remember exactly where I was. I was in Las Vegas, Nevada.
56-48 or something like that.
It was incredible.
The most insane college football game I can remember watching in recent years.
Yep,
he was amazing in that game.
And I will say, for those of you who watch college football, I got into a big conversation on the Sunday show with Ephraim about this last week, and I know you love college football. You're a big Oregon fan and everything. And TCU that year is, and there have been a number of these examples, I find it to be one of the biggest turnoffs in sports when people look at what are called the mid-major teams, and they just assume, oh, that's silly, they're not going to be able to compete, they're not going to be able to this, that. And then they use the examples, and it feels like maybe 65% of the time when the Boise States or the whatevers kind of get in there, and they do get beat. And then people will be like, see, we shouldn't do this anymore. We should be taking 4 teams from the SEC, a couple of Big Tens, let's move on. It's like it's so anti-sport. And my wish for college football is that they remove all debate. Just remove all of the guesswork and the conversation and do like all of the other sports and just have automatic qualifiers. Like set up a system just like the NFL. If you are this team, you are in. If you are not this team, you are not in. That's it. And you notice we get over it when something funky happens. When someone wins the NFC South at 8-9, we get over it. Is it stupid? Maybe. But maybe. And they host the game the first week. Get over it. Get over it. And please remove all of the anti-sport opinion, which is, in this case, telling kids you won't succeed if you get to the big level, even though a number of times they have. And I love Dee Winters' TCU team for what they were able to do that year.
Upset undefeated Michigan, who then the next year went on and won the championship.
Exactly.
And then we can forget about what happened in the national championship game that year when Georgia beat TCU by 60 points. But
Georgia was the best team.
Has more to do with Georgia than it does with TCU.
Right, or whatever. It's one game, and so what? Maybe they did.
But college football is headed that way, where you're just going to have a lot of automatic qualifiers. Now, you're also going to have to ask these 18, 19, 20-year-old kids to play like an extra 4 or 5 games every year.
Great.
But
great.
Means more football for us.
I mean, let's do this. What are y'all doing in December?
I'm watching football.
No, what are they doing in December? I love when people go, oh, but Mark, the calendar. You sit there from Thanksgiving to New Year's Day doing bupkis or acting like the Weed Eater Hawaii Bowl has more than 8 people there. Do something with
the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Hello. Do something with your calendar. Put football in it. And let's play.
It's going to happen eventually.
Yes, eventually. I hate that we all know it's going to happen. It's like, just do it then.
There was a proposal, I think last week. They're going to go to like a 32-team playoff or something crazy.
I don't think it'll be that big. But yeah, that was thrown out there. That was thrown out there because the Big Ten and the SEC would essentially like to qualify their entire conference.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, okay, fine, whatever.
Congrats,
I don't care.
Maryland. Congrats, Rutgers. You're in the college football playoff.
Well, there should be like
Illinois.
There's a way to do this. Like,
Northwestern.
If you don't win 8 games, you're out. You're not. Again, I just want rules. Like, let's just follow the rules. If you don't win 8 games, you're out. If you're however many you want to do. You want to do 4 in the SEC? Great. First, second, third, fourth. You're in. Let's move on. I don't care. As long as you got 8 wins, you're in. Let's do this. But stop with the let's all get in a circle and stare at each other and talk over a boardroom and then come out and be like, yup, Oklahoma's in. Says who? Like, what is this process?
Remember when a computer decided who the national champion was?
God. Yeah, except for who's putting data into the computer.
Did you hear how Auburn just randomly decided we're going to claim 4 extra national championships now?
Of course. You mean there's cheating in politics in the SEC? What? How dare you? All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're also sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change this Labor Day weekend. Be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change, no appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com. The 3 o'clock hour means another code word for you to text in and see if you can get your draft at Splash at Thrive City coming up next Tuesday. We will get back to the Jauan Jennings situation and much more, but the most important thing coming up next, got a pretty big dang 49er-related announcement that we're going to make right here on Willard and Dibs.
Take your fantasy football draft to the next level with 95.7 The Game and Splash at Thrive City in San Francisco. You and 14 friends could score your own private view lounge, the best seat in the house for game day energy, 2 full hours of draft time with complimentary Wi-Fi, power for your laptops, a loaded draft day food station with non-alcoholic drinks, plus a dedicated server, all a $1,500 value. And here's the kicker. Willard and Dibs will be broadcasting live that night, then hanging out with you and your guests after the show. Listen this week for your chance to win, and join us Tuesday, August 26th. Get details at 957thegame.com.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
Looking for something fun and free to do with the kids this summer? Come explore Welcome in Wednesdays at History Park, brought to you by History San Jose. Extended by popular demand through the end of August from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., step inside one or more of our historic buildings, shop unique local finds at the gift shop, and enjoy the charm of this beautiful open-air museum and park, all for free. Take a walk through time at Welcome in Wednesdays, only at History Park, located in Kelly Park at 1650 Center Road. All ages welcome. Visit historysanjose.org for details.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
At Star One, we make saving simple because everything we do is in your best interest. That's why we provide super simple products with the best rates possible, like our savings account, which we have increased to pay an outstanding return at 3.35% annual percentage yield. That's way above the market average. Apply today at starone.org. Star One Credit Union. In your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Rate current as of August 1st, 2025 and is subject to change. $50 minimum deposit to open account and earn APY.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob! You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
There goes the two boys, the two great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
On 95.7 The Game.
Get out of here!
No, we're not going anywhere. Well, Dibs did. Dibs actually took that to heart.
Get out of here.
He got out of here. Right. But Grandy's here, and so we're going to hang today and tomorrow, and we're going to have some fun. Great to have Dee Winters on the show. And if you missed that, Odyssey app, YouTube, we'll have some pieces of it later on in the show as well. Greg Cosell was on yesterday and weighed in on Jauan Jennings. And then, in what I found to be a delightful exchange.
He was already your favorite. He just absolutely took another leap forward in your mind. I can tell.
I found it to be a delightful
You get all smiley when you think about Greg Cosell now.
Well, this was unprompted. I didn't even do this. This has my fingerprints are nowhere near this. But unprompted. Greg Cosell launched into what turned into about 4 minutes of content about the wonders of Brock Purdy. Coming from a national, objective tape watcher.
There's no one more objective than Greg Cosell. You're right about that.
So anyway.
Just saying.
Y'all get to do what you want with it, but I know what I did with it. I snuggled with it in bed last night.
I can tell.
I did. So anyway, we'll play that for you in a little bit. But first, it is announcement time. Ladies and gentlemen, please lend us your ears and do something that no one does in 2025. Focus for a minute. Just give us your attention and put your phone down. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 95.7 The Game Red and Gold Summit. And it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. That's right. Right there in the shadow of the team we follow, me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit, that's with all the hosts, will be from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, all of us in one room talking it out, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Hang with us as we get you ready for the 2025 football season. Great food, great place, your chance to hang with all of the hosts. We love a high five and a pick. That's Thursday, September 4th, King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Come out and get the season started with a bang. This is a beautiful area, by the way. If you're not familiar, those of you who live in the South Bay, you know. You get to experience the ultimate in shopping, dining, and entertainment at Westfield Valley Fair, your game day destination. Catch all the games this season at King's Fish House, the go-to spot for fans. And it is especially going to be your go-to spot on this particular day, which, oh, by the way, is the NFL opener day.
Yep, Dallas at Philly that night.
The season will kick off right in the middle of one of our points. Like I'm gonna say it's gonna be Shasky. I don't know why.
I'm taking bets.
Okay.
I'm taking action.
Yeah.
Who will be interrupted by the beginning of the NFL season?
Who will be interrupted by the beginning of the NFL season? That's a good question. But who's the one who is talking as the ball goes into the air? Dibs is a huge underdog.
Yeah.
But anyway.
You get some good odds there.
Yeah, you can go with that if you want. But come join us, and it's going to be kind of in an outdoor area with an overhang that's in the back of King's Fish House. And like we mentioned, there'll be there'll be some refreshments. Let's just say that way. We're going to get you all taken care of. I think, as always, when we do this, there'll be some wonderful prizes on hand. But mainly, we would just love to hang and talk football. As the football season starts, we will be 3 days away from Niners Seahawks.
I can't wait. I cannot wait.
Red and Gold Summit.
How many over/under 1/2 standing ovations for Steiny?
Oh.
He tends to try to take over these events.
He does, but he also does it by ripping the fans. That's his
But
way.
they love it.
They
You're
do.
worthless.
They do. Like, he's literally, someone from the crowd will have an opinion, and he'll be like, good opinion, but you're a listener, so you don't count in this world. Like, he'll say things like that, and then somehow people are like, yeah, Steiny. So who knows? Who knows?
How many wows from Goo?
Oh, God.
Over under 12 and a half.
36 and a half. I mean, sports. Like, anyway.
In those environments, you get a lot of them. Yeah.
Yeah, and then everybody starts to, like, oh, I'm going to lay out because everyone else is talking too much and this, that, and the other. I won't mention hosts. Because I always moderate these things because it's during 2 to 6.
Yeah.
So, like, whatever. That's, like, I moderate these things. And multiple hosts have, like, called me after summits to be like, dude, I'm sorry that this went that way or that we said that. And I'm like, whatever. Whatever.
That's what these are.
Yeah. And at one point, Dibs will say something. He will. I promise you.
Just make sure you're listening for both hours because you might miss it.
You got to listen to the whole summit. Red and Gold Summit, September 4th, Thursday, Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Eagles and Cowboys will kick off like 2/3 into our summit. And then Dibs and I will be doing our regular show before that from 2 to 4. So it is always a hack at these summits to not make it about the two other shows, but to come get a seat during the Willie and Dibby only hours.
Get the good viewing area.
That's when you're going to get a good seat. That's when you're going to get a really good seat.
I know I've been having a lot of fans, a lot of listeners come up and ask, when is there going to be some kind of event, whether it's a summit or not, in the South Bay?
There it is.
This is the one.
You ask, you receive. Bazinga.
Thursday, September 4th. Willard and Dibs live beginning at 2, summit beginning at 4.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
I can't wait. And we're gonna make the pilgrimage. And we will have a very good time. And then there's no doubt, I don't know about y'all, it'll probably be right there at King's Fish House, but I ain't leaving when this thing's over. There's a football game on. Yeah, Christy and I, we're not leaving until that football game's over.
Go grab a beer and put your feet up.
I'm not leaving. Oh, yeah. Hey, where the hell did you get that one? You ever do, I know Goo gets into this sometimes, and I don't know if our listeners know this. I'm on, and you're one of you crossover, because you do that.
Uh-huh.
But, I don't even know what you have in there. And
a lot.
Right. So when you pull out a new one, and it's just right there at the tip of your fingers at the right time, how do you do that?
I don't think I've ever done the board for this show.
Yeah, how long have you even worked here, Risotto?
I don't even know.
Yeah,
a year, right?
How are you pulling stuff like that I've worked here for 4 years. I've been in the market for 6, 7. I've been in the business for $1 billion. I've never heard that once.
Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced?
Again,
that's JJ Redick.
Where the hell?
The I Ain't Leaving, was that DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street? I think that's what that
exactly
was.
what it was.
Nice pull. Yeah. That's a good scene.
Very good scene.
That's a good scene. Good Lord, people are on drugs and alcohol in that movie. Quite a bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. And I bet some will be at King's Fish House during the Red and Gold Summit. I can see behind your eyes, some of you. I know who you are. But anyway, come join us. Westfield Valley Fair. These are always...
Summits are always awesome.
They're so fun. If you've ever been to one, if you've never been to one, they're so fun. And yes, especially you listeners, we hear it every time. Like, oh, come to the... And we've done the East Bay, and I don't think we've done the North Bay yet. Like, we haven't done one in the city yet, but there's all... Like, I get it. This is a big place. But the South Bay, we get that a lot. Like, when are you coming to the South Bay? Well, the answer is September 4th.
Thursday, September 4th, the day the NFL season begins.
And I have a second mini announcement.
Oh.
I have a second mini announcement about something that's going to happen the day before the Red and Gold Summit.
What's happening the day before the Red and Gold Summit?
Our favorite human being on the whole planet is coming on the show.
Who's that?
My favorite human being on the whole planet? Don't say Dibs. And yes, other than Christy and people I'm related to.
I mean,
my favorite
Greg Cosell took a giant step yesterday.
He is top 5. He's top 5. He's tier 1.
S tier, as the kids say.
Who is my favorite person in this entire industry?
Brock Purdy?
No, in the industry.
Oh.
In the industry.
I don't know.
Is YouTube guessing?
Hey.
No, well, I like he's tier 2, but I love him.
Tier 2.
Well, I mean, he's on the payroll, so it's different. Ladies and gentlemen, every Sunday morning at about 9:55, if your last name is Willard, you gather around. You gather around like it's Christmas. It's like you gather around like there's a tree and gifts in the living room, even though the only thing that's there is a television set.
Oh, I know now. Okay.
And then the music starts. And then my favorite human being in the industry stares right into your eyes and yells at you that for the next 7 hours, everything that you want in your sports life is about to unfold. Thank you very much. His name is Scott Hansen.
Or as your kids call him, Uncle Scott.
Or as my kids call him, God. He will be on this show the day before the season starts.
Wednesday, September 3rd. All right.
This is about as advanced of a booking as we do. There's only a few people we would do this for.
He's one of them.
And he's one of them.
I can't wait for that.
It's a good week that's shaping up.
I can't wait for football, but also those two things.
Yeah. And I think we got Monday off, so I'm digging this week. Let's see. Monday off, Scott Hansen Wednesday, Summit Thursday.
That'll do.
Friday, Football Friday. Woo, baby. Let's go.
We're going to be fading the Divers on Friday. Fade the Divers Thursday, too.
Every day. All right. Next segment, we give you the keyword. 95.7 The Game and Splash at Thrive City, giving you the chance to host your fantasy draft party in a private room for you and up to 14 friends. Loaded draft day food stations, a dedicated server. We'll got the Wi-Fi all taken care of. We'll be there. Willard and Dibs will be there. We're going to hang out with you next Tuesday night, August 26th. We'll do our whole show there. You're going to need a keyword to text to 20357, and we will give you that code word coming up in the next segment. Thank you to Splash at Thrive City for the great prize. We're sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. We can give you both what Greg Cosell said about Jauan Jennings and the Purdy part. The part that I snuggled with last night.
Oh, God.
Next on Willard and Dibs.
Speeding is dangerous. To other drivers, to people walking or biking. Speeding catches up with you. Tickets, crashes, or even worse, slow the fast down. Safe speeds save lives. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. good. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center in San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players, everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Sponsored by Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Woo! I can just feel it, man. This is about to get good. This is about to get good. Bleep the Giants for not getting us all the way to the finish line, but we've arrived at fine. We don't need it. We're almost there. We'll be fine.
Did you know we have college football this weekend?
I do. And it's a big one, right?
I forgot off the top of my head. There is a ranked matchup this weekend.
No, but the big one is next weekend.
Yeah, that's next weekend. We have Ohio State, Texas is next weekend. Iowa State, number 22, Kansas State, number 17. Saturday at 9 a.m. from Dublin, Ireland.
Ooh, is Purdy going?
I don't think so.
Why not? He got nothing to do for the next 2 weeks. Bubble wrap. Bubble wrap.
Go all the way to Dublin, Ireland to watch Kansas State knock off the Cyclones.
Brother, I mean, if we're going to sit here and talk about 49er injuries, I don't need this getting any worse. Bubble wrap the quarterback.
Stanford, Hawaii on Saturday at 4:30. Live from Honolulu.
At 4:30?
Yeah, Pacific.
I like my Honolulu game at 10 o'clock at night.
Please, come on.
That's much more of a Honolulu, 10 o'clock at night. How are the picks going, and can I win all my money back? That's kind of more my speed when there's
9 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Right.
went really terribly.
As Larry Beal would say, aloha means goodbye. Yeah, but sometimes it can mean...
Aloha means opportunity.
Hello. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, keyword to win your draft at Splash at Thrive City coming up in the next... what do you say?
15 minutes?
15 minutes.
Yeah, something like that.
All right, coming up in the next 15 minutes. If you're just joining us, the Red and Gold Summit has been announced. It'll be Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House, Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Cannot wait to see many, if not all, of you there. Make your plans. And isn't it beautiful? There's an NFL game that night. So if you need that in order to get the excuse that you need to tell whoever you need to tell that you're not coming home, whether it's the spouse.
It's a special NFL kickoff event.
Exactly,
come on.
Exactly. And so if it's the boss, if it's the spouse, if it's your parents, whatever.
This is a holiday in our world.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So
as is every Sunday the rest of the year too. But
yeah, use the Cowboys and the Eagles as an excuse if you want. And come see us. So we're very, very much looking forward to that. All right, couple of things here. Greg Cosell was on yesterday. And before we dive fully in, we do want to open up the lines, 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls right now on that question. How imperative is Jauan Jennings to this season? What I'm having a hard time doing is separating the beginning of the season from the season. And so it feels so desperate right now to have Jauan out there because the entire wide receiver room is beset by injury. And I don't know how many of you even heard this or even care, but one of the depth pieces, a veteran, Russell Gage, who was probably at least going to be on the team earlier in the year, he's now popped up injured too. And so you gave the list of healthy wide receivers.
You want to hear them?
After Ricky Pearsall? I really don't.
Well, I'll give them to you anyway.
Yeah, do it anyway.
So you got Ricky. Skyy Moore, who was just acquired and showed up mid-practice today. The trade has officially been finalized. He passed his physical. Robbie Chosen, you probably know him more as Robbie Anderson. Isaiah Hodgins, Bay Area kid, hasn't done much in the NFL. Junior Bergen, 7th-round rookie out of Montana, who's not really a receiver. Niners are thinking he might make the roster only as like a kicker punt returner. Who knows? He might not even make the roster. Malik Turner, who last caught a pass in the NFL in 2021, and Malik Knowles, who they just signed off the street yesterday.
I mean,
that's the group of healthy wide receivers right now, or non-suspended wide receivers right now.
Halfway through that, you started bringing up names that I don't even know what to do with.
I could have made up names. You wouldn't know any better.
Completely. Yeah. What was the last one? Beyonce Knowles?
There's two Maliks, Malik Turner and Malik Knowles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, who's that?
Exactly.
I know who Malik Turner is. I do not know who Malik Knowles is. Anyway, whatever. So
that's kind of the point.
That's the situation. And then we all know that as the season unfolds, then there's Demarcus Robinson, and then there's eventually Brandon Ayuk, and quite frankly, there is Jauan Jennings. Like, he's on the team, and I don't know about the whole injury versus contractual or what have you, I don't think he's going to be willing to miss games. But my concern is that he will show up for games, and at a certain point they're going to put him in there, and I don't like it when players miss camp because they usually underperform and get hurt.
We saw it last year.
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk, you remember the drops he had in week 1? You were at that game.
Oh, yes, I do. He got
in
booed.
the corner of the end zone.
He got booed. I don't care what anybody says. He got booed.
And that kind of continued because he got hurt, week 6? Whenever that was?
6, yeah.
You could kind of tell by then he was kind of getting his feet under him and it seemed smoother, but the beginning was bad and the Niners got off to a bad start that year. And if he's in camp the whole time, maybe he's better and they win a couple more games, who knows? The season was probably doomed anyway. But his performance specifically was not aided by that. You could possibly point to Trent Williams too. Trent Williams wasn't in camp at all last year. And he missed 7 games last year, only played in 10 games, whatever it was. So I don't know if there's a direct line there, but at least last year it seems like it was. Yep. And you might go into the same situation where you have Jauan, even if he comes back the final week of training camp, a week before week 1, is he out there and ready to go for week 1? Yeah, probably. But is he completely ready for a football game?
And wide receivers,
no.
Yeah. I mean, even go back to Nick Bosa the year before that where it was like there's a ramp up and it was just underwhelming and kind of wobbly and there were nagging injuries. I know he didn't have a huge one, but last year, all we talk about with this receiver core was their inability to separate. Like the 49ers had such problem with separation. And Jauan's not a separate guy anyway. He's a big body who can make a catch in traffic. But I got to think, dude, if you're missing even a quarter step, that's monstrous in the wide receiver world.
Oh, yeah.
It's just monstrous. And so, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you do with Jauan, even if he does show up in a week and a half. I say show up. He's there already, but gets his uniform and gets out on the practice field for game week. Do you play him?
I think you have to.
Because
you're looking at having to play Robbie Chosen
Used to be Robbie
alongside
Anderson.
Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think everything you laid out is accurate, and the need for Jauan is gigantic. They need Jauan. Whether or not their wide receiver room is healthy, frankly, they need Jauan. They need Jauan out there. If we just talked to Dee Winters, and he says, yeah, the expectation is to win a Super Bowl. And okay, what else is he going to say? But if you're trying to win a Super Bowl, you need Jauan to be one of your top 3 receivers this year. He absolutely has to be. So with that said, and how much he is needed, I think it's telling that we have not seen any movement in terms of a contract negotiation, and it hasn't even been talked about at all publicly. I can think back to last year with Ayuk, 2 years ago with Bosa, year prior to that with Deebo Samuel. Those played out more publicly than this one has, and those are obviously big money deals. It's a little different than this, but it was a question almost every single time Shanahan spoke, the few times Lynch would speak, so how are the contract negotiations going with those guys? They're not talking about it as a contract thing at all with Jauan. They're talking about it as injury related. He's got to get back out to practice.
Well, and that's one of the main reasons. The 2 reasons this sounds so different are kind of what you're indicating. This is not as high profile of a situation, and actually maybe call it 3 reasons. He's not on social media talking about it, which neither were Nick Bosa or Trent Williams, but Brandon Ayuk certainly was. There was no question Deebo was in his situation. Jauan has been very quiet, handled it very, very maturely, all of that. But yes, they're at least able to hide. I don't know if that's a fair word.
Yeah.
But they're able to hide behind this calf injury, which they won't talk much about. They won't put a timeline on it. We don't know much about it. We just know that the MRI shows, there it is. But those who are tapped in are suggesting that this is at worst, or at best, whichever way you want to look at it, only partially about injury. And the more mysterious it gets, and the quieter it gets, and the longer it goes, the more I believe this is not about his calf.
I agree. The way that the Niners are talking about it, the way that Shanahan reacts when he's asked about Jauan's availability, and it's this open term. His availability. Is that because of the injury or is it because of the contract? I don't know. But the way that Shanahan is talking about, it's almost as if the Niners are just trying to wipe from existence his desire to get a new contract. Like they're just treating him as a guy with an injured calf, and they hope that he's back soon because he's going to need to start practicing if he's going to play week 1. And it seems to me, Willard, that the 49ers are negotiating this contract extension hope for Jauan by just not even negotiating it at all. Yep. They're just cutting off all talks, and they're saying, you're playing on this deal. Whenever your calf is ready, whenever you want to give up, we're here and waiting, but you're not getting this contract. And it sucks for Jauan because Jauan is the perfect Niner Shanahan wide receiver. This is just, though, not a negotiation about Jauan Jennings. This is a negotiation about the 3-4 Niners that are getting ready to do this next year and 2 years from now. This is about the Niners setting a new precedent and saying, all right, you young, important players on our roster that want more money soon, don't follow what Nick Bosa did. Don't follow what Brandon Ayuk did. It's not going to work anymore.
And I think that's silly. I really do. The bottom line is this, and I'm not saying that the 49ers should pay him. That's not what I'm saying. But if you basically have a company that is using its leverage to hold a very good employee under their thumb, and the basic idea behind it is we don't want to set a bad precedent for a bunch of other people. In other words, a complete hypothetical. Gee, have you ever had that? Anybody listening, have you ever had that happen to you? I know I have, where a company will just hold you under its thumb and say, we're not going to let you do that because we can do that to you, and we know damn well you're powerless in this situation. And the reason we're doing it is not because you've done anything wrong. It's not because you don't deserve what you are asking to do. It is because we are going to convince ourselves that if we say yes to you, then everybody else in the world we have to say yes to. No, you don't. No, you don't. Say no to them. Well, by the way, if you do say no to Jauan, it's not going to stop the next person from asking for more money. This is what NFL players do. And there's 2 reasons they do it. One, they get hurt every day. And the second reason they do it is because you, NFL, you set it up this way. You're the ones that won't do guaranteed deals. You're the ones that leave all this flimsy stuff on the back end of contracts, and then you get mad at them when they overperform and say, hey, I'd like a little something for the effort. I had somebody text us yesterday when I had this point and say, wow, like, why do you think that players don't have to hold up their end of the bargain on a contract? Mark, like you keep saying that teams sometimes don't hold up the contract. And he's like, yes, they do. Have you ever seen the check not clear? And I'm like, have you ever seen someone get cut in the middle of camp when they've got 2 or 3 years left on their deal?
Happens all the time.
I have. So again, I'm not saying the Niners should buckle. I'm simply saying that this angle people take on Jauan is really unfair. He is doing exactly what he should do based on the way the system is set up, even though it damn well probably won't work because the big boy always has the end leverage. Always.
Absolutely. I'm not saying what the Niners are doing is good for Jauan and good for the player. It's not. It's good for the organization. They're doing what they think is good for the organization. And, yeah, they could say yes to Jauan, and Jauan gets an extension close to what he was looking for, and you know, he's happy. He's back in camp. Niners as a football team are better for this year. All of that can be true. And then, who knows? Dee Winters has a great year this year, and then he holds out next year. And the Niners could say no to Dee next year too, but it's not just about saying no. It's about avoiding the situation in the first place where you have a gigantic long holdout that hurts your team to begin a football season.
By the way,
that hurt them last year with Ayuk.
No doubt.
It hurt them with Bosa the year prior.
Isn't the word precedent a funny one, though? Because think about it this way. If they'll sit down, and this is what companies do, they'll sit down and say precedent. This is what we're worried about this, because if we do this, then we got to do it for the next 12 people. Why can't Jauan say, you're the one who already set the precedent?
Well, that's why they're trying to set a new precedent now.
And Jauan has every right to say,
he does.
Why with me?
Of course he does.
Why am I the one who suddenly has to be the face of you changing the way you do your business.
Bad timing, Jauan.
Well,
we just had to say bye to Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga, and we don't want to have to go through that again.
And I get Jauan saying, you want to talk about bad timing? Good luck against the Seahawks with Skyy Moore and somebody named Malik.
Which is why I think the next news we hear about all of this is Jauan either saying, you know what, fine, I'm showing up and I'm practicing again, or I'm now demanding a trade. Well, I think that's where this goes next.
They already once said that if he didn't get what he wanted, that's what he was going to do.
Yeah. So I'm waiting for the update on that.
And I don't know about demand, but he said ask. I also think this. I don't think that there is a bone in Jauan's body that is like Brandon's. I don't think he has that in him. Jauan is the one who it went out from Schefter that it was like he wants a new deal. And if they don't give him a new deal, he's probably going to ask for a trade.
I have it right here.
And then the next week, he showed up at camp.
Niners wide receiver Jauan Jennings, who is scheduled to make $7.5 million this season in the final year of his deal, wants a new contract or a trade per sources.
Right. And then what did he do? Then he showed up.
And he was practicing.
And we haven't heard a word from him because I just don't think he's wired this way. He is a team dude. I remember when the game against the Rams last year is the only example you need. He had the game of his career
in LA, yep.
And he was livid after the game and didn't want to have anything to do with talking about it because they lost. Jauan is a tremendous team guy. It's think about even the way he plays.
Do you remember his numbers in that game?
Oh my God, dude. Did he go over 200 yards?
11 catches on 12 targets, 175 yards, and 3 touchdowns.
Dude. And he was not happy. Even though his career had just changed.
Yep.
But he wasn't happy because the team lost. It's why he blocks downfield. This is the way his brain is wired. He's a team guy, and he doesn't want to make waves. And what I've noticed in life, including my own, is a lot of times when people are wired that way, they get taken advantage of. And again, I know 80% of you are lined up with this whole, he signed a contract. Yeah, great. That's not life. That's not how any of you operate. It's not how I operate. You would like, in theory, to go to your family or your bosses or whoever, and when there's a situation that doesn't quite feel good to you, you'd like to have a conversation and a little openness for movement. And all of you who are lined up to be negotiate the CBA better. Right, one guy has the power to do that in a league of thousands where most of them are special teamers whose career's about 2 years long and they need every dollar they can get every second. It's the realities of the NFL. I'm not playing a violin. I'm not boo-hoo. He's highly paid. He's going to be fine. He's just not wrong.
He's not wrong.
That's my only point. He's not wrong.
I want to make sure I'm clear, and I'm not saying, Jauan, get your ass back to practice, nope. Suck up for the $7.5 million that you're set to make this year. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just telling you the way that I think the Niners are operating. And I think the Niners are operating in this situation with the idea that we're not going to bend. We're not going to bend to Jauan Jennings. And it pains us to do that because we love Jauan, but we have, for years now, been beaten by our star players, our quality players. We've been beaten in the negotiations. It's part of the reason why we feel like we're kind of stuck in this contract limbo. Now we got a highly paid quarterback that's going to come due next season. That big money's going to come due next season. We can't afford to keep losing these deals, no matter how big or small. They regret Ayuk the second they signed Ayuk last year.
Yeah, but what I really wish I knew, I think it would help this conversation because a lot of people are really dug in, and I get it. I really do understand when people are like, you signed a contract. What would you want the Niners to do? It's not in their best interest to. I would love to know what's actually being asked for. And I think that would really help shape this.
It would.
If Jauan Jennings is asked, because people have these wild kind of scenarios that, if he's asking for 17 a year, I don't think he is, but I could be wrong.
Who knows?
I have no clue what he's asking for. But if he's asking for, will you just put some frosting on the cake and put some guarantees in it, then to be real, especially in the situation they're in, then I'm on his side. If he wants to double his salary, then I'm on the Niners side. That's why I'm sitting here telling you all week I can see both sides here. But the real answer to who's right and who's wrong, it lies in what's being asked for. And I don't know what's being asked for. I mean, we don't even fully 100% know that anything's being asked for, but we think. It feels that way to me.
Unless it is just frosting on top and it's a small thing here and there, I think that's as much as the Niners feel like they would be comfortable doing. That's my read on the situation. I don't think they want to do anything more than that. That's how I view it. Like, if they are in a situation that they're currently in, where you have your healthy receivers are a second-round rookie who struggled to stay healthy last year through no fault of his own, but struggled to stay healthy last year. Skyy Moore, who you just acquired, Robbie Chosen, and Isaiah Hodgins as your guys who have been in the NFL and have caught passes before. And your reaction is to go out and acquire one of those guys, as opposed to, all right, Jauan, here's the extra $2 million you wanted. Just get back into camp now, please. I don't know. That screams to me, we are not interested in talking business with you right now, Jauan. Sorry.
Well, and then you have to accept that.
Yeah.
And then Jauan gets to decide where he wants to take that.
The issue with Jauan, or for the Niners, is this is not unlike what happened last year with Ayuk and 2 years ago with Bosa. Last year and 2 years ago, neither of those guys were signed either at this time.
A lot more money involved.
A lot more money. But Jauan can say, well, I mean, Ayuk was signed on the 29th of August last year, I think, and Bosa was signed on the Wednesday before week 1, the Tuesday or Wednesday before week 1. He's got more time. He can just continue to sit out if he wants and wait and see if the Niners finally bend.
We asked Greg Cosell yesterday, NFL Films, how vital Jennings is to the Niners.
He is vital to what they do, but what it begs the question, and you're seeing it, for instance, in Washington with Terry McLaurin, who's obviously got a bigger track record than Jennings, but the question is, how important is a receiver to his team versus where does he stand in the group of receivers in the league? Jennings, to me, is very important to the Niners, but I don't think anybody's going to say that he's a top 5 receiver in the league.
Yeah, and I by the way, my perception is I don't think Jauan is saying that.
He better not be.
And again, I'm Team Niners if Jauan is like, I want $26 million a year. Like, bleep that. But if he's asking for some guarantees because football hurts and he was awesome last year and he blocks downfield for you and you're starting Skyy Moore, then he's right. My opinion. 888-957-9570. We can keep going with this, and wait till you hear what Greg said about Mr. Purdy. That is coming up. Also, immediately coming up, we will give you the code word that is going to allow you to text in to try to win your fantasy draft at Splash at Thrive City next Tuesday night. So more on that coming up immediately. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Grandy's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times, but he just knows how to play the position neatly.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Weekend brunch just got a major upgrade. Splash at Thrive City in San Francisco. Starting this September, enjoy college football Saturdays at 8:30 a.m. and NFL Sundays at 9:30 a.m. Paired with craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer. Bring the crew, settle into our view lounges, and watch the action on giant screens with immersive sound. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game for an exclusive game day perk. And make your brunch reservations now at splashsportsbar.com.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale's on now, and it's big. up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in the crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now, it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Hey, it's Butcher Boy here for the one and only Ceremony Ford in Colma. And listen up, Tesla owners. It's time to make the switch. Right now, you can upgrade to a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Select for just $239 a month, plus tax for 36 months, and it's only $19.99 due at signing. No trade-in required. And here's the kicker. 0% APR on every Mach-E in stock. We're talking over 100 to choose from. One of the largest inventories in Northern California. Plus, you get a $2,500 rebate, 2 years of complimentary maintenance, and the Ford Power Promise. That's a complimentary home charger with installation. Not a current EV owner? No problem. You still get the Ford Power Promise. But hurry, these offers end September 2nd. Don't wait. Don't overthink it. Ceremony Ford in Colma, your NorCal Mach-E headquarter. See dealer or ceremonyford.com for details.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
Famous Footwear has the latest styles from all my favorite brands like Nike, Adidas, Crocs, Converse, New Balance, Birkenstock, and more. And with over 830 stores, Famous Footwear is always nearby with fit experts to make sure my new shoes fit my feet and mom's budget. She says the prices are like really good, so you don't have to overspend to make it famous. Right now, buy one pair of shoes, get one half off at your local Famous Footwear store. Some exclusions apply.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance and at friedmansappliance.com.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Hey, football fans, it's Brian Baldinger here with It's Your Journey, presented by Hyundai. As we geared up for football season, teams are looking to finalize their rosters with new talent across the league. Some of the rookies you should be on the lookout for are Las Vegas's new running back and Jacksonville's new incredible two-way player. Both players put together record-setting collegiate careers and now look to take the big stage by storm. It's Your Journey is brought to you by Hyundai. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now. Get deals so right, it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
But it's Grandy for Dibs today, y'all. Tomorrow as well. Talking Jennings, talking Purdy. Dee Winters came on the show. We'll have that for you again later. But first things first, because we promised it.
Keyword time?
Keyword time. 95.7 The Game and Splash at Thrive City are giving you a chance to host your fantasy draft party in a private room. I love the sound of that.
Private room.
It's like, what's going on in there, man? Like, I think you're just putting stickers on a board, right? Like, are you guys all, what are you doing in there? Anyway, private room for you and up to 14 of your friends. Actually, they don't have to be friends. They be family members or just people.
They could be enemies.
I mean, do think about that as you send this text. Do think about the fact that it's Tuesday night next week around dinner time, and we would hope that you're not just in there by yourself. Like, can you get some? You don't need to get all.
At least get like 6 or 7.
Right?
There,
like, you don't need to get all 12 or 14 or what. You don't need to get everybody. We get it. It's Tuesday night in the city.
And we're talking about less than a week notice now.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
And you might live in San Jose. Like, I mean, we get it. This is not just like the easiest thing. But if you think you can get a handful of people because there's going to be a bunch of food in there, you're going to have your own server.
The food is good.
You're going to have us making fun of you. I usually work better in rooms where I have multiple people to make fun of. Because if it's just one of you, I'm just going to make fun of that. I'm going to be like, you don't even really have a draft, do you?
Oh, you took Saquon first overall?
You're just here to eat sliders. Like, you don't even have a league, do you?
Try the loaded nachos.
Oh, my
God.
God.
Try the
They're
nachos.
So good. So anyway, yeah, we'll be there also. And so here's the deal. Keyword every day this week. Today's Thursday, so we got today, we got tomorrow. You can qualify once a day. Text the word football.
Oh.
To 20357. Football.
Got to spell it right.
There's no U in it. We live in America.
Not football.
No. Football to 20357. And then that's it. You just text the word football to 20357 and you're in. You're qualified. And then you get another keyword tomorrow, and that'll be your last chance. And then I imagine at the end of the show tomorrow, are we going to make the announcement?
I don't know if we're going to announce it ourselves.
Well, we should. Because to the point you were just making, like, let's give everybody as much notice as possible. I don't want to wait till Monday and be like, see you tomorrow.
I'll check with our promotions team, and we'll tell you one way or another tomorrow.
Or at least whoever wins. We don't need to announce it on the air, but just whoever wins, like, this is just me telling Odyssey what to do. Like, tell people tomorrow and give them the weekend to round up the troops.
Organize.
Yeah.
We give away a lot of cool stuff, and we have a lot of fun contests here. In terms of ones that make me the most jealous that I can't participate in, this is up there.
It's pretty good.
This is an amazing one.
Well, and let me tell you this, as somebody who is older than you, the older you get, the harder it is in life to actually do fantasy drafts where other people are with you in the room. This becomes a Herculean task once people have kids and start spreading out across the country. My high school friends are in a fantasy draft for a number of years now. Let me do this real quick. Let me think. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 12 are here in the Bay Area still.
Okay.
We've got 1, 2, 3 in Southern California. That makes 7. 1 in Arizona. That makes 8. 1 in Georgia. That makes 9. 1 in North Carolina. That makes 10. 1 in Washington, D.C. That makes 11. And 1 that I don't know where he lives because he's one of my really good friends' little brother. And I think he might be in L.A. also. I'm not 100% sure. But anyway, the point is,
all over the place.
How do you get that group together?
Yeah.
It ends up costing thousands of dollars.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Your entry fee might be this, but you're buying plane tickets or something. So anyway, it gets tough.
It's not fantasy football, but like I try to take a trip with a group of friends from college to go see an Oregon game every year. And the number of weeks we have like had to jump through, like, okay, what about week 4? Okay, no, week 5. What week 6? Oh, no, 8? Not. It's just a nightmare.
It's impossible.
You can't make it work for everybody.
By the way, you know what else I'm learning too? Because my nephew just started at Utah. Shout out to all the families who just sent a kid off to college. Yep. I feel for you. What an emotional roller coaster. My nephew just left for Utah, and my new stepdaughter just left for Boise State. And both of these are pretty healthy football programs. I did not know this because all the parents are doing Parents Weekend in October, and a ticket to one of those football games is $8 million. I'm like, what are y'all doing out there? Like, what happened? It's insanity. And this is for the people that they're inviting to come. And you need to fly there and then, no doubt, buy your son or daughter a bunch of meals. You got to go to Target, and we got to buy all the things.
Got to get a hotel or an Airbnb.
And there's a family of 4. Would you like to go to the game? That'll be $1,500 just for the game, if you can even find tickets. I'm like, my God, yo.
Yeah.
Wow. So anyway, text football to 20357. And thank you, Splash at Thrive City. This is so great, and we're really looking forward to it next week. So good luck to each and every one of you, and you can enter again tomorrow. We'll do this again tomorrow at about the same time. Okay?
It's your last chance tomorrow.
Yeah, last chance tomorrow. We've been talking about Jennings, Purdy. Check this out. And I don't disagree with this. I just wish that this was reality. This is from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. 925, thank you for texting in. I just think the money in sports is out of control. Shouldn't be making that much to play a game. I also don't think the owners should be making that much money. Everyone deserves a pay cut and a drop in ticket prices so regular people can go to the games again. So along the lines of what I was just saying, I don't disagree with it in theory, but I guess how would you effectively do that? Do you know any business in America? And their line is, what we should do? We should make less.
Yeah, cat's out of the bag.
Right.
It's not going back in the bag.
We should stop making the available money that there is to us, even though the television networks are over their skis for us. Every nation on the globe wants us to come to them. And outside of a few rare circumstances, those buildings that we play games in every week are jammed. So there are enough people, unfortunately, who are not, quote unquote, regular people. And they've got the means by which to do this. And are you really asking the NFL to not take that? It's just not real.
Yeah, I appreciate the sentiment, 925. And frankly, I agree. But we're living in fantasy land if we're hoping that that's ever going to happen.
And so then where do you take that next when then it comes down to someone like Jauan Jennings? And I get it. I get it. If anybody, Jauan made $8 million last year. He's fine. Yes, he is fine. However, are you asking Jauan to simply play by a different set of rules than all of his coworkers are playing by, and the business model for the umbrella that he's under? Like he doesn't get to share in that, even though everybody else is. And is that really your point? Like, hey, Jauan, you signed a deal and you made 8, so you're fine. So even though there's precedent everywhere for what you're doing, and so many are successfully doing it, and you were asked to do more last year than what they thought, and you did overperform, and this is painful, and you will probably get hurt, and there's no guaranteed money left on your deal, but you just do it because you're lucky that you made $8 million last year.
Well, I think
it's not real. This is not a real point that we're making.
I think you pretty much summed up the Niners' side until you said just deal with it. You're lucky for making the money that you made. Everything that you laid out, I think, is the reality the Niners are staring at, and they say, Jauan, we love you, but I'm sorry, we can't do anything about it.
And they can
I'm
do
sorry.
That. And they can do that.
I think that's what they're doing.
I do too.
So, okay, we'll see where this comes, where the update comes from. I guarantee you the update comes from the Jauan side of things.
You would think, although I imagine the Niners are going to speak before Jauan does, and I am currently calling for, I wish that I could travel down to Santa Clara and go to one of these press conferences, but I am asking for the 49er media to ramp up the volume on these questions. Like,
I don't think I've heard a question, just how are negotiations going?
Well, the Niners haven't admitted yet that there's even negotiations happening. So that's kind of the point. You know what I mean? Like I would start, so Cam Inman did a great job a week and a half ago with, is the Jauan Jennings thing health or is it contractual?
Yeah.
And Shanahan was like, you can ask him that, but there is something on the MRI. Well, now there's a bunch of follow-ups there. Is there still something on the MRI? Do you have a timeline? You don't? Why not? Why does every other player that has an injury have a timeline and not Jauan? Kyle, are we really, truly supposed to believe that there is nothing going on contractually here at all? Are you telling us that as soon as that calf injury is fully healed, that 100% Jauan has reported to camp and will be on the practice field as soon as it's ready to go? Is that what you're telling us? Those questions have not been asked. And I would love to hear the answers to those questions.
I'm curious if at some point he returns to practice with the calf, and maybe it was the calf that has been holding him out of practice, and if he was healthy, he would be practicing. But you get to a point where week 1 is here, and he doesn't have an extension. What does Jauan's camp do then? Like, he'd been practicing. Like, say the calf never popped up, and maybe it's fake anyway, so maybe this is a moot point, but the calf never popped up, and he's been practicing this whole time, maybe not playing in preseason games, but practicing, still wanting a contract extension, and week 1 comes, no progress on the contract talk. What happens then? Is he playing in a game? Still just hoping for a contract? Because you have to have some form of leverage if you're going to make a team do something they don't want to do.
Again, I mean, somewhere along the lines, where do all roads lead? Like, this starts to make me think this is kind of the conversation at a certain point that we've all been having about Jonathan Kuminga, which is, okay, what happens? So I think that's what your question is. What happens when the rubber meets the road?
What happens when you have a deadline?
Usually, I mean, deadline spur action. But then you do start getting into the subject matter of like, okay, how resigned are you? Where do you want this to go? And in football, and especially someone like Jauan, usually you will play. Now, you can sort of do the whole like, I'm going to play, but I'm going to remember this. In other words, Jauan can firmly promise, I'm out next year. And the Niners, quite frankly, might look at him and be like, that's very disappointing, but good luck. They may do that. And so that's the reality for an NFL player who is sort of a mid-level player. Like it can get rough like that. You are limited in what you can do. I would not suggest to Jauan that having made only $10 million in his entire career that he sit out games. It's not going to go well for him.
And the Niners know that.
Yep.
So it's even more ammunition on the Niners side of things. I think what they're doing, they're calling his trade request bluff.
But they're not going to get the best Jauan.
Maybe not.
And that's for me, the fan, that's the bad part. The bad part is now you're going to get a player who is A, disgruntled, B, not in full game shape, therefore C, not fully ready, and D, more likely to get hurt when he is ready. That sucks.
And I think the Niners have weighed all of their options, and they have decided, well, if we give in to what Jauan wants, and who knows what Jauan wants, but that, whatever result comes from that, will be worse than if we don't, and we just let him play disgruntled, and maybe he leaves a year from now. Yep. The result of giving him what he wants and adding not necessarily another like albatross contract, but paying more money to a wide receiver group you don't think deserves that kind of money. Maybe it means saying bye to somebody else that you just had to say bye to Dre Greenlaw this year.
Yep.
Had to say bye to Talanoa Hufanga this year.
Look.
Couldn't bring anybody in free agency other than a backup tight end. And you just paid your quarterback. Like, if you're Shanahan and if you're John Lynch, based on what you have been told from ownership and the salary cap, we just can't keep doing this every year. Like, I'm sorry, at some point it has to end. And it sucks that it has to end on Jauan, but I think that's just what the reality of it all.
Well, and actually, maybe it wasn't Jauan. You know, Charvarius Ward wanted money, didn't get it, and he played last year. And I know that there were other reasons that were way more important here because of the tragedy within his families, but this does happen. Like, I don't know. I know that as fans, we all think that this is just like, this is our team and they love each other and they're all out there for a common goal. Dude, this is football, and I would argue that probably 40% of the people are out there playing super pissed off. Super pissed off. at their own team because of what has or has not been offered or given or whatever. I mean, wait till you hear in about 10 minutes what we've got with regard to one of the most famous Dallas Cowboys. You've got to hear what kind of things are being said to one another.
Is this Jerry Jones, Micah Parsons?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So
if you think that the Niners have been in messy situations, just
my God,
read up on Micah Parsons.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, I like that's how it is. That's how it is in this league. So it's fascinating to me how often people sort of like the way the teams handle that. I get it. You want your team to win. I want the 49ers to win. The 49ers are not wrong. They're empowered to just say, hey, contract plays. If you don't want to play, you don't have to play. But if you want to play, you got to play. They're
you can't blame the 49ers for just naturally being in the position of power.
No.
They're in the position of power, and you take advantage of your position.
Right. It's just always fascinating to me how many fans seem to gravitate to that side because it is very reminiscent of what happens in almost every human life that I know.
Yep.
And every human life that I know does not like it when their company does that to them. And no, there is no comp. I don't like comping the rest of the world to professional sports because it's different. But I do think there are certain aspects of the conversation that are relatable. We cannot relate to $8 million a year. We cannot relate to someone chasing us while we work. We cannot relate to high levels of injury at our jobs. We cannot relate to fame at our jobs. We cannot relate to all of those things. But I think most of you can relate to the idea of your company holding leverage over you. And sometimes when it feels completely unnecessary, but they do it just because they can.
Yeah, you feel like you're incredibly valuable and you're not being rewarded by as proportionate to your value to the company.
And I know damn well that if Jauan is being, a lot of people do this, it's in the Kuminga conversation too. Hey, bet on yourself and you get him on the next contract. Don't you love that? Anybody ever been in a negotiation where they go, look, I know this isn't what you want, but I'm going to remember this, and we'll get you next time.
That is always questionable, but in the NFL, God, it is the worst possible decision you can make.
It's been said to me 8 times, and not once has anybody taken care of me the next time. In fact, more often than not, the boss that said that person's gone by the time we get there. And the other person's like, sorry, wasn't my promise. It just this is the part that's relatable to me. And so again, this whittles all the way down to whatever Jauan is asking for. If he's asking only for some guarantees, I'd have done it if I were the Niners.
We don't need this to devolve into a Kuminga conversation. The Kuminga bet on yourself is also way different than the Jennings bet on yourself.
Totally.
Because Jennings could go out there and what happened to Ayuk could happen to him.
No doubt.
In practice. It could happen to him in practice.
And Jonathan's qualifying offer is almost as much as Jauan has made in his career.
And it's fully guaranteed.
Fully guaranteed.
Even if he doesn't play a second this year.
Right. And Jauan is 28. And Jonathan is what, 22, 23?
Yeah. So it's way different.
It's totally different.
If you're a football player, don't bet on yourself.
Jauan's career, let's be real, maybe has 4 years left. 4 or 5 years. Probably.
And we're talking about, over those 4 years making, I don't know, $35 million. When, according to the reports, Kuminga wants to make $35 a year.
Yeah. So I shouldn't say always, because I did not like much about the way Ayuk handled things. But to me, there is more sympathy for the NFL player than there is for baseball or,
it's not even close.
Basketball when it comes to stuff like this.
Not even close.
It's not even close.
And we had the text earlier, I forget exactly where it came from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, telling the NFL and telling Jauan, get a better CBA. And the Players Association has messed up time and time again for the NFL, honestly. Guess what? Not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Do you remember the hand wringing about the second round draft picks looking for fully guaranteed deals this year? there very possibly was a directive from the NFL saying, please, teams, don't give these second-round picks fully guaranteed deals. What are you doing?
I love the idea.
You're gonna hurt our chances to continue not guaranteeing deals at the next round of negotiations.
Baseball has the most powerful players union, and basketball has the smallest players union. The NFL, and this is not by any fault of their own, it is, again, by the structure of the sport, has by far and away the weakest players union. Because there are it is the biggest number of players, and most of them average career 2 to 3 years, and you are not going to get those guys to sit there and be like, yeah, let's strike. They're like, dude,
I have a very small window to make my money,
and I need that money, and I need it tomorrow.
And I don't know how much you followed this whole story, but obviously the Deshaun Watson contract from years ago when he got a fully guaranteed deal, there is reporting that not Goodell, but essentially from Goodell, NFL officials told owners, don't give your quarterbacks a lot of guaranteed money. Collusion. They colluded.
For sure. For sure they colluded.
Because they didn't want to set a bad precedent to where the players' union could use that as a bargaining chip to say, well, now we're going to get fully guaranteed deals or we're going to strike because we have this evidence that suggests you've been giving it out for a few players. We want that for all of our players now.
Giants lost again. Thought I'd throw that out there, too. Giants still stink.
They had a game today?
They did. Devers and Adames both homered.
Oh.
They still got doubled up.
They were up 2-0.
Playoffs. Double up.
So against the Padres, 7 games they went 1-6 in 7 games versus the Padres?
That's correct. That's correct.
And you said they had to go, 5-2?
Yes.
Close.
They didn't.
They were close.
They didn't go 5-2. They didn't go 5-2. But that was fun when they won that one game against the Padres, and everybody's like, the math. Okay. Like, what are we talking about?
What are they, 8 games out now of a wild card spot?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's over.
It doesn't matter. Thank you. Football season. We're sponsored by Frontier Ford. Mach-E lease specials are on, and Tesla owners score even more at Frontier Ford. Lease a 2025 Mach-E Select for just $239 a month plus tax, $1,999 at signing, and save even more with your Tesla. Offer ends September 2nd at Frontier Ford in Santa Clara. Okay, all right, coming up next, at long last, Greg Cosell and Brock Purdy sitting in a tree. Wait till you hear this. Oh, and then we'll play the Jerry Jones thing for you, too.
Oh, God.
This is all good audio. Oh, it's just good audio. Jerry Jones. That's all coming up next. That's Grandy's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
If you've started thinking about what to wear this fall, your timing is perfect because Macy's Fall Preview event has early deals on looks everyone will be wearing. Romantic dresses from BCBG and Avec Les Filles. Western-inspired boots and bags from Steve Madden, all 25% off. Plus, take 15 to 25% off fall beauty from Yves Saint Laurent, Estee Lauder, and Clinique. Don't wait. This fall preview won't be around for long. So come into Macy's today. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in the crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now, it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
In San Francisco, it's 75 degrees and partly cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hang on, I'm looking something up.
What are you looking up?
Micah Parsons' contract. Also, I want you to be ready. I need you to be ready.
Okay. For what?
Because I just had a granola bar.
Oh.
Sometimes
you need to get a sip of water?
No,
or?
I'm good, but sometimes they get stuck. Sometimes it comes up and gets you like 15 minutes later.
Are you serious?
It comes up 15 minutes later?
No, like not the...
What are you talking about?
No, like there's like a little, like the residue that's in your throat.
Yeah, sure.
Will just all of a sudden like lock up. I've just had it happen.
Huh. It comes out 15 minutes later?
No, stop. It's not a regurgitation sensation. That's not what I'm saying.
Cha-ching!
Thank you. I'm just saying that sometimes you eat the granola bar and then you talk for 10 minutes and then the residue that's in your throat just kind of starts scratching the wrong way and it becomes hard to talk.
I don't discriminate versus anyone.
I have a policy against, no, you know what? I'm not going to say that because that's going to come back to haunt me.
No,
I'm not doing it.
I'll lay out. I'll turn my mic off. Say it.
No, it's not about you laying out. It's about it turning into a drop.
That's why I wanted to lay out, so it would be a nice, clean drop.
Okay, here's how I'll do it. What is an almond? It is a
nut.
Thank you. So that's what I didn't want to say, but I have a policy because I won't eat those during a show.
No nuts, huh?
So Micah Parsons' contract.
He nutted that thing.
Micah Parsons' contract stipulates that in 2025, a club option has been exercised for $24 million. Micah Parsons has a contract. Are we mad at him that he hasn't shown up?
I'm not mad at him.
Yeah, because you're not a Cowboy fan.
Exactly. I think more Cowboy fans are pissed off at the Cowboys than Micah Parsons.
Exactly. Why is that?
Because they hate Jerry Jones.
Okay. I'm just trying. I'm trying to figure out the rules as to why, and I don't pretend to have a straw poll here just because I'm reading text messages on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line and the chat on our YouTube feed. I'm not going to act like this is a random sample that covers the Bay Area. But a lot of people seem to feel, hey, Jauan, you got a contract. Show the bleep up, dog. Let's go. You signed it. That was your pen.
Yeah.
Is that not true for Micah Parsons?
It's a different situation.
It is, but then it's also not. Like he is under contract.
Yeah.
And he has 1 year left, so therefore he would like some accommodations and planning done for his future, which is, I would argue, exactly what Jauan Jennings is doing.
Yeah.
He's just, Jauan's not a star.
Different levels that these guys are on, and I would imagine different levels of money that they're asking for.
No doubt.
And different financial situations for the teams, and different trust in decision makers and leadership.
That too.
I think that's a big part of it.
So
from the outside, Jerry Jones and the Cowboys feel like a train wreck.
Totally.
And, I mean, Cowboy fans probably have a unique perspective on it way more than I do, but I would imagine there's a lot of Cowboy fans who are pretty sick and tired of the way the Cowboys have been run. I mean, the last time they went to a Super Bowl was, when was that? In the 90s? Last time they won a Super Bowl was the last time they went to one.
94? I think 94.
Have they even been to an NFC Championship game since then?
They have not.
So I think they're sick and tired with just how everything happens in Dallas.
Totally.
And I don't think Niner fans have anywhere near the same level of frustration with how things are going here.
I think also sometimes Jera gets in trouble because Jera will come share his perspective with you.
Is that what he did again?
He always does. And people don't share Jera's perspective because Jera is an old dude who, doesn't really feel tapped in with the every person. He went on Michael Irvin's podcast.
Oh.
He went
Cowboy
on,
legend.
Michael Irvin had him on the podcast. And here's what the story that Jera shared.
Oh, God. I don't think I'm ready for this.
About the Micah Parsons negotiations.
When we wanted to send the details to the agent told us to stick it up our ass. Yeah, Mike and I talked, and then we were going to send it over to the agent. And we had our agreements on term, amount, guarantees, everything. We were going to send it over to the agent. And the agent said, don't bother because we've got all that to negotiate. Well, I'd already negotiated. I'd already moved off my mark on several areas. And so the issue, very frankly, is we've had the negotiation in my mind. And the agent's trying to get his nose in it right now and try to come in there and improve off the mark that we'd already set. It's the mama-daddy deal.
It's a mama-daddy deal. First of all, that's just fun. That's just fun to listen to. It's hilarious.
So what happened was Jerry and Micah had a private conversation.
His name is Jera.
Jera. And Micah had a private conversation talking about the contract.
According to Jera.
And also according to Jera, they had agreed in principle to every single possible angle of the contract.
Apparently.
So then Jera was like, this is great. Let's send this off to your agent there, Micah. And Micah's agent said, stick it up your what?
Yeah. Yeah. You want to hear the very beginning again?
Yeah.
When we wanted to send the details to the agent told us to stick it up our ass.
All right. You can turn it off now, Steven. Yeah, stick it up our ass.
I'm pretty sure this popped up earlier in this whole negotiation process, because I remember reading a story, and I was talking about it with Ken behind the glass too, where it had to be, Micah came out and publicly said, I'm not doing like one-on-one negotiations anymore. Like, I'm not talking about my deal unless my agent is present.
Stick it up our ass.
And now this has happened again, apparently.
That's the way it's supposed to be. And Jared knows this. Who does the agent work for?
Micah.
Thank you. So if the agent told you to stick it up your ass, then guess what?
Micah is telling you to stick it up your you-know-what.
Exactly.
Stick it up our ass.
Yeah, so if you had an agreement with Micah, then you would have had an agreement because Micah could tell the agent to stick it up his you-know-what. But Micah didn't do that. So this is disingenuous at a minimum, and then hilarious at a maximum.
Oh, absolutely hilarious.
That's tremendous.
Just amazing.
And then, but the real issue here is that Jera is on Michael Irvin's podcast saying all of this stuff for the world to hear. And if you're Micah, how do you react to this being on Michael Irvin's podcast? Like, that's not good. And I have heard in multiple places that one way or another, whether it's this year, next year, or whatever, this is headed for a divorce.
Oh, absolutely.
Because Micah is livid.
How could you not be?
He's livid. And he's like, I'm done. I'm not working for you anymore. Take this job and shove it.
Like, could you imagine if Jed York did that for Brandon Ayuk last year? Could you imagine?
Well, there's something that happens. I don't know, and I don't want to come off as an ageist. That's not what I mean at all. Something happens at a certain age where people are just able to say whatever the hell they want, and then everyone's like, that old fart.
That's just Jared.
Jed York is not there yet.
You're right.
But Jerry Jones is one of these people who's like, there goes Jared again. But guess what? I don't think it's funny to Micah.
Absolutely not.
I don't think it's funny.
Or anyone else on that team.
Hang on, another sip of water.
Make sure that granola bar stays down, buddy.
Down.
Nuts.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't want to say that, but we already have drops of you saying that, so we're good.
Period.
Yeah.
No, that is the rule.
But
more ways than one.
How about them Cowboys? Yeah.
Like, imagine how everyone else in the Cowboys feels about it, too.
They think that this is stupid.
They need Micah Parsons there to try to win football games.
Yeah, he's one of the best players on defense.
And the owner is
in the league.
just continuing to pick fights in public about it. On Michael Irvin's podcast, of all places.
Michael Irvin's podcast. That's right.
I didn't even know he had a podcast, frankly.
I did not know that Michael Irvin was still speaking publicly. He used to come on this station all the time and then got into all kinds of I don't know what, and then that was it. And now he's got his own podcast. So, yep, there it is. But this is going on all over the league. And I would argue that usually the only players that we get mad at who do this is if they play for our favorite team. That's all. That's why you're annoyed with Jauan. Jauan is not doing anything out of line. In fact, I would argue Jauan is doing this in the most respectful way possible. Has not gone to social media, has not said one word publicly about it, and still showed up to camp.
And I would venture to guess that the only reason he, quote-unquote, requested for the trade was just to put a little bit more pressure on the Niners and say, I really want this. Like, I don't think he wants to be traded.
The timing of it suggests that what Jauan wanted was to participate in camp.
Yeah.
Because he knows damn well what happens when you don't participate in camp. Not good things.
I don't know if, mature is the right word in terms of gauging or evaluating all of these high-profile negotiations the Niners have had the last handful of years, like going back to Debo, Bosa, and then Ayuk. This is by far, by a mile, the most mature negotiation that there's been out of that group. Now, this is different because it's a lower-level deal, but there's been nowhere near the level of drama with it, which is partly why Jauan, in his defense, has a complete right to feel frustrated by the whole thing. Because I'm not asking for anywhere near what these other guys were asking. I'm not making this as difficult on you as those guys were. I showed up to camp and I practiced, and I still can't get the extension that I want. I don't know what more I can even do at this spot.
Yep.
Like, everything Jauan is feeling, I know that you've spent a lot of this show pointing that out, and you're absolutely right. He has every right to feel and act the way that he has behind closed doors, which we don't really know a lot about, but I'm sure it hasn't been anything outrageous. He has every right to do that, I just think he's a victim of the circumstance and the time that it's coming.
Yes, although the circumstance is, in the end, created by the 49ers. Like, they are the ones that create that circumstance. They're the ones that create the lines.
I'll just say, like, if somehow we could magically go back and change Jauan's contract extension ask was last year and Ayuk's was this year, Jauan would have got what he wanted last year.
I would think. I mean, if you could go back in time magically, what you would do is don't run up those stairs and stop Brandon Ayuk from being a Steeler.
Yes, that too.
Stay downstairs.
But
go talk to Jauan.
My point is, it's not happening, in my opinion, this year. Not because Jauan is Jauan, but just because it's time the Niners have finally decided to stop doing this.
Well, but there you go. The Niners have decided.
Yes.
So that is not a rule. That is not something that we have to accept as 100% fact. That is the Niners' opinion and decision to play it this way.
But this entire offseason has been about cutting back on money, getting younger, gearing up for when Brock is making $50+ million a year.
Look, they may be right.
And resetting their books.
In sports, the contracts that you don't sign are usually better than the ones you do. That's my opinion. But the problem is you have to sign some, and you have to hit on some. But it feels like 7 times out of 10, when you don't do something, people look back on it and go, that was a good decision.
I don't want to get us off track. The 3 big contracts the Giants have handed out over the last 12 months, I guess one of them is Devers, not a contract they handed out, but that they took on. Chapman, Adames, and Devers. How do you think the front office and ownership feel about those 3 right now?
Terrified.
I would do Devers again. I would probably still do Adames again. Chapman's a little scary, but I don't feel good about nearly as good about all of them as I did when it happened.
Well, I think that's one of the hard parts about the Jauan thing is, at least, again, I don't know for sure what he's asking, but I don't think he's asking for anything long-term. I don't think that's what's happening here. I don't think he's asking for 5 years.
No.
And in the NFL, you can boogie out of those anyway. So, this is not...
He probably wouldn't want 5 years anyway.
You're not...
Give me an extra year, give me 2 more years here, and then I'll get another one when that's up, and that'll be my career.
Just guarantee some money. I think is probably what this is mainly about. Anyway, if you'd like a chance to host your fantasy draft party in a private room for you and up to 14 guests at Splash at Thrive City, and if you don't know what that is, then A, you're new to the show, but B, you're really missing out. Great bar restaurant experience right there next to Chase Center at Thrive City. We already gave out the keyword earlier, but if you missed it, we're going to hand it out again within the next, 9 minutes. Within the next 9 minutes, all you got to do is keep listening, and then once we give you that word, you text it to 20357, and you're qualified for today. If you've already texted it in, you're good. Thank you very much.
Yes.
You can only qualify once per day, but another chance today, another chance tomorrow, and then we are going to have our winner, and we look forward to seeing you next Tuesday at Splash at Thrive City. We will do our entire 4-hour show there that afternoon.
There are very few places better to be if you're a sports fan than Splash at Thrive City.
Oh, heck yeah.
It's amazing.
That's true. And there are very few quarterbacks better than Brock Purdy. Oh, I didn't say it.
You agree, though.
I didn't say it.
I don't even know if Greg Cosell said that.
Well, okay. You all decide what he said. Because one thing I consistently hear is, boy, we were excited about Brock, right? Year 1, great. Year 2, unbelievable. And then last year,
man, he fell off a cliff, didn't he?
Darn, he just went the wrong way. He wasn't very good last year. Well, unless, of course, you actually go through every throw and watch what he did.
During the season, I can't watch, 250 dropbacks in a row of a quarterback. I have to each week watch games, as many as I can. But in the off season, I can watch 250 dropbacks over a 2 or 3 day period. And I got to tell you, I came away thinking that Purdy's really good. Now, I thought there were times he left the pocket too soon, and I thought that was one of the things that at times, he struggled with last year. But overall, I mean, to me, as a post-snap operator, in other words, when the ball snapped and it's in his hands, I think he's an outstanding post-snap operator. He sees the field intuitively. I think he's an elite processor. I think he creates timing and anticipation throws based on his immediate understanding of what he sees, and that allows him to throw with precise timing. I came away after watching everything about him that he's a really, really good quarterback who truly understands how to play the position at the NFL level.
Okay, and that was just by watching last year's film.
Yes, that was 2024 tape.
Right.
When most people's account wasn't great.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
The way that he said, let me tell you.
Let me tell you.
Let me tell you. I came away thinking this guy is great.
And then, did you hear the part? Because then we pressed him on this, and then he started talking about how much better than Mahomes Purdy is.
That's not what he said.
All right. But like a little bit.
He brought up Mahomes.
Here's what he said.
There's a lot of different elements to playing quarterback, okay? I can tell you right now, here, I'll tell you this. I'm not going to tell you who told me, but a defensive coordinator in the league told me this, who's very highly respected. And he said, Patrick Mahomes is not a very good progression reader. Okay, that's a coordinator that's played against him. So people listening to that might go, you're crazy. It's Patrick Mahomes. People have different strengths. Is Brock Purdy going to do what Josh Allen can do? Is Brock Purdy going to put a team on his back and win a Super Bowl, quote unquote, by himself? Of course, no one does it by yourself, no matter who you are. But you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
Is he that kind of player? No. So some people might think then he's not in the top 5. That makes him in the top 10 or 12 or 15, whatever list they want to choose. But when it comes to the subtleties and the nuances and the understanding of how to play the position, Brock Purdy is high level. Does he have a rocket arm? No. Is he the most athletic quarterback in the league? No. But he understands intuitively and innately how to play the quarterback position. Look, you guys, I'm sure, have talked ad nauseum going back to last year and probably through the summer about why the Niners were 6-11, and there's many reasons for that. And it's not just Brock Purdy. In fact, he'd probably be one of the least important reasons.
Yeah. In fact, it wasn't. It wasn't Brock Purdy. That's not why the Niners were 6-11 last year.
Where on the list does he check in at?
I mean, are we assuming that everyone is on the list? Like, is everyone on the list?
I guess, in general, it's the play of the quarterbacks, the wide receivers.
Like George Kittle's not on the list. He was great. He was great.
Jauan isn't on the list.
Jauan was not on the list.
Fred Warner's not on the list, although he had played with an injury.
Yeah, I could say Fred Warner's foot was on the list.
Deommodore Lenoir wasn't on the list.
No, those players all had a better year than Brock Purdy. But, if I were to make a list, how many things could I come up with before I got to Brock?
Yes.
A lot. I mean, you have to tell me what the categories are. You know me. The first 5 things are all on defense. The first 5 things are all on defense. And then when I get over to offense, I'm going to think of offensive line before that.
Yep.
I'm going to think of injuries before that. Yep. I'm going to think of Ronnie Bell before that.
Okay.
I'm going to think of, does Jake Moody count as offense?
Special teams.
Okay, fine.
As a whole,
special teams. Terrible. Good Lord.
That's above Purdy for sure.
They're way ahead of it. We're in the double digits by the time we get to Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Is what I would say.
Yeah. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
When I hear Greg Cosell talk about it, though, my mind, there's part of me that thinks, well, all right, some of this to me seems like if the tape suggests that Brock looked largely the same last year and 2 years ago when he was, a good game on Christmas away from winning the MVP, then Brock Purdy at his best still isn't good enough to elevate a roster that isn't great around him. You know what I mean? If Purdy largely played the same and the team was amazing when the rest of the team was healthy, but the team sucked last year despite the same amount of play, doesn't this confirm a lot of what some Purdy detractors say, that he's only good enough when the team around him is good?
You could look at it that way, but I find the premise entirely faulty. I don't think that what people want to have happen happens in life. There isn't this thing where it's things were wobbly and then the quarterback showed up and everything went bananas and we won it all and we had a parade.
Well, yeah,
that's not how sports work.
As he said, no quarterback does it by himself.
Jalen Hurts didn't do that last year.
Not even close.
Jalen Hurts didn't do that. You could argue that Barkley did. He took them to another level. But to argue that Brock Purdy hasn't taken to the 49ers to another level is foolish. Of course he did.
Yeah,
did you see the Niners prior to him? So of course he took them to another level. He has done that. But in order for them to win the whole thing, yes, this is okay to say. Other things around him will need to go right, as is the case for every other player. Ask Joe Burrow. He needs a defense, or they're not going to win.
And they still don't have Troy Hendrickson in camp, by the way.
And he's an elite player.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter how good you're like this whole like how long is your thing? It just doesn't matter.
Whoa.
You're good. You're good. You're good enough. You're good enough. You don't need it. Like, I don't know why the world needs this alpha dog to show up in sports and just take over. Like, there's a little bit of an NBA thing going on there.
There is, though, a difference in the 2023 Niners and, like, that's when everything went right.
Yes, everything went right.
Everything went right. There's a middle ground between 2023 and 2024 Niners.
Great players and super healthy. Great players and super healthy.
There's a middle ground this year where largely healthy, still some good players, but a lot of unknowns, too.
A lot of unknowns. Right.
This is the middle. You hope it's the middle ground year, where Brock is as good as Cosell says he was each of the last 2 years,
right.
But everyone else around him is largely healthier, and you get some performances from youngsters, and then we'll see where the team is at there.
I mean, this is why I'm trying to play this sound. 925 just hits us on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. How'd Purdy do without CMC last season? Very well, thank you. The Niners didn't do very well. Purdy did pretty good. The Niners didn't. That's my point. He wasn't. Was he perfect? No.
He was far from perfect.
Yeah, no. Nobody said he was perfect. He was good. He was very good. Greg Cosell's words, not mine. He was very good. The Niners are a lesser entity without one of their best players. Same as every other team in the NFL. How would Jalen Hurts have done without Saquon Barkley? Well, we saw it the year before. They sucked at the end of the year.
They went to the Super Bowl the year prior to that.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. He's a good player. He's a good player. And when things go right around him, things will go well. And when things don't go right around him, whatever the hell happened the second half of the year 2 years ago with the Eagles, I don't know. But they were awful. They couldn't win a football game.
Nope.
And
lost to Baker in the playoffs.
And then the next year, they won the whole thing. And Saquon Barkley was on the team. All right, we got a few things working here. First of all, 95.7 The Game and Splash at Thrive City, as we've been telling you, giving you the chance to host the Fantasy Draft Party next Tuesday night. Private room, 14 guests at the maximum, food stations, dedicated server, Wi-Fi, we've got you all set. We'll be there as well. That's next Tuesday. Text football to 20357 to qualify yourself if you haven't already today. Text football, that's today's keyword, football, to 20357, and you're entered. And then we get one more shot, one more keyword coming tomorrow. Also coming up next, Carrington Harrison. That's a lot of R's in his name. Carrington Harrison is with 96.5 The Fan in Kansas City. We will find out if Skyy Moore is untapped potential or just stinky. But he is one of the new 49er wide receivers. We will also ask him why Greg Cosell thinks Brock Purdy is better than Patrick Mahomes. Thank you. So that Carrington Harrison is going to jump on for a few minutes coming up next. And then also in about 25 minutes or so, we'll let you hear Dee Winters right here on 95.7 The Game. So that's all coming up. Grandy's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
Take your fantasy football draft to the next level with 95.7 The Game and Splash at Thrive City in San Francisco. You and 14 friends could score your own private view lounge, the best seat in the house for game day energy, 2 full hours of draft time with complimentary Wi-Fi, power for your laptops, a loaded draft day food station with non-alcoholic drinks, plus a dedicated server, all a $1,500 value. And here's the kicker. Willard and Dibs will be broadcasting live that night, then hanging out with you and your guests after the show. Listen this week for your chance to win and join us Tuesday, August 26th. Get details at 95.7 957thegame.com.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Your dream kitchen starts at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. For a limited time, enjoy up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent. Fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
Hey, football fans, it's Brian Baldinger here with It's Your Journey, presented by Hyundai. As we geared up for football season, teams are looking to finalize their rosters with new talent across the league. Some of the rookies you should be on the lookout for are Las Vegas's new running back and Jacksonville's new incredible two-way player. Both players put together record-setting collegiate careers and now look to take the big stage by storm. It's Your Journey is brought to you by Hyundai. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now. Get deals so right, it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Save big during Labor Day at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, buy more to get up to an additional 20% off. Shop even more savings with 3 Stay Green 1 cubic foot vegetable and flower garden soil bags for $10. This Labor Day, take care of your home for less at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 9/3. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question. That's a great question. That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, the goal here with the hour and 10 minutes that we have left is going to be to ask a bunch of great questions. Because there will be multiple extra voices coming on the program here over the next hour 10. Dee Winters of the 49ers, if you missed it earlier, we'll have that for you in approximately 20 minutes or so. Grandy is in for Dibs. Say hi to Grandy, everybody. He'll be here again tomorrow, and we're having a good time. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? And here on that River Islands guest line is our next guest, Carrington Harrison, 96.5 The Fan in Kansas City, which happens to be an Odyssey station. So Carrington is joining us, and there's a few things to go through. Carrington, hey, thanks for hopping on short notice. How you doing?
Yeah, hey, I'm happy to be here. I just want to tell you something, and this is going to sound like a flex, but I promise you it's not.
Okay.
When I was a kid, I really wanted to go to the Kentucky Derby, so I told myself one day I was going to go. And this year I was able to take my mom to the Kentucky Derby. It was a really cool thing. So that's like the number one coolest thing I've done this year. The number two is I never thought that someone would want me to come on their radio show to talk about Skyy Moore's career with the Chiefs.
There you go.
I had absolutely no clue that was going to happen.
There you go. So we're the second coolest thing you've ever done.
I mean, that's how I would classify it. I mean, I've done some other things, but just whenever, your producer texts me like, you want to talk about Skyy Moore, you can ask him. I replied, there isn't much to talk about. And then he was like, we're serious. And I was like, I mean, if you want me to come on, I'm happy to come on. But, I mean, this is going to be the shortest interview you guys have ever done.
Well, actually, we've got a few tricks up our sleeve. But also, if you do want to invite either of us on your show to talk about any random 49ers special teamers tomorrow, we might be available. Just let us know if that's of interest to you.
Okay, no, that's perfectly fine. You know what? I can sum this up with Skyy Moore. I think this is going to answer all of your questions. Sometimes relationships just don't work out. We've all have been with somebody, and it just didn't work out. And that person might go on to marry the next person, have a long relationship, but that person just wasn't a good fit for you. One of the biggest weaknesses for the Chiefs the last 3 years have been wide receiver, and Skyy Moore could never consistently get on the field, and has been one of the biggest problems. A couple of days ago in their special teams game, it was this is a routine play that every NFL player has to make. He drops it, and I remember thinking in that moment, he's done. Like, we have tried this enough, but we cannot move forward with the Chiefs. He then got that kick return for a touchdown, and everybody's feeling good. And you know what? That's his final play in Kansas City. He got a chance to play in a couple of Super Bowls. He scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl. But Skyy Moore, he is one of the biggest busts that the Chiefs have ever had at wide receiver in their organization's history.
So, bad fit. It also feels like you don't think he's necessarily a very good player, which is fair. Do you think he's anything more than just a gadget guy, end around, reverses, special teams, or is there something more that might be untapped?
I'm telling you right now that if you can't make it work in Andy Reid's offense and Kyle Shanahan's offense, that you got to go work at Amazon. Like, you got to go work at UPS. Like, you just got to find something else to do. Like, you had Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, Travis Kelce, Kyle Shanahan, George Kittle, Trent Williams. Like, you played with all of these guys and you couldn't make it work. Like, football just wasn't for you. So that's where I am with him. I mean, could he find a role in the NFL? Sure, it's possible. Right system, right scheme. DeMarcus Robinson, the guy that you obviously know very well, he worked out in Kansas City. He's in left and has had success in other places. So I'm not ruling out the chance that Skyy Moore could carve out a niche for himself in the National Football League. I'm just telling you that there was a 0% chance it was going to happen in Kansas City. So the fact that they got anything in return for Skyy Moore, for a player who wasn't going to make the team, is an overwhelming. I don't care if Skyy Moore turns out to be Jerry Rice. He had to be off the team in Kansas City.
Carrington Harrison of 96.5 The Fan in Kansas City is joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Yes, mainly to talk about, believe it or not, Skyy Moore, the wide receiver who the Niners acquired yesterday. He is a second-round pick from 3 years ago, and Carrington just used the B word, used the word bust. So here's I guess my question. You mentioned that he was not able to get on the field. Can you put into words why? Like, what's the book? What's the negative book on Skyy Moore?
He can't catch. I wish I had a much better answer for you than that. Like, I'd love to go on a 30-second soliloquy. I'm telling you right now, he has bad hands. Absolutely bad hands. Like, I don't even have a joke for how bad it was. No, he can't catch. I'm sorry.
And last year was just injuries. I mean, obviously also as the football player.
Did you not hear what I just said, sir? He cannot catch. You're like, I know you got to ask a follow-up question. He couldn't catch COVID in 2020. I'm telling you, he cannot catch.
Wait, so, but he was hurt last year, or are you saying that they made that up?
Do I got to say it again?
Yes.
I'm trying to tell you he can. Last year, I think what happened was they needed a roster spot for DeAndre Hopkins, and they tapped him and said, "Big dog, we need that. Like, we need this roster spot. Like, come on now. Like, I'm here telling you, it wasn't going to work in Kansas City. Again, I'm not here telling you that it's not going to work in San Francisco. You know, change of scenery, fresh coat of paint. You know, you guys are wide receiver needy. It might work out. But I'm sitting here telling you, for me, she was crazy. You might can get the crazy out of her, but I'm telling you, for me, she was crazy. She cut up all my stuff. She threw bleach on everything. That woman's crazy. Get me away from her.
Okay. Carrington, so why was he still on the roster? Why was he in camp?
I'm telling you, he was about to get cut. Friday night against the Bears was going to be his last time. He was going to get to say hi to Taylor Swift one more time. He was going to get to say goodbye to Clark Hunt and Andy Reid, and he was about to be off the team. So you're asking a great question. Why was he still on the team? He was not going to be on the team for too much longer, especially with now the news that Rice is going to be available for week 1. At least we believe he's going to be available. So there wasn't going to be a roster space for him anymore. They already drafted a wide receiver this year in the 4th round in Jalen Royals, and they just have better special teams guys than him. So, there wasn't a space for him on the roster anymore.
I got another question for you, not about Skyy Moore, though. Former Niner Jalen Moore, you guys signed this offseason, I think, to be a starting offensive lineman for your guys' team. Is he going to start? Is he going to play major snaps, the former Niner offensive lineman Jalen Moore?
That's a great question. He actually is not going to start right now. They drafted Josh Simmons. He was an offensive tackle from Ohio State, and he won the left tackle job. And funny enough, we had 2 former NFL players on our show in the last week that have compared him to Trent Williams from an athletic standpoint. Now, I think that Trent Williams is a first ballot Hall of Famer, and he's the best left tackle of his generation. So that's obviously a lofty comparison. But Josh Simmons is going to start for them at left tackle. The second highest paid player on the Chiefs is actually their right tackle, in Jauan Taylor. So they're not moving him. I think the plan is going to be at left guard potentially, depending on what happens with that spot. But as of right now, tomorrow, if the Chiefs were playing the Chargers tomorrow in Brazil, I do not believe Jalen Moore would start.
He got a 2-year, $30 million deal. They're not going to start him?
That's how it is in Kansas City. All off season, that was my biggest argument. You know, he's getting $21 million guaranteed, and most of the time you got to follow the money. So that was my big argument, was that, this year Moore is going to be the starter. You drafted this first-round pick, but he can kind of redshirt this year, and then when you kind of get, your financial situation in order, you can start him. But Josh Simmons has won, Jalen Moore in Kansas City, he has not taken a snap at left tackle. He has primarily played right tackle or left guard for Kansas City. In training camp, they have determined who their left tackle is. It's Josh Simmons out of Ohio State.
Carrington Harrison, 96.5, The Fan in Kansas City. So, with all that said, are either Jalen Moore or Skyy Moore, are either of them suspects in the shooting at Andy Reid into his office? Is that a possibility?
I mean, you know what? I'm trying to think of people who will want Andy Reid hurt. We got to start looking at the reigning NFL MVP. We got to start looking at Josh Allen. Like, you got to think of who would benefit the most from something happening to the Chiefs. It's Josh Allen.
I mean, what is up with that story, by the way? Because I want to back up because some of our listeners might not know what the hell we're talking about. What happened out there? It just broke yesterday.
I mean, it just broke here as well. Like, it was a story that I didn't know about it until it was reported by the local paper, the Kansas City Star. So my understanding is Andy is in his office. He's on the computer. A bullet goes through the window while he's in there. And I think it landed, they said 15 to 20 feet from where he was standing. So obviously, you're in a different position. Something could have happened. They don't have any suspects. They don't know what the motivation was. So it's kind of one of those stories that obviously everybody's happy that Andy's fine, but there's just a lot of questions because there's not a lot of information right now.
Unbelievable, and so glad that he's safe. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Hey, Carrington, before you go, can we play something for you? You know who Greg Cosell is, NFL Films, right? You know Greg?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. So Greg's on our show yesterday, and he starts talking about how Brock Purdy, he went through every drop back of Brock Purdy's year last year, and he's like become an even bigger Brock Purdy supporter and fan. He goes, you guys don't understand. He was not the problem last year. He's really good. And so then in the process of that conversation, I'm like, Greg, so you came to that conclusion after just the 6-11 season, not from the two previous years. And then listen to where the conversation goes next.
There's a lot of different elements to playing quarterback, okay? I can tell you right now, here, I'll tell you this. I'm not going to tell you who told me, but a defensive coordinator in the league told me this, who's very highly respected. And he said, Patrick Mahomes is not a very good progression reader. Okay, that's a coordinator that's played against him. So people listening to that might go, you're crazy. It's Patrick Mahomes. People have different strengths. Is Brock Purdy going to do what Josh Allen can do? Is Brock Purdy going to put a team on his back and win a Super Bowl, quote unquote, by himself? Of course, no one does it by yourself, no matter who you are. But you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
Is he that kind of player? No. So some people might think then he's not in the top 5. That makes him in the top 10 or 12 or 15, whatever list they want to choose. But when it comes to the subtleties and the nuances and the understanding of how to play the position, Brock Purdy is high level. Does he have a rocket arm? No. Is he the most athletic quarterback in the league? No. But he understands intuitively and innately how to play the quarterback position. Look, you guys, I'm sure, have talked ad nauseum going back to last year and probably through the summer about why the Niners were 6-11, and there's many reasons for that. And it's not just Brock Purdy. In fact, he'd probably be one of the least important reasons.
So, Carrington, you heard it right there. Patrick Mahomes, not actually that good.
Okay, all right. I have all the respect in the world for Greg Cosell, and I don't deny anything that he is saying. There's this line in a movie called Drumline where the main character can't read music. And then the opposing music director says, the guy that can't read, he can't read the sign that says toilet, but he knows how to use it. Like, maybe Patrick Mahomes can't read defense. Maybe he's not the best progression passer in the world. I've seen him play football. He's pretty good at it.
Not bad. Not bad. I mean, he lost his last game, though.
He did. No, you're right. He did lose his last game. It was not good. That was kind of one thing that we've been talking about on our show. You know how fans are. Like, fans in Kansas City are kind of, a lot of people have taken shots at the Chiefs over the last 6 months by how they got beaten. And a point that I've made in Kansas City is we've never seen a team in the middle of the dynasty get beat the way that Kansas City did. Like, go back to the Bulls in the 90s. They didn't get beat like that. The Cowboys in the 90s, the Patriots in the 2000s. Yeah, the Patriots lost Super Bowls. I mean, they didn't lose to the Eagles 41-7 and Nick Foles for 600 yards against them. So, like, some of that kind of comes with the territory, and it sounds crazy for a team that lost 2 games last year. But, like, Kansas City kind of has to prove that you were the bully still because, we saw you go up against an even bigger bully and you got punched in the mouth and, it was kind of like Rocky III. That's what it was like.
All right, Carrington, ton of fun to have you on. Thank you for doing it, man. Skyy Moore, he can't catch. We're going to remember that one.
That's all you – I mean, you don't got to remember it. you're going to have a real critical 3rd and 7, and you're going to throw it to him, and he's going to drop it, and you're going to be like, man, I remember that guy from Kansas City told me he couldn't catch.
No, I don't. Like, you're going to be the first person I think of if he drops the ball. Yeah, Carrington, thanks so much, man.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Carrington.
Harrison, 96.5, the Fan in Kansas City. He can't catch.
Glowing review of new Niner receiver Skyy Moore. Can we even call him a receiver? I don't think we can. He can't receive anything. He couldn't catch COVID in 2020.
That was a good line. We sort of kept trying to ask, but what about last year? He was hurt. He's like, no, I think I already told you he can't catch.
He can't catch.
They made up the injury to get a roster spot.
To get DeAndre Hopkins
for DeAndre
on the team.
Hopkins.
Yeah, it happens. All right.
He can't catch.
Yeah, that's
But I also wanted to ask him about Jalen Moore, who was one of the offensive linemen that the Niners let walk because too rich for their blood. The Chiefs pay him starter money, and he's going to be a backup.
There you go. That I'm glad you asked him that because that suggests that the Niners were right.
They were right on both him and Aaron Banks, not to spend that money.
I agree. I still have
issues with the offensive line as a whole, but not spending that money.
Those weren't the answers.
Yes.
I don't
Not
believe.
at that price point, at least.
For sure not.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Banks is a good player, but he got huge dollars from Green Bay.
Yes.
And Jalen Moore, not a starter here, not a starter there.
2 years, $30 million to fix their left tackle position. They went to like 4 different left tackles last year. Still made the Super Bowl, crazily enough. And they thought, all right, here's our guy to fix it. And he's going to get beat out by a rookie to play left tackle.
Well, it's also a window into how badly these teams are just dying for talented offensive linemen. There just aren't enough of them. And you can't, you have to sort of make a choice. And I remember these conversations because a lot of people were critical of the Niners watching those guys walk out the door and saying, yeah, but what about the offensive line? And it's like, what about it? You can be correct that the Niners have offensive line concerns and maybe coulda, shoulda, woulda done more about it, but you can't force mediocre players to be great, and so paying them great money if they're not great players, I know that that's a bad idea.
I think multiple things can be true. The Niners this offseason made the right decision letting those guys walk, letting Aaron Banks and letting Jalen Moore walk. I think having a better plan already in place, not having a better plan already in place was a mistake. You should have seen this coming.
I'll agree with that, with the caveat that I don't know what their plan was. Maybe you wanted to go do something in free agency and you got beat.
Maybe. And maybe Ben Bartch turns out to be good.
Right.
Really good. We'll see.
And then, the draft is always one of those things. I don't like it when people say, whatever position, why didn't you pick a fill-in blank? Well, maybe there wasn't a fill-in blank available at that slot that made any sense whatsoever. You don't want people to start reaching and grabbing fifth rounders in the second round or whatever. So I don't know. There's a lot of quirks to it, but in a general sense, I agree with you. I would love to see more depth there that you can trust, but I don't know outside of Philadelphia how many teams trust their offensive line, and that offensive line is all banged up and had some departures from it.
Can I read to you what is likely the Niners' starting offensive line come week 1?
Sure.
Trent Williams.
I like him.
At left tackle.
I like the pick.
Ben Bartch may be at left guard because he's been dealing with an injury.
Yes, but I like him.
He's the presumptive starter at left guard. Jake Brendel at center.
Okay.
Right guard, supposed to be Purdy, but he's now out for, as Shanahan says, a few weeks. They haven't ruled out week 1. I would tend to think that's unlikely week 1.
Probably unlikely.
That means
he did already say he's in danger of missing it. Yeah, possibly.
The guy taking first-team right guard snaps now is 7th-round rookie Connor Colby.
Okay.
And then Colton McKivitz at right tackle.
I don't know what to say about Colby. I've never seen him play.
So Trent Williams, Ben Bartch, Jake Brendel, Connor Colby, and Colton McKivitz. That might be the starting offensive line week 1 in Seattle.
I'm comfortable with some of those guys.
Some of them. At least one.
Yeah. I like it. That Trent guy, I think he's going to stick. But I also, I have a screw loose about this. Whenever you bring up a name and you're like, he never played before. He's a rookie 7th rounder. And my mind always goes, well, maybe he's good. Whenever you know what I mean? When people do this, they got a ton of question marks. Well, those are question marks. That doesn't mean they're bad.
And don't worry, they got Spencer Burford hanging in, waiting in the wakes.
And he's going to go the right way this year.
Oh, God.
No, but that's the screw that's loose in my head. Whenever you have a question, I'm like, well, maybe the answer is yes.
Well, yeah, let's wait and see. Like, I'm not going to assume that Ben Barch and Connor Colby don't deserve to be on NFL rosters, but I'm also not going to pretend that I wouldn't be absolutely shocked if they prove to be above average starters.
Right. Like, I mean, I wouldn't predict that all the answers are going to be yes, but maybe most of them are yes. You know? Is Siegel going to be a good safety? I don't know.
Oh, God. I mean, when Colton McKivitz is like your second best lineman of the group, you got a problem.
Colton is... He's not that bad. He's not that bad.
When Jake Brendel's your second or third best offensive lineman of the group, we got a problem.
Feliciano says playing center in the Shanahan system is a bear.
They need to go sign Feliciano and put him at right guard.
Well, maybe they will. Maybe they will.
When did we have Feliciano? Was on Monday, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if they thought about making a call to him once Pooney went down on Saturday.
Signed him already. He's by his phone.
He is.
So, anyway.
Doing some farming in the backyard.
Speaking of the question marks for the 49ers, is Dee Winters one of them? That one feels like a little bit more on the affirmative side. He is going to be the new Dre Greenlaw, at least, fingers crossed. We hope, and he was kind enough to spend some time with me and Grandy. Earlier today, we started out that conversation by asking him, when did people start calling you D?
I mean, it started pretty early on in my life. Everybody just couldn't say the name right, so D was the easiest way to go. So ever since I was little, they started calling me D, but Demondrick is my real name.
Okay. And do you still get that when you get in trouble, D? Like, Demondrick, get in here.
Yeah, every now and then that happens.
That's great. D, I'm curious what this offseason has been like for you, because this offseason saw longtime starter and fan favorite Dre Greenlaw leave, and once he left, the Niners didn't go out and sign another linebacker to replace him. Do you take that as a vote of confidence from Kyle, from John, from the decision makers, that they felt like you were ready to step into that starting role?
Yeah, I think after putting, a little bit of film on tape last year, I think that kind of gave, John and Kyle some confidence to kind of believe in me and, just give me that opportunity. So when I heard Dre was leaving, I just, took that as it was and kind of just tried to make it my best offseason possible and come in here and improve myself and help my teammates along.
So, D, we all know that Fred kind of runs the show, especially in that linebacker room. I wonder if you could put that into words, though, especially as you move into this spot. What does he do for you?
Oh, man, he just allows me to play a little bit faster. He's played this game for a very long time, and he, has seen it all at this point. So anytime he's in the game, he, gives alerts, and probably 95% of the time he's right, whether that's run or pass. So just having that, vet on the team, that guy, has been very helpful for me in the linebacker room for sure.
What's it like playing side by side with Fred, and when you are being his running mate in that linebacking group? What is the most important skill that other guy has to have, that Dre Greenlaw had, that you hopefully have? What is the most important skill that you need alongside someone like Fred?
Yeah, I think you just need to bring in physicality and being able to do your job. If you can manage those two things, I think, the pairing is always well, and I think that's what, him and Dre had. That was really good was, Dre was going to be very physical, and he was going to do his job, and it complements, both linebackers if you do that. So I think, like I said, if you have those two things and communication, you two can go a long way. So very excited for this opportunity to keep building chemistry with him and take on this season.
Let's talk about the defense as a whole in a few different ways. Dee Winters is joining us here on Willard Dibs, 95-7 the game. Yes, Fred is the leader, but he also seems like, he's so in control. He's just clean. He's just like kind of there. And then Bosa always seems like, even though I know this isn't true, when he talks, he sounds like he's maybe only half awake. So who's the crazy person that gets everybody going on the defense?
Yeah, I would say Fred. He's our leader. He's our guy on defense. He's the quarterback of the defense. So he kind of gets everybody riled up, and, we're very thankful to have him.
And then to what level is it Saleh? Because we all remember the energy he has on the sideline. So how is the defense going to be different with his fingerprints on it?
Yeah, the defense is going to look a whole lot different this year. I think energy is the biggest thing that Saleh preaches, and the football game is mostly built off of momentum. So anytime we can get energy from the sidelines, the defense, third down and stuff like that, I think that's a huge opportunity for us to just go out there and do what we do.
I'm curious, Dee, you're talking about Saleh and the energy that he brings. Last time he was the Niners defensive coordinator, you were not yet with the Niners and not yet in the NFL, but I'm sure you talked to Fred Warner, you talked to Nick Bosa, you talked to maybe some holdovers on the coaching staff that had played and coached with Saleh while he was still with the Niners. So what did you hear about Saleh before he became your DC, and has that lived up to what you know about him now that you've had a full offseason with him as the DC?
Yeah, I would say I heard a lot about the energy aspect of, him, how great of a coach he is, and, how well prepped he is. He's going to do his job and, make sure that we're, the game plan is very precise and very, strict. So I think he's done a great job, and he's, been exactly what I thought he was going to be.
Dee, I know that this is kind of par for the course in football, but it seems like it's turned up all the way to 10 right now on the injury front. Are you guys worried about this, all the injuries?
I can't really speak on that. I don't really know too much about the injury aspect of the team, but hopefully everybody gets healthy.
What about this? You were a wide receiver in high school, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what do you think, Dee? There's a need.
To be honest, I wouldn't mind lining up a receiver, catching a few balls, and get back to my old days. But right now, I'm mainly focused on linebacker and doing my job and, being the best I can be for this team.
Travis Hunter, am I right? You can do this, Dee.
Yeah.
Dee, I'm curious about what you think of the rest of the linebacker room. We asked you about Fred Warner, and we all know that's all pro Fred, the best linebacker in the league. You're pretty young. You got a couple of other youngsters in there as well. Nick Martin, a draft pick this past April. Tatum Bethune was a draft pick the year prior. I liked what both those guys did in Vegas in that second preseason game. What about those two young guys who are pushing for that third linebacker spot and then depth as well? What have you seen from those guys?
Man, I just seen a bunch of growth, especially from Tatum. Just year one, year two, just his ability to communicate and run the defense, pretty good. As far as Nick Martin, I think he just flies around, man. I think he's very physical, very smart linebacker, and I'm excited to see what he's going to do this year.
Dee Winters is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Grandy's in for Dibs on 95.7 The Game and talking things out as we get closer and closer to the season. Dee, I wonder to what level do you kind of, I wonder players in general, to what level do you kind of look at the schedule and start breaking things down in your mind? I know George Kittle, for instance, recently commented and said, I don't like how everyone keeps saying this is an easy schedule because it's the NFL. But to what level are you kind of diving in and looking at things week by week right now?
Yeah, I would pretty much piggyback off what, George said. It is the NFL, and no game is easy. So I think just taking, a game 1 week at a time and focusing on that, and that's the best thing that we could possibly do.
Dee, I'm curious if you guys talk about expectations for the season at all, because on the outside, I don't know if you're on social media, if you hear a lot of this or not. On the outside, there's a lot of talk about if the Super Bowl window is open or if it's closed, if this is a rebuild, a retool, however you want to describe it. Do you guys in that locker room talk about expectations and what you want to accomplish as a team this season? Does that happen maybe closer to week one? Does it go unsaid entirely? Do you guys talk about expectations, goals for the team?
The expectation is to win the Super Bowl, but in order to do that, we got to take, every day, one day at a time, and, just do the best of our ability that one day, and hopefully, eventually, we'll be back here in the Bay in February.
Dee, I wonder about this, because you're still a young player. You're not a rookie, but you're still a very young player. It feels like the Niners are going to be relying on rookies, at least in some spots this year. What's your thought on how long it took you to really feel ready to contribute at the NFL level?
Yeah, To be honest, I think that first year was a huge curveball for me, actually being in the box, playing linebacker. So I would say my process was a little different rather than, some of the people on our team. I think as far as D linemen, cornerbacks and safeties and stuff like that, I think they've done a really good job of coming in, learning the playbook faster and, processing everything. And, I'm excited for them.
With all those youngsters, specifically on defense, it feels like there's, from those of us on the outside, a wide range of outcomes. You have a number of these young guys who step in and immediately are good. This could turn out to be, a top 10, top 5 defense. Do you and a lot of the youngsters, exclude Fred Warner, exclude Nick Bosa, exclude Diamador Lenore, exclude those proven guys, but you're going to have a lot of youngsters at almost every other position. Does that young group really take over a sense of pride, knowing that you guys can be the reason why this defense takes a major step forward?
Yeah, I think a bunch of young guys are excited for this opportunity, that we have, including me. So I think everybody has done a great job of coming in, every day, trying to get better and improving ourselves. And, we're excited for week 1 and for the season.
Dee, and this is Dee Winters we're hanging out with here on 95.7 The Game. I want to ask you about a couple of individuals on the offensive side that you've got to go against in practice, and you tell us what kind of challenges they present. Let's start with Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, I think Ricky has done a great job this training camp of just, being on, doing his job and running crisp routes and, just the little things that, Kyle asked of him. And, I think he's killed it.
Okay, and then what about Brock Purdy? How do you read him?
Brock Purdy, man, he's just a guy who's going to show up and, work his tail off. I'm very excited to see what he does this year. And, it's been a challenge going against him. He is a pretty smart quarterback, so just seeing that look every day has made me better, and I'm excited that, I get the opportunity every day during practice.
And do you get matched up with George a lot on certain plays?
A few times I have. George is the best tight end in the league. There's no question. So anytime I can get the opportunity, I'm excited for it, and, it's been very competitive.
He's a chatty one out there. What's your most memorable moment, conversation with George on the practice field?
Well, to be honest, he'll run a route. Even though the ball isn't thrown to him, he'll just start laughing or something like that. So, but that's probably the most memorable moment I've had with George.
What about McCaffrey? Because as a linebacker, oftentimes you're tasked with defending whoever comes out of the backfield. Have you ever come across a running back that is more difficult to defend out when he's running a route than Christian McCaffrey?
No, I honestly, I don't think I have, except for, Jahmyr Gibbs, or that's honestly probably it. But Christian has given me the best look I could possibly get in this league, and I thank him so much for that, and that's really it.
Dee, you're a player who's played in both a college football playoff game, including the national championship game, and the Super Bowl. You played in a college football semifinal, and then you also played in the actual national championship game. I wonder how those experiences compare to your experience in the Super Bowl, like the pomp and circumstance, everything that leads into it, the nerves maybe pregame. How would you compare and contrast what a college football playoff game feels like versus what a Super Bowl feels like?
To be honest, I think it was the same for me. I think the preparation was the same. I think it was just a little bit more nervous because, everybody talks about it in the beginning of the year, but when you're actually there and it's go time, I think, a lot of nerves tend to come up. But as far as comparing and contrasting, I think they're honestly pretty similar. And, I'm very grateful that I got to experience both things.
And I was looking back at that semifinal game when you were at TCU, member of the Horned Frogs. In the semis, you took on Michigan, who was undefeated at that time. And that was one of the more entertaining football games I've ever watched. I remember it. And you had a pick six in that game, and you helped the Horned Frogs upset undefeated Michigan, who at the time had Ronnie Bell, former teammate of yours with the Niners, and Jake Moody, current kicker. I wonder, in the locker room, do you ever hold that pick six and that win over Jake Moody's head?
Yeah, I did a little bit my rookie year, but now we kind of just let it go because it's been a few years. But, every time something comes up, I'll just give them a little reminder and let them know that, hey, we beat y'all and there's nothing you can say to me right now. So,
yeah. Poor kicker. Wasn't a damn thing you could do about it either, right? Hey,
yeah,
why'd you last to the 6th round?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Why did you last to the 6th round in the draft?
Why did I laugh?
Yeah, why? You know what I mean? Like you're a good player. Like why? What do you think it was that people missed?
I think it was just in the league. I think they wanted me more of in the box, and I really didn't have that much in the box linebacker on film. So I would probably say that was a huge reason, but that's about it.
And Dee, I always love to learn a little bit more about where guys come from. Tell us about Burton, Texas.
It's about a population of 300 people, if that. A 2A in Texas, very small school, and it's just a country life out there.
Are you probably a pretty big deal when you go back there, I would think?
A little bit, not too much.
I mean, have they like name a street after you or anything like that? 300 people?
No, not yet. We'll work on that one.
Yeah, I think being a starter for the Niners might help. So, good luck with that. But Dee, thank you very much. Great to have you on and get to know you a little bit better. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
Okay.
Thanks, Dee.
That's Dee Winters. Yes, it is. That's Dee Winters. And in Burton, Texas, they've named an entire season after him, as it turns out.
Good one.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And they named an entire side of the ball after him, too.
Exactly. Exactly. So this year at Levi's, instead of going, D, Fence, it's D.
Winters.
Mondrick.
Oh, yeah, that's better.
Yeah. Anyway, that's the actual full name. But
I'm out.
Okay. Dee Winters here with us on 95.7 The Game. That was a ton of fun. And we've had, I think, a good conversation about the D, about Jauan Jennings, about Brock Purdy as well. I think that we left a little bit on the bone with regard to what Cosell was saying about the Purdy stuff. So I want to kind of reboot that for everybody who might just be joining us. And speaking of rebooting, couple things there. For instance, this conversation with Dee Winters and beyond on 95.7 The Game, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Also, if you missed today's code word, it is football. So text the word football to 20357, and that will qualify you today for the Splash at Thrive City Fantasy Draft that you can host with up to 14 guests. And it's next Tuesday night. Loaded draft day food stations, a dedicated server. We've got the Wi-Fi all taken care of, plus me and Dibs there to hang out and make fun of you all next Tuesday night on August 26th. So, football to 20357, and then one more opportunity to qualify tomorrow with another key word, and then we will have a winner, and we will start making plans for next Tuesday night. And I don't know about you. Actually do know a little bit about you. If you're like me, we're getting to a point now, starting this weekend, where there's either a draft or about to be a draft almost every day for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I got a draft the Sunday before Labor Day. That's going to be my first draft in all likelihood.
Sunday before, okay, so
right, Labor Day weekend.
The day before Labor Day.
The day before Labor Day.
So that's August 31,
So that's a week from this coming Sunday.
Right.
So what am I, 10 days away from that?
And then our work draft is September 3rd. Is Wednesday.
The day before it kicks off.
Yeah.
And then I have another, this is bad, the draft day has not been nailed down yet.
Oh, gosh. Well, we
haven't been able to find it yet.
Yeah. I think that we do the little family one with all the kids. I think we'll do that on Labor Day. And then 100%, we have one that's actually two that hasn't been set yet.
Two leagues that haven't been set yet.
Well, the little guys, they're 11. They're all sixth graders. We started a league for them last year. There's no money, but somebody wins like a little trophy or whatever.
Nice.
But we started that last year. And then me being the way I am, as we all sat there in a room together, and it was 14 kids and their dads. So it's 28 people sitting in this living room making picks, various levels of knowledge and experience and all of that. But they did everything that they did for the draft, and I can't remember if we did only 5 or 6 rounds, and then you auto pick after that or whatever, because the kids run out of juice. But of course, me and my big mouth, I'm like, because everyone had a really good time, And so I sort of sometimes take over as like let me explain fantasy football to you because I do this a lot. And I was very much one of the people who kind of launched the idea, me and one other guy. Yeah. It was kind of our idea. So at the draft last year, I'm like, y'all know where this is heading, right? And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, dude, we're doing one next year too. Do the kids and then the dads. And the kids and so now it's happening, but nobody is organized.
Yep.
No date yet. And so I know that's going to be a total fire drill at some point over the next week and a half also.
The league that I'm in that hasn't set a date for the draft yet, that league is in some dangerous water right now.
It's on life support.
Part of the reason why there hasn't been a date set is we have some discord going on in the group. I don't know if you're in a league that has a last place punishment.
Oh!
This is a league that has a last place punishment, and each of the last 2 people to finish in last place have refused to do the punishment.
Okay. You need to just make that like monetary.
Yeah, probably.
Like, are you
that's
doing
best.
something embarrassing?
So
this is
2 years ago, it was you got a caddy around a golf for the winner.
Oh, that's fine.
He hasn't done it, but we all live like separate, so like you'd have to like come together to do it.
Okay.
And then last year was, I forget what the number of views it was. It might have been like, I don't know, 50,000. You have to put together like an Instagram or a TikTok that's dedicated to like cooking and recipes until you get like 50,000 views total on the account or something like that. Or something like that.
How are you going to get 50,000 views?
You just put out a lot of posts.
Oh my God.
So he refused to do that. The year prior...
That's a little much.
I might have the number wrong. I might have had the number wrong.
That one was...
the year prior, it was...
Put together.
You had to sign up and go and take the SAT with a bunch of 17-year-olds. And he did it. He woke up at 5 a.m. and took the SAT. Yeah, there's no age limit. There's no age limit to take the SAT.
That's so creepy.
Yeah,
that's so
and this was the dad of the group. So I'm talking about a 50-year-old who showed up at 6 a.m. on a Saturday to take the SAT with a bunch of 16-year-old kids.
All of these high school kids, and then you've got like the teacher, the proxy, and then you got 50-year-old dad showing up.
You better be careful.
And to his credit, he did it.
Did he have a number 2 pencil?
I'm sure he did.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't show up with the SAT without a number. They get furious if you forget your number 2 pencil.
I know you know this. It's not cheap to take the SAT either.
Oh, my God.
It's not just the act of doing it, but it's act of paying for it.
I'll give you this. You guys are doing a better job than the high school kids do because their last place punishments are largely illegal. They're illegal, they're immoral, and they are completely out of control. Like even the ones that are legal and moral are like not doable. The ideas these kids come up with, you would not believe. One of them last year was like, you have to lock yourself in a dark closet and do a puzzle. What the hell are we? What is the matter with you people? They're like, yeah. I'm like, you can't do that. They're like, that's the point.
Wow.
I'm like, well, no, you're not leaving your friend in there for a week. He has to come out and eat. Well, no, that's what we agreed. Well, you're stupid. So, like, yeah, you got to think about, what can you actually execute? I'm all in on the last place punishment, but can we make it doable? Make it. The SAT one is funny.
That's hilarious.
How did he do?
I don't remember what his score was. I'd have to ask him. The one that you see a lot on social media is you have to be at a bar from open to close, but every drink is a half hour taken off the time.
Oh,
which is dangerous.
That's dangerous, but that's fun.
There's another one where
that's fun. As long as there's somebody's got to shadow that person.
Yes, yes. You need some, and generally, I mean, sometimes just the whole group will show up, just as long as a lot of them will show up, just to witness it in the first place.
Did he get to pick the bar?
I haven't done that one. I've just seen that on social media.
I was going to say, just pick a bar that doesn't open until 6 o'clock at night or something.
And then another one that has been in the running for our conversations is you got to go to like a 24-hour diner like a Denny's, be there for 24 hours, but every pancake you eat is an hour taken off the time.
Ooh, I think.
So then you get into the middle ground of, is this worth stuffing myself with another pancake to only be here for 11 hours instead of 12?
11 instead of 12. Why would 23 pancakes?
No, those
1
are
hour.
big. Those are big pancakes.
Not at the restaurant I pick.
Wow.
Go get some smaller pancakes.
It's got to be approved by the group.
Dollar size.
The 707 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line just texted the same thing.
Same thing.
I have the same thought as you. Like, I could just eat a bunch of pancakes and get out of there in 6 hours. But no, you cannot eat that many gigantic Denny's pancakes or IHOP pancakes.
No, you cannot do what you think you can do. That's very, very true. There was a fraternity at my college at Cal Poly that used to do this with all of their pledges, and it was called the Pier Pounder. Pierside Cafe in Pismo Beach. Don't think it exists anymore. But here's how it worked. Oh, no. You had to go in there, and you had to order the Pier Pounder. And what the Pier Pounder was a pound of meat, a pound of fries,
oh my God,
and a pound of bread. And if you can finish it without puking, you got your name on a plaque on the wall.
And the meal for free, probably, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
Bring it on, man.
I have no idea who paid for these things, but every year they'd go in there, and every college dude is like, I could do that.
Easy.
And so what it was the pound of bread was amazing. So this was like a large hoagie-style roll with 4 quarter-pound beef patties lined up on it.
Oh, my God.
And then there'd be a pound of fries right next to it. And everybody was like, even when it lands, I tried it once. It lands in front of you, and you're like, I got this. You don't got this.
Nope.
You get about halfway there, and you start making deals with yourself. Because you're like, I could try, but I'm probably going to puke. This is probably going to affect the next 3 days of my life. Or I could just, not get my name on the wall. And that's the choice that most people end up making. And the big mistake that everyone makes leading into stuff like this, I bet you know this, is everybody starves themselves.
Nope.
Which is the opposite of what you're supposed to do. There's one guy who was 2 years older than me, and he used to go do this with the pledges every year because he could do it snap of a finger.
Wow.
This dude would go in there. He would just pig out for 3 days leading up to it, expand his stomach, and then he would sit down so confident that before the Pier Pounder would show up, he's like, I'll have a salad. Give me a little salad to start. He would eat the salad. He would eat the hoagie with the burgers, finish the fries while everyone's cheering him on because everyone else is giving up. And as soon as he finished and everyone's like, yeah, he's like, send the server over. It's time for dessert. And he would order cake. It was out of control.
What a freak.
Dude, out of his mind.
That's insane.
He was fat. Then he lost a bunch of weight after that. He graduated, and now he's like a little stick. Crazy.
Doesn't do that challenge every year anymore.
He does not.
Yeah.
But that's why whenever Dibs is all into this Coney Island ridiculousness in July every year.
Oh, the Nathan's Famous hot dog eating contest.
I don't understand it. I don't even understand it.
It's a great feat of, I don't want to say athleticism.
No, but it's
human achievement.
No one has ever done the documentary on what happens on July 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Oh, yeah. I'd be interested.
Right? Hey, Joey, can we follow you?
I don't need it to be terribly graphic, but I want to know.
Yes. Joey, can we come to your house tomorrow? What are you doing on Tuesday?
Nothing. Just sitting there groaning.
It's just because I tried that thing and I got 2 burgers in, and I'm like, we're out.
I'm done.
Stick it up our ass.
We're out. It's way less embarrassing than barfing at the table while everyone's sitting there watching you. Ridiculous. All right.
I know we were going to talk about Purdy, and I just totally derailed that with fantasy football punishments.
No, that's way more fun than talking about Purdy. But yeah, I do think that it was interesting that Greg Cosell on our show yesterday did this breakdown of apparently the bad year for Brock Purdy.
During the season, I can't watch 250 dropbacks in a row of a quarterback. I have to each week watch games, as many as I can. But in the off season, I can watch 250 dropbacks over a 2 or 3 day period. And I got to tell you, I came away thinking that Purdy's really good. Now, I thought there were times he left the pocket too soon, and I thought that was one of the things that at times, he struggled with last year. But overall, I mean, to me, as a post-snap operator, in other words, when the ball snapped and it's in his hands, I think he's an outstanding post-snap operator. He sees the field intuitively. I think he's an elite processor. I think he creates timing and anticipation throws based on his immediate understanding of what he sees, and that allows him to throw with precise timing. I came away after watching everything about him that he's a really, really good quarterback who truly understands how to play the position at the NFL level.
I just thought it was fascinating timing as well, because we also, just a week ago, were sitting here and there were national shows, Colin Cowherd, Nick Wright, etc. Seemingly, the quarterback tiers came out from Sando, and Purdy was just barely hanging on to tier 2. And so a lot of people are sitting there kind of victory lapping on the idea of like, see, we told you Brock Purdy's not that good. And it's like, I think you're looking at the wrong thing. You can't look at the Niners record and decide now that Brock Purdy's not good. And that's, again, not according to me. That's according to someone who watched all the plays.
I don't think Greg Cosell, though, is saying, and this is crazy because Greg Cosell would never have this conversation, but I don't think Greg Cosell is saying, well, what I saw from Brock was top 5 quarterback.
No, I don't think he was saying that either.
Like, he was saying he's still pretty good, and even last year when it wasn't pretty around him, he still looked largely like a good quarterback. Now, I think there's a lot of people out there who would agree that Brock's probably somewhere around, somewhere in the range of 8th to 14th best quarterback in the league, right? Like somewhere around there.
I think Greg's point is to rank them, you would have to rank them on specific aspects of their game.
And Brock, in an aspect or two, is really, really, really good.
Is elite.
But when you take the wider angle, like he was talking about with Mahomes as a reader of options and progressions, maybe that's not his strong suit. For Brock, that is his strong suit. He sees the pictures really well. But a lot of the other stuff, Mahomes obviously has Brock beat. So, I mean, I guess it depends how you want to put the ranges on the conversation. But there are things that Brock is amazing at, no doubt.
He's a better quarterback than Skyy Moore is a receiver.
By a mile.
All right. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford, 888-957-9570. Grandy's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Butcher Boy here. Hey, Tesla owners, it's time to trade in the hoodie for a jersey. Get into a Mustang Mach-E at Ceremony Ford Colma for $239 a month, plus $2,500 rebate, 0% APR, and a free home charger installer. Over 100 in stock. Offer ends September 2nd. CeremonyFord.com.
Cool cars, cool people, good times. It's the Good Guys 38th West Coast National, happening all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Check out over 3,500 classes, an earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest, tire smoking burnout competition, Good Guys autocross racing competition, plus an indoor car show celebrating 70 years in a Tri-5 Chevy and more. Happening all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center in San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance and at friedmansappliance.com.
Directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intra-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile, Wi-Fi, and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters Trust kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. The hard iced tea taste you know and love, but with an 8% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and brings your daytime drinking to the next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly. If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
Isn't this song from the movie Cars?
Yes.
This is such a dad thing. Like, you just brought me straight back to 2010.
Is this from the original Cars? The first one?
This is from the first one. This is Sheryl Crow.
I don't remember it.
This is big Lightning McQueen action right here. Big time.
Speed.
And I've got, I am Speed. Dude, I could recite the entire movie. I have an 18-year-old son. If you have an 18-year-old son in 2025, that means you owned everything. Like, he had a Lightning McQueen bed.
The Cars came out in 06.
Lightning McQueen boots, Lightning McQueen backpack, Lightning McQueen shirt. Lightning McQueen jacket, Lightning McQueen underwear, Lightning McQueen plate, Lightning McQueen sippy cup, Lightning freaking McQueen.
Faster than fast, quicker than quick.
Oh my God.
Apparently, Cars 4 is supposed to come out around 2028.
Is it really? They're making a Cars 4?
I don't even think I watched Cars 3.
Cars 3 was not worth your time.
Okay, I will not watch it then.
Cars 2 was like...
I saw Cars 2.
Yeah, an acquired taste, not terrible. Very, very tough act to follow. Cars was incredible.
Oh, it was amazing.
Yeah.
It was a great movie.
But Cars 3 was a waste, and maybe enough time has passed that Cars 4 will be a thing.
They're also making a Toy Story 5?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Dude, Buzz Lightyear's got to be broken by now. Has to be.
Toy Story 5, June 2026. We're less than a year from Toy Story 5.
There's no way that
Shrek 5?
Come on, man.
I knew about that one.
Buzz Lightyear is at Goodwill by now. Like, we're not, it's not, he didn't go to college. He didn't get handed down to another kid. Buzz Lightyear's at Goodwill.
I love all the Toy Story movies, but at a certain point, enough is enough. Let's wrap it up. Let's go home.
I don't know. It depends. What if Buzz Lightyear is driving Lightning McQueen?
That's the crossover that we need.
There you go.
Yeah.
That sounds like...
Risotto just made a weird face.
That sounds horrible.
Why?
Lightning McQueen is his own person. Car, but I don't think he wants somebody driving him.
It's actually a good question. Like, could somebody drive one of those cars? They were all driving themselves. Like, this was back in, what year did you say it came out? 2006?
2006 was
the
original
cars. These things were all Waymos before Waymo. Like, none of them had any drivers. They just had faces.
Yeah, they're beings just in the shape of cars. Yeah.
Anyway.
Whatever.
Willard, if you were walking in a parking garage, and a car just
start talking, you couldn't even get through the question.
What is going on?
Look at Risotto just cracked himself up.
I have never seen Risotto react like that before.
You never even got through the question. That was very funny. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I mean, I could try to ask it for you. If I was walking through a parking garage and a car just started talking to me, was it going to be, what would I do? I don't know. I'm a radio host. I would talk back. We'll have a conversation.
Like Kit?
Yeah.
The other guys don't get that reference.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
Kit was just lights, though, that were like, somebody made us believe that those lights were coinciding with words, but that was just a voiceover guy. Yeah, now, I mean,
I don't know what the hell's going on.
and Grandy have no clue what's happening. Yeah, Knight Rider, David Hasselhoff.
Huh.
Kit, that was his car, and it talked, but it was just like a light beam that would move when the voice happened. Because, this was before people had figured out
Oh, I see.
how to animate anything or, I don't know, sync things up. So,
whatever.
Whatever. By the way, speaking of whatever, you want to know the next time we can have a real sink your teeth into Jonathan Kuminga conversation?
When?
Not for a long time. Listen to Jake Fisher.
We are not, to my latest understanding, expecting any real type of resolution for Jonathan Kuminga's restricted free agency. Not this month, and maybe deeper into September. The deadline for restricted free agency for all these guys is October 1st. And for now, it seems like Jonathan Kuminga and his unresolved dynamic is treading definitely into September. We'll see how close it gets to October 1st.
Okay, that's via Bleacher Report, and I play it because that's Jake Fisher. That's actually an NBA report. That's not, like, I don't want to call anybody out, but a couple of the shows, whatever, people are like quoting Babalu with a blue check. Like, what are we doing? Al Horford's on the Warriors. Great. We all know Al Horford's probably going to be on the Warriors. You don't, like, all of a sudden, it's like, it's done. It's been done. Like, where are you coming from with this? Jake Fisher, that's actually a guy. That is Mark Stein's right-hand man.
Yeah.
And actually an NBA report, and that is his latest report on JK.
So not even a month away.
Not even a month away. Or no, more than a month. He said October 1st.
Yeah, not even a month.
Oh, you're saying
still
like
more than that.
More than a month.
Yeah. Like a month from now, we still might not have a resolution.
Correct.
And you want to know what's even crazier? I think he said the deadline was October 1st.
October 1, yeah.
If memory serves, and the craziness of the CBA is the only reason I'm doubting this, because there's so many unique dates and things to remember, I'm pretty sure if both sides agree, they can push the deadline back even further if they want to.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Well, that's not going to happen.
I don't know why they would both agree to that.
I don't think
I think at this point, both sides want a deadline. They want to see who's going to flinch. But if they want to, they can.
Yeah, I don't think these two sides agree on anything. So I don't think they will.
No.
I wonder what would represent flinching.
I mean, a decision, one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
The Warriors giving Kuminga closer to what he wants on a contract, or the Warriors accepting what they feel like is the best offer currently out there, or Kuminga just saying, fine, I'll accept your 1+1 deal.
Or what about qualifying offer?
I don't know if...
What if he just takes that and shows up?
I don't think that's flinching. I think that's him... That's him just ending the entire situation. But he hasn't accepted the offer because he's hoping to get something. He doesn't want to take the qualifying offer.
Right. Who would?
He is using that as a threat to try to get a better option. Yeah. And he's not going to take that qualifying offer until the last possible second.
I feel like both sides are trying to get the other one to believe something is true that's probably not true.
What are the Warriors trying to get Kuminga to believe?
That they've called off sign and trade talks.
Yeah. And Kuminga is trying to get the Warriors to believe that he's going to sign the qualifying offer.
He'll take the qualifying offer. And I'm like, if y'all are that, then do it. Do it. You won't.
I saw a report today that the Kings are very actively trying to trade Malik Monk because they need to clear up a roster spot for Russell Westbrook.
Oh, God.
So put that in your back pocket, Mike Dunleavy.
Have a good time.
Stick it up our ass.
Thanks, Jarrah.
Russell Westbrook and the Kings are perfect for each other at this point in both of their careers.
I don't know what the hell the Kings are doing.
Nobody ever does.
I mean,
even when it looks like you know what they're doing, they're like, watch us mess this up. And then they do. Okay. Guess what's coming up next on 95.7?
I think it's just Fox Sports Radio. Is that right?
Fox Sports
it's all
Radio.
your colleagues.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably a bunch of people I've hosted shows with coming up.
Bloop?
Is it? Does Jason Smith come on?
I think it's the J.
He might not come on until a little bit later.
I think that might be 7:00.
Yeah, Jason comes on a little bit later. Yeah.
It might be like Chris Broussard coming up next. I don't remember.
Oh no, he's not with Rob anymore. Rob's with Kelvin. Anyway, whatever. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Absolutely.
All right, then let's do it again tomorrow. Let's see. I got to get all the names right now for Grandy, for Steven, and for Ken. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru, the Bay